Overview panel. Live streaming dash YouTube Studio dash Google Chrome dash Earth and Frame. Live streaming dash YouTube Studio page tab. New tab page tab. Live streaming dash YouTube Studio page. Address and search bar autocomplete search Google or type a URL. Finish with overview panel grade. New tab dash Visual Studio Code frame. Right brace. Focus mode. Right brace. In order client star order dot. Clear if error equals nil left brace. Info. There is an available update. Clear. win graph.go new tab dash Google Chrome search Google or type address and YouTube visited link. Loading. Please wait. Finished loading YouTube. Page has 4 land banner. Search. Search N G N space G F E backspace G E return. Leaving search. Guide push button. Browse mode. Search space. Leaving search. Leaving banner. Main content. Browse mode. Leaving main content. Banner. Guide push button. Leaving banner. Main content. Demo bar generate the invoice bar setup the compiler bar generate the bill header bar generate bill body bar main code bar switch case statement bar generate invoice leaving main content YouTube video player link left paren 1 right paren YouTube dash Google Chrome dash skip push button
Hi
left
everybody,
paren 1 right
Zach here,
paren left
and
bracket
welcome
C++
to the C++
tutorial right bracket
on how to
hangman
make
tutorial
a
left
map.
main content complimentary
While
content 13 minutes 15 seconds and 56 minutes 50
Alright,
seconds
so we now need to
23 minutes 1 second and 56 minutes 30 minutes 40 seconds YouTube video player browse mode Leaving complementary
The course
content.
you are about to
3
watch
hours,
is about
40, seek slider for arrays as
large in
function
size.
are
So
character
the local
arrays
variables
and
of a
pointers
function
dash part to 1
go
hours,
into
pointer
just
and
to the
2
first
dash D
element
arrays
of the
1
array,
hour 44
because
minutes
this is an
53
array of
seconds,
integer
pointers
sense,
and
because
2 dash
b
D
plus
arrays 1
1
YouTube
is
video
same
player
as
complementary
array
content.
c0.
Pointers and dynamic memory dynamic
Okay, now
memory
for
allocation
complex
in C
data
dash
types,
malloc calloc
so
pointers
every
as
block
function return auto
of
playing
size
off push
2n,
seek
the
slider
addresses of
horizontal
these two
slider
variables
pointers
a
as
and b
function
of
returns in
main
C slash
to
C
add
2 hours
function.
58
But
minutes
that is all right,
44
because
function
something like
pointers in
this, I
C
would
slash
write a
C 3 hours
declaration
11 minutes
something
12
like
seconds and
this.
3 hours
Then this
47
is
minutes
declaring a
22
function that would
seconds.
return
Function pointers
pointer
in
to
CC.
integer. We
Function
can have an
pointers in C
asterisk
slash C
just
3
before
hours
the
11
function
minutes
name, or
13
we can have an
seconds and 3
asterisk
hours
just
47
after
minutes
int.
22 seconds.
These two syntax are
Function
same,
pointers in C slash
but
C 3
if I
hours
would put
11 minutes
this
14 seconds and 3
within
hours 47
parentheses,
minutes 22
then this
seconds.
is declaring
Function
a function
pointers in
pointer.
C slash C 3 hours 11
Okay,
minutes
few more
15
things.
seconds and 3
In
hours
this
47
initialization
minutes
here, we are using
22
this
seconds.
ampersand operator.
Function pointers
Even
in
if
C slash
we
C 3
do
hours
not
11
use
minutes
this
16
ampersand
seconds and 3
operator,
hours
it will mean the
47
same.
minutes 22
Just using the
seconds.
function name
Function
will also
pointers in C
return
slash
us
C 3
address
hours
of the
11
function,
minutes
or
17
in other
seconds and
words,
3
an
hours
appropriate
47
pointer.
minutes
To
22
data
seconds.
friends, instead
Function
of using
pointers
this
in C slash C
parenthesis
3 hours
and
11 minutes 18
asterisk
seconds
operator
and 3
with
hours
function pointer
47
name, we
minutes
can
22
simply use
seconds.
the function
Function
pointer name,
pointers in C
and
slash
this
C
is good
3 hours
enough.
11 minutes
So we
19
can use
seconds and
function
3 hours
pointer name or
47
identifier
minutes
just
22
like
seconds.
function name.
Function
As you can
pointers
see,
in
the
C
output
slash
here
C
is
3
as
hours 11
expected.
minutes 20 seconds
So
and
we have
3 hours
two possible
47
syntax for
minutes
both
22 seconds.
referencing and
Function
dereferencing.
pointers
You
in
can
C
use
slash C
whichever
3
you
hours
like.
11
The
minutes
second one is more
21
famous.
seconds and 3
One
hours
final thing,
47 minutes
to be able to
22
point to
seconds.
a function,
Function
type of the
pointers in C
function
slash
pointer
C
must
3
be
hours 11
appropriate.
minutes
So
22
in this
seconds and
declaration
3
of
hours
p here,
47
if I
minutes
would
22
change it
seconds.
something like
Function
this,
pointers
then
in
this
C
function
slash C
pointer
3 hours
is
11
meant
minutes
to point
23
to a
seconds and
function
3 hours
that should take
47
two
minutes
integers
22
as
seconds.
argument
Function
and should
pointers in
return
C slash
void.
C 3 hours
Add
11 minutes
function is
24
returning
seconds and
int.
3 hours
So p
47
cannot
minutes
point to add.
22
This will give
seconds.
me compilation
Function
error.
pointers in C
Once
slash
again,
C
if
3
I
hours
would change
11
the
minutes
declaration something
25
like this,
seconds
if
and
I
3
will have
hours
only one
47
argument in
minutes
the
22
declaration
seconds.
of function
Function
pointer,
pointers in C
then
slash
p
C 3
cannot
hours
point to
11
add.
minutes 26
Okay,
seconds
now
and 3
let's
hours
use some more
47 minutes
functions with
22
different
seconds.
signatures
Function
and try to
pointers in C
execute them
slash
through
C 3
function
hours
pointers.
11 minutes
I'm writing this
27
function
seconds
print
and 3
hello.
hours
It
47
will
minutes
simply print
22
hello on
seconds.
screen.
Function
We will
pointers
have
in
to
C
declare
slash C 3
a
hours
function
11
pointer
minutes
like
28
this,
seconds and 3 hours 47
and
minutes
then we
22
can
seconds.
initialize the
Function
pointer and
pointers in
fill
C
in the
slash C
address
3
of
hours
this
11
function,
minutes 29
and now
seconds
we
and
can
3 hours
execute the function
47
through the
minutes
pointer.
22 seconds.
Let's see what
Function
the output
pointers in
is.
C slash C
This
3
looks
hours 11
alright.
minutes 30 seconds
Now
and
let's
3
say we
hours
want to say
47
hello
minutes
to
22
someone,
seconds.
and I'll
Function
change the
pointers in
signature
C
of
slash
print
C 3
hello
hours
to
11
take
minutes
a
31
string as
seconds and 3
argument.
hours
The
47 minutes
declaration of
22
a function
seconds.
pointer will also
Function pointers
change,
in C slash C 3 hours
and
11
while calling
minutes
we will have
32
to
seconds and
pass
3
a
hours
string.
47 minutes
Upon running
22
this program,
seconds.
this is what I
Function
get,
pointers in
and
C
this is
slash
also
C
looking
3
fine.
hours 11 minutes
So this is
33
pretty much
seconds
how
and
we
3
can
hours
create and
47
use
minutes
function
22
pointers in
seconds.
C or C++.
Function pointers in C
Function
slash
pointers
C
are
3 hours
used in a
11
program in
minutes
interesting
34 seconds and
scenarios. They
3
have
hours
interesting use
47 minutes
cases. We
22
will talk about the
seconds.
use cases
Function
in next
pointers in
lesson.
C slash C
This is
3
it for
hours
this
11
lesson.
minutes
Thanks for
35
watching.
seconds and 3 hours 47
In our
minutes
previous lesson,
22
we saw what
seconds.
function
Function
pointers are,
pointers in C slash
and
C
then
3
we
hours
wrote a
11
simple
minutes
program to
36
understand
seconds
how
and
we
3
can
hours
create
47
function
minutes
pointers
22
in a
seconds.
C or C++
Function pointers in C
program.
slash C 3 hours
But we did
11
not
minutes
discuss the real
37
use
seconds
cases
and
of
3
function
hours
pointers,
47
real
minutes 22
scenarios where function
seconds.
pointers can be
Function
used.
pointers in C slash
So
C
in this
3
lesson,
hours
we are going
11
to talk
minutes
about the
38
use
seconds
cases
and
of
3
function
hours
pointers.
47 minutes
All
22
the use cases
seconds.
of function
Function
pointers are
pointers in
around this
C slash
concept
C 3 hours
that
11 minutes
function
39
pointers
seconds
can
and
be
3 hours
passed as
47 minutes
arguments to
22
functions.
seconds.
And then
Function pointers
a
in C
function
slash
that
C
would
3 hours
receive a
11
function
minutes
pointer
40
as
seconds and
argument
3 hours
can
47
call
minutes
back the
22
function
seconds.
that this
Function
pointer will
pointers in
point
C
to.
slash C 3 3 hours
To
11
explain
minutes
this better,
41
I will have to
seconds and
write
3
some
hours
code.
47 minutes
First of all,
22
I'm going to
seconds.
write a simple function
Pointers in
named
C slash
a.
C 3 hours 11
This
minutes
function takes
42
no
seconds and
argument,
3 hours
returns
47
void,
minutes 22
and simply
seconds.
prints hello on
Pointers in C
screen.
slash C 3
Now I
hours
will
11
write
minutes
another
43
function named
seconds and 3
p.
hours 47
This
minutes
function takes a
22
function
seconds.
pointer as argument.
Pointers in C slash C 3
ptr
hours
should
11
point to
minutes
a function
44
that should
seconds
take
and 3
no
hours
argument
47
and
minutes
should
22
return void.
seconds. Function
function
pointer
like
in C
A.
slash C 3 hours
Now
11
in
minutes
B, I will
45
simply
seconds and
use
3
this
hours
function pointer
47 minutes
ptr
22
to
seconds.
call
Function
whatever
pointer
function
in
it's
C
pointing
slash
to.
C 3 hours
Or
11
in
minutes
other words, I
46
can say that
seconds and
I
3
will
hours
call back
47 minutes
the
22
function
seconds.
passed to me
Function
or
pointer
given to
in C
me
slash
through
C 3
ptr.
hours 11 minutes
In the main
47
function, I will
seconds.
declare
Function pointers, a new tab page, live streaming dash YouTube studio page tab. Open widget push button. Browse mode. Left paren, 1 right per, live streaming dash YouTube. Graph.go dash complete dash Golang, window. Google Chrome push. Live streaming dash YouTube to address and search bar autocomplete search Google or type a search Google or collapsed. His nerf new in down history. Grouped history. History menu. 1 is last 5 tabs menu. Deep 5 cast. New tab dash Google Chrome left control H. History document web. Finished loading history. Loading. History with ang 5 deep seek dash Google Chrome dash nerf and frame. Window over deep seek dash into the unknown dash over deep seek dash into the unknown dash window overview deep C left control H history page tab history 4 tabs menu Google Chrome frame with over history dash Google Chrome push left left paren 1 right paren building a microservice with Golang and Docker dash gRPC transport dash YouTube go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices slash GraphQL slash models dot go at master middle dot hill sharma 90 slash go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices page tab. Finished loading go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices slash GraphQL slash models dot go at master middle dot hill sharma 90 slash go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices page 7 landmarks 9 headings 4 visited links 21 unvisited links skip to content link banner navigation menu heading level 2 open global navigation menu push button home page visited link navigation page context list with 2 items Akil Sharma 90 link slash go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices visited link leaving list leaving navigation search or jump to type slash to search push button chat with copilot collapsed push button open copilot collapsed push button opens menu create something new collapsed push button opens menu your issues link your pull requests link you have no unread notifications link open user navigation menu collapsed push button opens menu navigation repository list with 7 items code visited link issues link pull requests link actions link projects link security link insights link leave it new address and search bar autocomplete search Google or type a URL finished loading new tab
we can fix that, right? We could do
search Google or type DEATABASE space
took 500 seconds.
DEAI unselected
Actually we can test this, right? So it's 500 nanoseconds, right? Where is
database query interview database query practice return collapsed loading please wait
look at this
browse mode
why don't
accessibility links
save my thing
heading level 1
double slash
skip to main
localhost port 3000, right? Because we have both thingies.
Main content collapsed. How do I practice SQL queries? SQL exercises. Practice. Solution W3 resource https www.w3resource.com SQL.
I'm confused. I have no clue which one is faster. I don't know. This is nanoseconds. What is this actually? What is this? Is that even faster?
Main content.
Oh, no.
Add.
I know. Where are the
finished loading SQLX. Main content. Mavline ID bar, Mavline title bar, Mavline
yeah, man. And Amir and I will share everything on GitHub.
2. From the
so
following table, write a SQL query to find when the movie American Beauty released.
What is faster? I don't know. Look at this. Boom, 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 boom. Where's me? new ticket. Yank hier. actually, we're sleeping. Yeah, it's fine. Ticket. We don't need ticket. It's fine for one time. You see, we're fetching prices, and then at the same time we're doing these JSON. Look at this, JSON, and it's working fine. Look at this. It's amazing, right? Logging and a whole shebang. And of course, we don't have a request ID for our
entry focus mode.
For our gRPC, right? So we can
Practice
actually
online.
fix this.
Browse
Let's close
mode.
it here, because I don't know what the keybinds are for that thing. We can go to gRPC server like this, and then we could say what can we say? Here.
Click meet untitled page tab. Finished.
I know. We need
Entry
to
where
use something
line
else,
ID
right?
in left
A
paren
UUID or something, I
905
understand, but I'm not
907.
gonna hassle with that stuff. We're gonna say rand int n, and then we're gonna say this and call it a day, right? And then we're gonna say context ctx. How is it called here in our
leaving
our
main content?
Guys,
Dismiss
this is
privacy
amazing. Look at
and
this.
legal
So we have
SQL
this request ID,
exercises
right?
on movie
Yes,
database
we're gonna
dash
say,
exercises practice
ctx
solution dash w
equals context with value, and it's gonna be the request ID. Yes, like this, and then we're gonna say the rec ID, something like that.
Click me to see the
Why
solution
is it not
link.
working?
Untitled page tab. Loading. Please
With
wait.
value.
Finished loading SQL exercises on movie database colon. Display the name and year of the movies dash W3 resource.
Like this, and then
Page
call it a
has
day.
4
And normally,
landmarks.
if we make
2
run right
main
now, it should
content.
work.
Query
Out of the past.
visualization colon. Heading level 2.
Request ID. You see, didn't we touch business logic? No. Didn't we touch our JSON server? No. Didn't we touch our logging? No. Instrumentation? No. And it works fine. That's
Entry
the
from
power
movie set.
of
Validate
making
push
these
button.
services
Browse mode. Submit push button.
composable with the decorated pattern. Right? That's what I want to teach you. That's basic. I don't think anybody on the internet is teaching you this. And if you find one, then maybe we should do a collab, because we are the goats. And you know it.
Validate push button.
And it could be a little bit difficult to understand it at first. I understand this, but once you have the grasp of it's very simple, guys, because this is a very small project, right? And although it does not fetch a real price, it's just this function, just do one HTTP call to Binance, because FTX, I don't know how long they will be in business, but you can fetch CoinMarketCap or whatever just here and return it, and it's done, right? This is about microservices, not about how to do an HTTP call.
Dash selecting columns math line title and math line year from the movie table.
Akan, it's okay, man. What up, man?
Entry select from movie
It's 1,000 times faster than using gRPC. Yes, I can believe that. That's why it's also invented, right? Because if JSON was the fastest thing, then everybody should use it. But the main difference between JSON is it's not a binary format, right? JSON are strings, and you need to marshal and unmarshal strings, and doing string operations is filthy. It's strings are dirty, right? Strings are computational
SQL exercises on movie database colon.
Right?
Find the titles. Google
binary format.
SQL exercises on movie
easy, right?
database colon.
Binary
Display
format,
the name and year of the movies dash W3
wire, very easy to marshal and unmarshal, and that stuff, right? Yes. Ioannis, I think having a similar project consuming an API, implementation, some useful business logic with it, and understanding exactly what the fuck is going on is very good thing to show to potential employees. Agree. Agree. If you show this, then if you have this, if you make this for your employee, this is of course, we need to do the tests and stuff, and we're going to do a separate episode with that. But the only thing what's going on with this VS Code thingy, man. The only thing that's missing, look at this, it's basically this, right? This is our business logic. Let me close these things. This is the business logic, right? But now we just say price OK comes from a map. I understand. But what would it be to do like price of the response is going to be something like HTTP gets
SQS blast of text on select leaving main
your
content
third-party provider,
banner collapsed
and then you just handle
symbol
the response
E5D2
and you're done,
W3
right?
resource
Easy.
link collapsed
Same
push
thing,
button
right? Or
focus
some other
mode
business logic.
expanded.
But hey, that's up to you. That's not the case here. And I'm pretty sure, Johannes, you can implement any business logic you want in here. I know you can. This is about how to structure
leaving
your
banner
microservice
navigation
for scale.
MySQL exercises link
And not
browse
for
mode
scale.
finished
because we
loading
have Docker, right?
MySQL
We can-
exercise
Can we do Docker? How do we do this Docker thing? We have a Docker file. Check the previous episode to boot Docker. I think it's Docker.
main content
Docker not running. Docker
Google
client's
AI
not
for
running on my PC.
developers link
But if you want to know,
close
we have a
open
Docker
link
file. And if you
loading
go to the
please
previous
wait
episode, I will make some card in YouTube. I will fix it so you can just click it right now. I need to record the time. 1 hour 14. Yes, I need to remember that so I can put the card there. Then you can see how to Dockerize this thing. It's very simple. Are basically 2 commands you need to press, and it will be Dockerized, and you can hand it over to your DevOps team, and you can use gRPC and JSON at the same time. I meant taking the structure and making something useful as personal project is a good thing to show. Yeah, exactly. Yes, because this is how I wrote microservices in production. This concept, right? We make a client. I always made a client myself. If I was implementing APIs, I always made a client. Not everybody does this, but I already also made a client, right? A lot of people make the service business logic and they throw it into a handler. That's what they do, right? That's what people do. Don't get me wrong. People do this, right? So instead of they go to API, right? They make a handler func with Go Fiber or some other bullshit framework, and they do this. Handle fetch price, which is the correct name. They will name it completely different, but hey, it is what it is. And they will put everything here. Everything here, right? That's what they do. That's what people do. Correct me if that's maybe what you're doing if you look at this, right? It's no shame. It's a beginner's mistake. They put everything here, or they make one separate function, and they will use this function here or something. Logging, the whole shebang. Handling errors, they put everything here. But I want to show you how to abstract everything, so with interfaces, so you can make this. Let's say, look, let's say you need to do an upgrade, but it's not compatible. You don't want to change this because people are depending on your API. The whole company is depending on your API. So what you need to do is this. You make v2, right? And then you can boot this up, right? You can, yeah, it's basically just not a container.
Untitled page tab,
you get what I'm going,
MySQL
right?
restricting and
put in
so
another
online
price
PHP
service in
/Java
here, right?
/C++, editor and compiler bar pay MySQL restricting and sorting data dash
Right, you have
exercises,
this price
practice,
service, but you
solution
could make
dash
another one that
W3 resource
implements
page
the same
tab.
interface, right? You could make it price service v2 and boot up a new container, this
Online
can be a new
PHP
container
MySQL restricting
serves
online
v2, for
MySQL
example.
online
But you can keep the rest of the code,
online
so you
MySQL
don't break
restricting and
all
sorting data
containers
dash
that needs
exercises,
to be
practice,
supported, if you know what I
solution
mean.
dash W3 resource
And you
page
don't need
tab.
to change anything. The only thing you need to do is go to main, right? Is go to
Online
main and
PHP
change.
/Java
The only
/MySQL
thing you need to do is
restricting and
implement
sorting
a
data
new
dash exercises,
price v2
practice,
here.
solution
This
dash
function can be
W3
different,
resource page tab.
right? You call it price v2. You put it on top, right? You just copy this. like this. Hop, hop, hop. You call this price service v2.
Open link
this
in
can
new
be the same thing.
open.
You call this price
Google
service
Chrome frame
v2 or
window.
whatever you want to name this.
Google Chrome
v2.
Google Chrome frame.
And you do some other logic.
MySQL restricting and sorting data dash exercises.
And then
practice
the only thing you
solution
need to do
dash W free resource dash Google Chrome
say
dash
price service v2. And now it's not gonna work, of course. Why? Should be.
We overview basic select statement Google Chrome frame.
Why is this? Now I'm confused. Cannot use price service v2 literal value of
Finished loading basic select statement colon. Display the names using alias name quote first name quote last name quote dismiss privacy and legal settings display push button.
Well, we are in service. Price service. There needs to be the interface. Wait, what's going on? Okay, cool. This is confusing. We need to do something else. We're gonna say next here. Yeah, that's better. My bad. What's going on here? Wait. This works out of the bat. What's going on? Point to receiver. Like this, right? So now you can say, or I do the service v2 and everything will just work. You don't need to change your JSON RPC. You don't need to change your gRPC. You don't need to change anything. Just a new implementation. And of course, if you want to do the old one, then it's this one, right? We changed this because with this next thingy here, it didn't make sense. We made a mistake by saying price service directly instead of the interface, right? I hope you understand where I'm going here, right? Ooh, man. Wait, let me catch up this chat real quick. Tinkerbell also changed WebSocket with bidirectional gRPC. Yes, you can. You can stream, guys. You can also do streaming chat. You can make a chat, right? Because a chat is not RPC, right? An RPC is ping pong, right? You say ping, you get pong back. Or you say give me the price, you will get the price back, right? Response, request, response. And streaming is basically, you're not waiting. Any of the two people, server or client, can send a message at first. While on an RPC, the server is waiting for a client request so it can respond. And with gRPC, you can do streaming also. But yeah, Kamal, you're 100% correct with that comment. Kamal said, Tinkerbell, gRPC makes sense between servers, not server and browser. That's true. That's true. Sandeep, isolating service component is a good pattern. Handler, services, storage, etc. This helps a ton with testability. Exactly. Exactly, because right now, if you do your logic and your handlers and everything, then you need to test your handlers, which is now you can just test your business logic separately.
Entry
right?
dash host colon localhost database colon W3 resolver line HR.
Right, you can
Vote my output with entry graph country line name graph varchar left paren for the right link.
Because a lot of
Browse
people
mode.
will
Entry
do
blank. Focus
for
mode.
example, they will say Prometheus, gouge, whatever, increments 1 or something. I don't know, right? In your business logic. But why would you do that? Because in your test, then you're depending on Prometheus. So for every single test, you need to have a Prometheus mock. That's shenanigans. That's bad news, right? Now
Dash
you don't
left
need it
A. Line
because
feed. Backspace.
we
Line
decorate
feed.
everything, right? You can test
Basic
everything
select
separately.
statement colon. Display
That
the
makes
names
sense.
using alias name quote first name quote main content. Left C. MySQL. Left V. Pasted content. Run left paren. Control dash enter right paren. Push button. Browse mode.
Yes. What did I do here? I'm gonna remove this v2 thingy because I'm gonna commit this for the
Entry left
for
Z
people, so
Z
we don't
undo
make any
blank.
mistake. This was next.
Left control.
I'm happy with that. So we need to do this. A pointer receiver. That's fine.
Run left
We can
paren.
make
Control dash enter right paren. Entry select first line blank.
And it will do this main thingy. I will keep this in the main so you can see what's going on. It will every 3 seconds will fetch a price. Yeah. Are there any questions? Is there any concerns regarding this gRPC stuff or something else you want to talk about? I'm happy to resolve. Let me quickly see what is going on. And of course, for the people watching, because 50% of the people are not subscribed. So if you like the content that I'm providing, the value that I'm providing to you, the effort I'm putting in to make you a better engineer, please consider subscribing to my channel. Give me the thumbs up. Leave a comment in the chat. Or in the comments. Leave a comment in the comments. Or jump into the Discord, right? Where we, if you have questions, where you can always reach me or ask with other like-minded people from the community. And if you really want for more exclusive content, you can go to my Patreon because there I'm doing, if you take this is already a gold mine. On Patreon we're making things, yeah. Crazy stuff. Johannes is for all the new subscribers, you will say yada 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 in a month from now on whenever you watch a new crappy tutorial from a fake guru that now you look up to. Yeah, that's true. I'm not telling that there are a lot of that everybody is a fake guru, but listen, there are a lot of good tutorials out there, but there is one thing that all these tech people did not think about. They don't fill the gap. There is still a big gap, and you know what gap that is? It's the gap between tutorial code and your day-to-day job. Because you can watch every tutorial in the world, but you will choke if you need to do something in a company, right? It's a complete different animal, right? It's a complete different animal. It's the same thing if you do boxing, or you're into mixed martial arts or whatever, and you're training, right? And you're doing back workouts, right? You can be nice and flowy, right? Good footwork, right? Nice from the ball of your feet, right? Nice twist. But the power comes from your hips, right? But if you need to fight in a cage or in the boxing ring, that's completely different because you will choke. Because it's not a boxing sack anymore.
MySQL restricting and sorting data dash exercises. Practice. Solution dash W free resource dash Google Untitled page tab.
Blockchains, decentralized stuff.
Finished loading basic select statement colon. Get unique department ID from employee table dash W free resource. Page has 2 landmarks. Free heading. MySQL restricting and sorting data dash exercises. Practice. Solution dash W free resource dash memory usage dash 251 MB page tab. Main content. Click me to see the solution visited link.
Totally useful for everyday day-to-day job. Yeah, like I said. Listen, like I said before, this is in my opinion, this is already something you can use, although that the real business implementation is kind of scuffed, right? It's a fixed thing. That's the only thing. But again, Ioannis, hey, listen, I mentioned this in my Discord.
MySQL restrict.
Each beginning of the month for the Patreons, I will write out a real business
SQL exercises on
use,
movie
right? Because,
database
like I said,
colon.
I
Display
have
the
installed
name
it
and
myself.
year
I
of the
know
movies dash
things that
W.
needs to be
With
happen. I know I
MySQL,
work for a lot of
MySQL
companies
HR query left
in the
paren,
blockchain space,
MySQL right paren, bar online
distributed
editor
systems,
and compiler
whatever.
dash
I can
Google
give
Chrome
you.
dash nerf
I'm gonna
and
write
frame.
out each
Entry. Focus mode.
beginning of the month.
MySQL
I will
HR
write out a
query
business
left
use
paren,
case that
MySQL
will
right paren,
reflect your
bar online
day-to-day
editor
job,
and
right?
compiler
And
dash
by the
memory
end of the
usage
month,
dash
I will
125 MB page
review
tab.
this with all the people doing that. So we're gonna review each other's code so we can learn about this. That's the most valuable thing
Left
you
S.
can have.
E. Return. Backspace. Left CT. Space. Left D. IS. Left Shift T.
And what kind
I.
of repo
N.
do you have in mind then?
Backspace.
Johannes?
NCT.
What kind of concept do you have in mind? A real business
blank,
use
left
case we
C.
make.
Google
So you can
Chrome
put that on
search
your
left Google Chrome frame. Main with
On your
overview
CV.
GraphQL goes with MySQL HR query left paren MySQL right new tab dash Google Chrome back QN location from history press tab then enter main content QN chat https colon
think about that, my
chat dot qn dot ai visited link. Finished loading MySQL online bar online editor
Yeah,
and
like I
compiler
said, I think
basic select statement.
this for
QN chat
coding
basic
itself, I think
select
this is
statement
good
QN page
for
tab.
today, right? If you have questions,
Left
I still
V
have time
pasted contents
to
from
answer a lot
return.
of stuff.
How
Maybe
can
we
I
can go
help
off
you
track. It
today?
doesn't matter. If you
Entry.
have any
Focus
question,
mode.
it literally does not matter.
Synced.
And I
Select
think
left
I'm
C.
going to make a third episode of this where
MySQL
we're going
restricting
to
and sorting.
put the points on the Y.
MySQL
How you
HR
say that,
query
I don't
left
know.
paren select
We're going to pinpoint
left
precisely.
V.
We're going to refactor a little bit the
Select
client so we have an
distinct.
interface for the
Space.
client.
Left F R
And we're
O
going to write tests.
backspace. Capital F D E.
And then you have a complete, and maybe
E backspace.
we can
R
implement
T
some real HTTP
M.
call.
Backspace E. Backspace E.
The cargo framework, what is that, Kamal?
E L T.
I think we can
Left
link
underscore
that
D.
right now.
Left F R O M space. E M. Return. Backspace.
That's true for all
B.
the Patreon price
Return.
programs. I have two
Backspace.
programs, 10
L.
and 20.
Blank.
It's for the 20.
Backspace.
It takes a lot of time.
O.
You need, let us be
Tab.
honest here, guys. I mean,
Tab.
listen,
Ease.
there are courses. I even don't
Semicolon.
sell my Patreon. You know that,
Run
right?
left paren.
Sometimes
Control
I
dash
mention
enter
this,
right paren. Push
listen, the
button.
courses
Browse
you
mode.
buy on Udemy, they come not even close. And for the people that watch this and they don't believe me, check my YouTube channel.
And
My YouTube channel itself is already better than whole
backspace.
fucking Udemy
Selection
together.
run
And
left paren. Control dash enter
look for
right paren.
yourself
Finished
for
loading
yourself.
Facebook.
and come back to me
Bar.
with feedback. But on my Patreon, I'm making even more. I'm going more in depth in Patreon, making even more.
MySQL restricting
stuff,
and sorting
then
data dash
yeah, it is
access.
what it is
With
sometimes,
GraphQL MySQL HR query left.
And although I'm gonna
Google
keep streaming,
Chrome collapse GraphQL ghost truck MySQL restricting and sorting data dash exercises. Practice. Solution 3.
for sure.
Write a query to
I mean,
get all
it
in
needs
my
to be
text
maintainable
and
for
select.
myself, right? I put in a lot of effort, right? You need to understand that. Look at this, a Nightbot response. Oh, yeah. Let me commit this thing, actually. Let's add the whole shebang, and then we say git commits. Added. Yeah. Added the gRPC server and client. I tried to reject my card. We can take Go Ethereum and implement a small feature for fun, for example. Go Ethereum. I'm going to write my own blockchain again. That's a new plan I have. So I have the blockchain already implemented. Check my YouTube channel. But it's the first episodes were basically I was still new in streaming and recording. I'm gonna make it again, but with this perfect quality setup, right? But I'm gonna not use the account model. I'm gonna use the UTXO model. And I'm gonna use gRPC and proto buffers for that. I'm gonna make it lightning fast and UTXO. So we're not gonna do VM stuff. It's gonna be just a blockchain with a consensus and UTXO for transactions. Which basically
MySQL
teaches you
HR
how to
query
build
left.
Bitcoin.
Left shift E. Backspace, blank, table, space, backspace,
That's what I'm gonna do.
backspace, left asterisk, capital F,
Nightbot
E,
deletes
S,
links. How is
semi,
it possible? I told
space.
Nightbot that GitHub cannot be banned. What consensus? I'm not quite sure. We can do
Split
whatever we want.
button.
We can
Collab
even make a
MySQL with left C.
consensus
SQL select distinct, how
interface
can
where we
left
can
V, paste return.
inject, where we can put different consensus algorithms in it. We can use Raft, for example, which is for private blockchains or something. But you can also use a proof of stake, which I actually all need to do for the other blockchain
Basic
also. I really want
select
to do that.
statement colon. Get unique
And check my
MySQL restrict
GitHub,
text
look,
unselected.
I'm going to show you something.
Plus 13 dash plus 13 dash
people
SQL
that
select
are doubting
distinct
once
usage
again.
basic select SQL basic select statement left show
Once
RDE
again, what's going on with
MySQL H left show RDE R space left V Y space.
I know, I look like a sick child on this picture. I know. HBBFT. HBBFT. This is written 5 years ago by your boy. I swear to you, this Honey Badger, I won 50k with this thing, right? I won the head prize. Of course, it's an existing algorithm. I didn't invent it, right? And that's what I want to say. You don't need to be. You don't need to invent these things. You just need to read scientific papers and learn how to read them and how to implement it. And I did it. And I won. And I banked 50. Jeez. Yes.
Split SQL select distinct usage RQN left shift MySQL left C.
This is a
basic select
algorithm.
statement colon. Get unique department ID from employee table MySQL HR query left paren MySQL right paren bar online editor and compiler dash Google Chrome dash and frame. MySQL restricting and sorting data dash exercises practice solution dash W free resource dash Google Chrome dash and frame.
Hier, Honey Badger. I don't think a Udemy guy has this. Can do this. This is what it is. Let us be honest. Sometimes I can be confident, eh? Johannes? You should too. Kamal, share it on Discord. I will take a look right now. What were the criteria for the price? I don't remember. Working implementation, completely tested, benchmarked, documented, and it should benchmark the transaction, blah blah blah. Everything is in the repo. You can run a bench thingy and it will yeah. I share on Discord.
MySQL HR query left cap space backspace star R.
What's going on?
Return.
Where is my
comma space AS T left underscore E capital F T capital R S M E space backspace backspace.
Let me see.
F S.
The Kaggle web framework. Kaggle is a Django.
A R Y. Capital D, capital E, backspace, left shift.
Clean and rapid development. You can start a new project using 2 lines of code, run a high. Okay.
SQL select distinct.
Sounds accepted.
A S C E L D I N G right where return.
MKdir Kaggle.
MySQL HR S Ballet blank. Run left paren, control dash enter right paren, push button.
Why is
browse mode.
VS Code is slow. May not go, right?
MySQL restricting and sorting data dash X.
Let's try 2 lines of code, right? Hey, I already have 2 lines of code. Where is this thing? So, yeah. Go get. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see, guys.
Main content.
My copy paste.
Click me to see the solution link. Untitled page tab. Loading. Please wait. Finished loading basic select statement colon. Get the employee
what?
ID, name,
Hell.
salary in ascending order of salary dash W free resource. Page has 2 landmarks, 3 headings,
Paste it in,
30
like
unvisited
this. Go.
links. W free resource. Link. Leaving
Go
banner.
multi-needs.
Main
Do I need to
content.
do something? Can I
Basic
do
select.
github.com? Yeah, I will do it like this, man. Antm.
MySQL restricting and sorting data dash exercises. Practice. Solution dash W free resource dash.
Prometheus. Golang protocol of extensions. SQL driver. Crypto. Seago. What is this? This is dependency hell. What else going on? Man, today I installed more packages than the whole fucking year. What's going on? Okay, so how does this thing work? Can I minimize this thing? Hop. And then, where is VS Code here? Man, I'm not that good in these things. I want to have big screen TVs. All right. Let's see. Let's see what our man made. An interactive shell. That's crazy. Go run. What do I need in my main? Can I do go run main.go shell? Or what is this? Quick start. That's what we need. We're going to say app is going to be kgo new. What's going on? Right? It's not important. God damn it. That's because I imported with this thing. With this version, right? Then I'm going to say app run. Man, the VS Code is doing weird. Right? Go run main.go, right? I probably can do something like app get, yes. For example, you see, I don't need documentation. I will fix it. I will figure it out myself because my man. I'm gonna say hello, hello handler, right? Func hello handler. What was it gonna take in? I hope I can return an error. If I cannot return an error, Kamal, I can swear to God, this is trash. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna return an error, right? And now I'm gonna figure out what I need in this thing. So I'm gonna do this gd in this get. A context. I cannot return an error, eh? Errors are centralized. Listen, no, listen. Kamal, you need to refactor this. I'm gonna give you a good tip. You need to refactor this. Listen. Listen. I want errors in my handlers. What I'm gonna do? Listen. Look. I will do the context, right? It's gonna be the C. It's gonna be a pointer or something. I don't know. I'm gonna say cargo context. It's not context. What is it then? What context is it then? Okay. You see, you put everything in here, and then your params in a map. But what about these params? Are they safe? Are they concurrent safe? My man. Let's open up main. But why can I not cargo context, right? What's going on? Yeah, I know I need to scroll the README, but I wanna derive it. That's how you can see how good something is. If you can derive things, I don't need a README, right? I can do this, right? Get, right? So get here, and then I see, okay, I need a handler, right? You need to learn this, boom, and then go to handler, and then I see I need a context, right? This is the context, but I cannot find it. Kamux context. Kamal, I wouldn't do that. I would keep everything in one namespace. I would keep literally everything in one namespace. So somebody imports cargo, and this one, right? Cargo, and everything needs to be cargo. Tester, hey, could you elaborate on using gRPC on the client per server side? Was always Chris on this. Kamal, explain him. Okay, Kamux. It's gonna be Kamux context. Sometimes you'll see the code. Is it cargo Kamux or okay, I need the documentation. Cargo barebone. Pointer to cargo context.
Click me to see the solution link.
Why is it not importing? Is it? What's going on? Why is it
Finish
so
loading
complex?
basic select MySQL basic select statement : get the total salary MySQL. Select first line name, last backspace. Selection
Kamux
deleted.
context. Why can I not import this?
Left shift S E E C T
Cargo.
Space,
Where's
U,
Kamux? VS Code is trash sometimes.
left S
Kamal.
U N left left
Oh,
M
cargo code
left
Kamux.
paren
I don't like it. You should put everything on the same namespace.
Y
It's
space
no worries. That could be another version. No worries.
Blank.
No worries. Alright,
left
cool.
R O
So
backspace
very
O
important
M
this
space left
for me. And
shift
it's just a
M
tip, right? I think
return
Kamal. Don't get me
backspace
wrong. I
B
think you making this is
tab
completely
Loy
wild. Right?
semicolon
It's
run left paren
It's-
control dash enter right
nobody's doing
paren
this,
push
right?
button
So you're
browse
doing a
mode
very very good job, right?
main
Literally,
content
this is insane.
click me to see the solution
So
visited
congrats to
link
that, right? I swear, because it looks very very in depth, right? This is
MySQL HR
this is
backspace
you cannot
capital
believe it,
S.
how many hours this guy has put into this. So I respect that a lot. What is this? I see
SQL select.
some shebang in the chat with the thingy.
A X I M U S P M I N U M U M return.
Yeah, so tester, listen. So gRPC only works.
MySQL
Man, I
select
have this wrong
select from
pronounce of
employees
this works.
select from left
gRPC only
shift
works
A
in from machine
left
to
shift
machine.
X left
Right?
shift
It doesn't work in the
left
browser.
A
Right? In your browser you can use
U
Postman or something.
backspace Y
But
space
gRPC is from
left
a
A
machine.
S space left
From a
M
client
A X
machine
return
to
line
communicate between
salary
servers. Right?
return return
That's
space
gRPC.
left M I N left paren S
So for
A
example,
R U backspace Y
listen,
blank
for example,
space left A
your
S
browser
space left
sends
M I
a
N
JSON
return line
request.
salary run left
Right,
paren
so
control
React-
dash enter right
React-
paren push button browse mode
Next.js with React sends a JSON get request to the
entry
gateway,
select
to your
comma
gateway, right?
run
And
left
then your
paren
gateway
control dash enter right
It's
paren
using
push button
gRPC
browse mode
to communicate with the microservices. Your gateway will be the client,
Basic select statement colon.
and all
Get
the
unique
other
department
microservices
ID
will be
MySQL restricting
service,
and sorting data
implementing
dash
the service.
exercises. Practice. Solution dash
That's
W
how
free resource
gRPC is
dash
getting
memory
used.
usage dash 200
Most of the
MySQL
time,
HR
they
quit
are getting
blank.
used by
Left
the
Z Z Z
gateway
Z Z Z
and
Z Z Z
intercommunication
undo.
between
Select
services.
Z Z Z Z Z Z Z and Z Z Z Z
Yeah,
Z
you're
Z
right,
undo.
Tester. You're completely right. Isn't a browser a client? That's true.
Left A S
But
space left shift U N backspace
you could use it, right?
backspace N space
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you could use, but not in your browser,
return
right? Not
backslash
from here, right?
backspace
From here you can't, but I'm pretty sure
SQL
React
select
can do some gRPC stuff, right? I'm pretty
D
sure it can.
I V I O N return.
If that makes sense. So in that way you are right, but it's not getting used that much like that. Most of the time, gRPC is getting used to communicate between intercommunication between microservices because it's high speed, right? If they need to communicate between each other,
blank.
and most of the time also
Select
the gateway itself
return.
with all the services, if that makes sense.
UN slash MySQL restricting and sorting database.
Okay, I need to import this apparently. I already did this, yeah. Just testing out Kamal is staying. Wait, I'm back in my other project. Here. This thing. So I can do
backspace. MySQL sun slash equals backspace S.
Alright, let's say I'm gonna say this type user. I'm gonna be a strict
SQL select distinct usage RQN dash Google push button grade A O O in this exam.
This is gonna be
how
a
can
user.
I help A O O in this O D D S separate how D D D D D D
I don't know what age you are. I'm gonna gamble. Your age is gonna be 25.
No more visited links.
Alright. And then I'm gonna say
how can
JSON.
Window O SQ how can I help you today? H misspelled.
Probably end user.
How can I help backspace? NUMBR space AARIES
29 Kamal.
backspace
It's a beautiful
return.
framework like I mentioned before, but you're making big mistake. And your big mistake is this. Your handler's not returning errors. It's completely, I don't like it. This needs to return an error. So I can say return JSON, right? So if some, for example, func do complex stuff with my
left shift S
user
MySQL HR query left parent MySQL right.
Listen to this. I'm gonna return nil for now.
Select
right?
SUSA left C O
implementation. Right? So I'm gonna say here
if left parent left asterisk blank space
do complex stuff
left
with my
shift
user
S
and the add is not nil. Right?
LUM return.
What do I need to do?
SUN slash NUM space left
Man,
J S
yeah,
space
that's true. Maybe
VR G.
But what do I do here?
Blank.
Is there an ORM in? Man, this is crazy. I'm gonna run it.
Select SUM left parent comma.
Kamal is getting angry. I see it. He's getting irritated. I can see it. I can see it, Kamal. He's getting nervous, but it's okay, man. Hey, this is nice. Just run the main window. Okay, cool. This is crazy.
Run left parent control dash enter right parent push button browse mode.
What the hell is it? What's going on?
MySQL restricting and sorting data dash exercises.
It's doing
practice.
crazy shit.
Solution dash W free resource dash Google Chrome dash click me to see the solution. Finished loading basic select statement colon. Get the average salary and number of employees dash W free resource. Page has 2 landmarks, 3 headings, 50 unvisited list main content. Dash left C.
How can my
SQL
users be
select
migrated?
S left A entire doc V pasted content. MySQL A left conc C. SQL select return left V pay return.
What's going on? Localhost 9313. Let's go. Localhost 9313. 931. Help 9313. Page not found. So listen. Look at this. It's gonna be slash users. No. Maybe user. No. Maybe API. I'm trying to derive. Users. Also not. User maybe. Also not. What's going on? You have an admin. Shell. We need to do the shell. Kamal said. Kamal is saying we need
Push
to do the shell.
button. Left V.
shell.
Pasted content
Go,
from
run- I know
clipboard.
how
Run
it
left
works.
paren.
Main dot go
Control
shell.
dash enter right paren. Push button.
Man,
Browse
this is
mode.
crazy, Kamal. I'm not gonna lie. This is crazy. But still,
Entry
I think it's too crazy. But it's
Backspace.
nice, man.
From run left paren.
this is legit
Control
insane.
dash enter right
Whoa.
paren. Push button. Browse mode.
What's going on? How many? Where is this thing? Kamal, I need to start you, man. This is guys. How many people? 100. This is too low.
Finished loading phase. MySQL restricting
fork
and
this.
sorting data
Look at this,
dash
I'm gonna watch it
exercises. Practice. Solution dash dot.
Nobody watching it. Here, I'm gonna fork it. Just to fork. Let's go back to Kamal. There are no issues.
MySQL HR
Okay.
query left paren. MySQL
Okay,
right
cool. So we
paren.
go back
R
to
online
Kamal's
editor
thingy.
and compiler dash Google Chrome dash nerf and frame.
No, my
Entry.
shell is in VS Code.
Focus
My shell is in
mode.
VS Code. I'm confused. I'm in the wrong VS Code. All right. So what can we do? We're gonna say get user. Get. It feels like Ruby.
MySQL restricting
Real-
and
Ruby on
sorting
Rails.
data dash exercises.
I wanna have the
Practice.
table users.
Solution dash W free resource
What the
dash
hell is
Google
going on, Kamal?
Chrome
This
dash
is
nerf
insane.
and frame. Main content.
But I
Click
would
me to
rather
see the solution visited
type
link.
this in one line. If you know
MySQL
what I mean, like
restricting
get
and
user
sorting
something like
data
that.
dash exercises.
I don't know.
Practice.
Give me the
Solution
H.
dash W free resource dash memory usage dash
24.
251 MB
No
page
such
tab.
table user.
Leaving main content.
I want to do
MySQL
get
text
users or
unselected.
something like that. You see
Sample
what I mean?
table colon.
Just
Employees.
Is it name? Kamal. Anyway, I think it should work, but I think I mistyped or something. There is no user right now. Oh yeah, of course there is no user. Idiot I am. Anyway, this looks nice, man. This looks amazing. Although the problem is that you worked on this yourself for a very long time, so I think you have this. How do you say that? Like these. You're stuck. You're stuck in your own experience with this. That's why I'm giving you these tips, because if people are gonna use it, people are gonna use it in a certain way, right? So that's why I think, although this is very nice what you're doing, but I think this error should be. I don't know. I think you should return an error in your handlers. But hey, that's my opinion. Can we? Can it create APIs from itself? Just watch the admin. How do I do this? I will run this again. Go run main.go. I will run this again. Okay, go. Let me quickly see, because I'm getting stalked. Man, today's a bad day. Anyway, just watch the admin. I'm gonna look the documentation. Here, Kaigo, not Kaigo, Kago. My bad. And Kamal, can I ask you where that name is coming from? Kamal is, but I know Kamal, but the chat is lagging always behind. It's very annoying. It's very annoying. I know it looks like I'm a retard, but it's just this chat. Your message is coming way too long. Go to
MySQL HR query left paren. MySQL right paren. Our online editor and compiler dash Google Chrome dash nerf and frame. Pay the cloud link.
Do I need do I need to reboot this? Is it running? Even though, yeah, it probably will. So slash admin.
Google Chrome frame. Main
I
content.
think I need to
Click me to see the solution
need to
link.
quit. Yeah. So I
Untitled
think I need
page
to. We
tab.
cannot do this.
Low.
Maybe that's already a little hint. Where is my thing? So that if this running, maybe the server should also run, so we can check. Just a thingy. So we're gonna say go run main.go, and it's persisting or what?
MySQL HR query
Holy
left
crap,
paren
look at
MyLFS
That's gonna be
backspace CALFS EE return backspace left shift CT
and then the password is
space
GG.
RT left shift underscore E space KAT left underscore E
Man, how long did you work
return
on
left
this?
shift OU E left paren SAA return right 2 blank space left
Encrypted
shift
is good.
AS space left shift left MON THLY
Corwin,
blank
what is up,
return
man? Welcome.
F.
This is crazy.
left shift F return raw space EM
I can delete this guy.
return
Let's make a new
ploy
one.
semicolon run left paren control
Wow,
dash
man,
enter
this
right
is really
paren push
insane.
button browse mode entry round
What's
left
under the
paren
hood here?
right per runtime error standard error message visited link browse mode runtime error runtime error standard error message run left paren control dash enter right paren push button entry round right round left select
year,
first
man.
line name
Man,
last
it's
line
really
comma
good. It looks very Ruby on the Rails-ish, Ruby on the
basic
Rails.
select statement
Django-ish.
colon get monthly
But,
salary of
hey,
all
congrats,
employees
man.
dash
Template
W
engine
free
everything.
resource dash Google Chrome dash
Corwin,
nerf
I'm
and
fine, man.
frame
What about you?
MySQL HR query left paren MySQL right
What about
paren
you?
our online
Today we
editor and
implemented our
compiler
gRPC
dash
server
Google
in
MySQL
our
restricting and
microservice
sorting
and
data
Golang.
dash exercises
It's all working
practice
fine, and we
solution
have some
dash
time
W
left,
free
and
resource
Kamal
dash Google Chrome dash nerf
from the
and
community
frame
has
main content click me to see
has built a framework and a very good one,
finished
a
loading
very extensive
MySQL
good one, right? A very in-depth one. It's crazy. So for the people watching this video, Kamal, he made something very nice. Go check it out. Give him a star. This man is a legend. Boom. Here. Kaigo. Good boy, or Kamal. Yeah, it's very nice.
main content
You see, and
list
guys,
with
this is a perfect example, right? This
finished loading
doing these kinds
MySQL
of
performance
things
colon main content click
I
me
mean,
to see the solution
Kamal
link
could choose
untitled
this
page tab
did
loading
not
please wait
bring him any money.
finished loading analyze MySQL query performance
He could
using
choose to do
explain command
something else,
page
but
has
he
4
did this, and
landmarks
he is
1 heading 1 visited link 30 unvisited links
he received a
W
lot of
free
value from it,
resource
right? A lot
link
of knowledge.
navigation search push button leaving
Alright, guys, are
navigation
there any questions?
leaving
And if
banner
not,
main content
then I think I'm gonna wrap it up. And tomorrow I'll be back, and yeah, tomorrow I'll be back with I don't know, give me some suggestions, and otherwise we do this. We gonna do the poker engine. We're gonna keep building the decentralized poker engine.
dash or explanation
Yes.
left C alert zoom colon 90% notification
minute
zoom
for
colon
maybe
75%
And then I'm gonna eat.
add an index for query optimization link finished loading improve MySQL query performance by adding index on
It's
customer
quite on
ID
YouTube.
page has main content list with 4
YouTube
items
is stopped.
bullet write a MySQL query to add an index on the drop order date drop
suggesting
column in
my
the orders
content
table
for
to
some
improve query performance
Alright, guys. For the people that are not subscribed,
Finished
consider subscribing to my channel if you like my content, if you like what you see
MySQL
here. Give me a
performance
thumbs up,
colon
leave some comments.
exercises for optimization
comments.
mastery page tab leaving main
And
content
we're gonna test out gRPC. I know that's what we're gonna do, Amir, in the next episode. Maybe tomorrow or maybe another day, because I want to keep it circulating. We're gonna do the gRPC and we're gonna test the whole shebang. That's what we're gonna do.
leaving main content
Thanks
MySQL click
everyone
me
for
to see the
watching.
solution
Kamal,
link
Amir,
untitled page
Johannes, Corbin, and all the rest. Where is the rest? Kamal, Tester, thanks. Tanker Bay, of course. I'm gonna miss people. Don't be sad. Nightbot, Sandeep, Brett. Amir already said. Tinker Bay already said. Ice Bear, but he's sleeping already. Huck. Federico. Brett once again.
MySQL performance
And then
colon.
this guy.
Exercises for
RG27
optimization.
Tuck. Blazing
Finish
faster.
loading MySQL exercises.
And some people I cannot pronounce their name. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you in the next video or stream. Bye bye.
Main content.
And I want to
List with one item. Nesting level 1. Replication and
Thanks for
clustering
watching. Bye-bye.
left bracket 19 exercises right bracket link. Finished loading practical MySQL replication and clustering exercises with answers. Page has 4 landmarks, 1 heading, 4 visited links, 54 unvisited links.
What is up?
Got it.
What is up, everyone?
Link.
How is it going?
This site uses
Long time
cookies
no
to
see.
deliver
How
our
is the music?
services and
Because I
to
have
show
no
you
Bluetooth
relevant
going on,
tabs.
because my Bluetooth
By
still
using
works.
our site, you acknowledge that
So
you
let me
have
know.
read and
Let me know
understood our
the
privacy
volume.
policy. Your use of W3 resource
Because the first
services
thing we need
is
to get right
subject
in this stream
to
is
these
the volume
policies.
of the
More
background
info.
music. And you see
Link.
my lamp is already
W3
changed because now
resource.
the lamp is already
Link.
moved to the new house.
Navigation. Navigation. Search.
Nothing is here.
Push button. Leaving navigation.
Just a mascot.
Leaving
The
banner.
mascot is
Main
still here.
content. List with 31 items. Home. Link.
Damn, how
MySQL
do we
home.
make the stream again?
Link.
It's so
Field
long
down
time.
pointing
How does it
triangle
work?
MySQL exercises. Introduction. Visited link. Field down pointing triangle DML and DDL. Create table statement. Link. Insert into statement. Link. Update table statement. Link. Alter table statement.
How is
Link.
the font, by the way?
Field down
How is the
pointing
font?
triangle advanced MySQL exercises.
How is the
Window
font?
functions and CTEs.
Is it readable?
Link. Transaction
need to
and
help me out real quick.
concurrency. Link. Stored
Interstellar.
procedures and triggers. Link. Performance optimization. Visited link.
Come on, guys, help me. How is the
Replication and
font? How is the
clustering.
music?
Visited
And then
link.
we're gonna get this
JSON
party
and
started.
NoSQL features. Link.
Already on new, of
MySQL
course,
full
of
dash
course, yeah.
text search.
Of course,
Link.
if I say that I'm
Security
going
and
to
user
put something into
management.
the trash can,
Link.
it's already
Backup
been
and
done.
recovery.
It's already been
Link. Spatial data.
done.
Link. Field down pointing triangle exercises on HR database. Basic select statement. Link. Restricting and sorting
just a
data.
second, I'm
Link.
gonna check on
MySQL
YouTube
aggregate functions. Link.
in my own stream.
Subquery. Link. Joins. Link. Date time. Link. String. Link. Field down pointing triangle exercises on Northwind database. Product stable.
It's fine.
Link. Dash dash more dash dash. Visited link. Leaving
Let me see
list.
the font actually, to be
Practical
honest.
exercises for MySQL replication and clustering. Heading level 1. Last update
Yeah,
on
the font
February
is kinda
22,
okay, it's kinda okay.
2025 13:00:47
It's kinda
47
okay
left
font.
paren UTC/GMT plus 8 hours right paren. Separator. Replication and
Right, shift to
clustering
near
exercises with
window,
solutions
and the
left
advantages.
bracket
Well,
19
I started
exercises
them
with
then,
solution right
back
bracket.
in the days,
1.
you know,
Set up master dash slave
in
replication.
the days where they built the ancient pyramid of things.
Basic select state analyze MySQL optimize
switched to,
basic
VS
basic
Code
SQL
because
select distinct usage
know.
RQN dash memory
It was
usage
good,
dash
visually very easy to
253
adjust
MB
config
page
and
tab.
everything, also for the
Leaving
stream.
main content. Push button.
Dag allemaal.
Copy.
Zie? Wat dag allemaal? But
Analyze my optimize MySQL queries using
it's too
index
slow.
columns.
It is what it is. It's too slow, and yeah. So I'm back to this, and we will see how it goes. Let me know what the font is. People from mobile, let me know how it is. I can basically bump it up. It's a different scale than a VS Code, but hey, it's what it is. Increase the font a bit. Oh no! So I need to use this scuff thing. You look at this, and then I need to do 36 is the next step. So we're gonna do 30. Boom. This is best. What do you think, guys? Please. This is good, right? 30 is good. If you cannot read this font size, something is wrong. Something's wrong. So what we're gonna do today is basically a very simple stream, also to talk to you guys, answer some questions, right? Because like I said, it's very busy. I'm moving between houses, and I thought, why not stream, do some simple stuff. And well, so simple stuff. What we're gonna do is we're gonna try to build or try to set up a full stack kind of Golang thing, all in Golang. No Next.js. It's just the thumbnail. Don't worry about it. We're gonna render templates and everything. We're gonna try. I never did this before, by the way, so it's gonna be for me also an experiment. And this is basically also a stream because I decided, and it's gonna be maybe shock a lot of people, but I decided to reopen the full-time GoDev
Address and
course.
search Google
No,
or
I
type
don't
a
like
URL
courses,
at
but it is what
GitHub
it is.
location from
I would
history.
be a
Main
complete
content.
retard
GitHub middle dot
to not do
build
it
and
because people are sending me mails. Can you imagine that? So I basically opened up full-time GoDev, closed it back, refunded people,
banner.
and people are
Open
mailing
user
me, when is the
navigation
course
menu
going to
collapsed.
open?
Push
Please let me
button.
join. Please,
Focus
please.
mode. User navigation dialog.
There's just
Account
money
switcher collapsed.
to
User
grab.
navigation
So
dialog. List with
wouldn't you
80
do it?
items. Your profile visited link. Loading. Please wait.
Have you checked
Finish
Mailgun?
loading.
This is
Valdemir dash Makarov left paren nerfaren human right paren dot. Page has 6 landmarks, 6 headings, 7 visited links, 24 unvisited links. Skip to content. Link. Banner. Navigation menu.
Right, that's the first
15
thing we're gonna
following
do.
visited link. Who you're following dash Google Chrome dash nerfaren. Who you're following document web.
Let's say we are gonna have two things, right? We're gonna have an HTTP handle func slash API, for example, user of yes, something like that.
Finished loading my address and search Google or type a URL editable combo box. Opens list box.
Handle.
Search by voice push chat. Location from history. Press tab and main content. GPT-4 OpenAI https://openai.com in banner. Login expanded push
The
button.
first thing I don't like in Go
GPT-4
is,
bar open.
especially in the
GPT
standard
banner.
library, is this,
Login expanded main
standard
content.
HTTP
Try on
handle
chat
functionalities,
GPT.
right?
Ask anything.
thing,
Space
GD,
I
it takes a little
space
bit-
W A N
This
T
handle
O
func,
space
it
K
basically
A
takes an,
Mac
a
space
pattern and
A
a handler,
B A R N
which
space
is
left E
a response
A
request, no errors,
A
right?
E
That's
space D E
bad, right?
I N G
So
space
what we're
search
gonna do is we're gonna
writer
transform
C
the
S space
scenarios.
whoa U
So I'm
space
gonna say
L I N D space
type
E space H
API func
E space F U
Gonna
L
be
space R E L O U C R Mac space R C E space N D space
Again,
one
this
space
response
Mac
writing,
space
which I hate
M
to
O
type.
F T A space S
And,
space U D
point
Y
to this
space
HTTP request.
Mac space U D Y space
Just like
left E
that.
A N
But we are gonna
return.
also return an error. Boom. Cool. The next thing we're gonna do is make a function. This is complete from scratch, right? There's no frameworks, no nothing. It's gonna be complete do-it-yourself, right? Doi. Day. Do it your day. Do it yourself. Make HTTP. Actually, to be honest, let's make API func, which gonna take in a HTTP handler func. Is that true? I don't know. We will see. No, it's not true. No.
Left
I'm gonna
shift.
take in an API func. I'm sorry. Just like that. Bear with me.
F R E E
It's very
space R E
important.
S I
Make
Mac
API
space
func,
O
and then
U
we're
C
gonna return
R
an
C E S
HTTP
return. Ask anything.
handler func, I think, or handle func. It's so confusing, right? So we're gonna return. Let me copy this real quick.
Studio disconnected.
Handle
Reconnecting.
user hop, and then we're gonna say error. Pretty fine. Why? Because look at this. Echo. Lazar, what is up, man? Welcome. What is up? No Next.js. I'm sorry. Sorry for the clickbait. For the clickbait. It's actually you could do with Next.js also, right? It's just
List with one item. Visual-paradigm.com link. Browse mode.
Like just
Untitled
like the old
page
days,
tab.
right? Like why?
Finished loading
Because
free database training dash
the
DB
reason why I'm
design
doing this is
and
because
management. Page has 8 headings. 31
it's getting
unvisited
so
links.
complex for a
Visual
lot of people.
paradigm. Link.
Next.js,
List with 8
and then
items.
Express,
What's new? Link.
all
Features.
these stuff,
Link.
React,
Tutorials.
all that
Link.
crazy things
Support.
for all these
Link. Pricing.
effect,
Link.
and use this and
Try
use that.
now.
It's crazy. It's
Link.
so complex.
Request demo.
Back in my
Link.
day, it was not
VP
complex. It was
online.
easy, right?
Link. Leaving list.
And the only thing we
Database
did was
database
basically
design
set
study
money
leaving list. Leaving main content.
Right?
Database design study
I'm gonna
plan
bring back that
document
time.
web. Main content. List with 3 items.
This right
Bullet.
now is to
Day
experiment a little
20
bit
leaving
because
list.
maybe I'm
List
gonna,
with 1 item. Geeks for
make-
Geeks.org
I have
link.
Patreon, I have
Untitled
this,
page tab.
this
Loading.
course thing,
Please
how is it
wait.
called?
Finished loading
know,
mastering
two
database
things that I
design
need to pay
colon.
for, and the
An
only thing I do
ultimate
is
guide
upload
dash
videos.
geeks for geeks.
So maybe I could
Page
make my
has
own,
6 landmarks,
like that.
22 headings, 1 visited
It is what it
list
is.
with 48
So,
items.
handle usage.
How to design a database
yes,
for
so what we're going to do is
LinkedIn.
we're going to make a function,
Link.
and we're going to say
Loading.
write
Please wait. Finished
JSON,
loading. How to design a
and that's
database
gonna
for
be,
LinkedIn. Dash
HTTP
geeks for
response,
geeks.
right?
How to design a database for
Response,
LinkedIn. Dash
writer.
geeks for geeks page
We're gonna
tab.
do a code, it's going to be an int, and then it's going to be
How to design a database for
LinkedIn,
LinkedIn.
and it's going to return an error. You see? Because why do we do this? Just for this, right? We're going to say return null. We could do something like return.
Loading. Please wait.
JSON.
Finite list with 48 items.
And we could
How
say
to design a
W,
database for the
HTTP
model link.
status,
Untitled page tab. Loaded.
okay, right? And then we could return a map of a string.
Database design study plan dash memory usage dash 109 MB page tab. Main content. List with 1 item.
Hello.
Geeks for leaving
Like
list.
right?
List with
That's
1
our
item.
API, right? So we're going to have API, and
dbmodular.net
we're going
link.
to have
Leaving list. Leaving main content. Main content.
right? That's what we're going to do.
Entry.
Because
BUI.
you're going to have some static
Miss
files, and then
entry.
you're going to have some API, JavaScript can call or something, right? A little bit the same as you had with PHP or
Password
Laravel or
text.
something, right?
Blank. Browse how to
Something
design
like
a
that,
database for
right?
the model. New
And it's just-
registration bar. Database design study
gonna
plan
give you a
dash memory
little-
usage. New registration bar. DB modular
A
alert.
little help.
Act new registration bar. New registration bar. Free database
I'm
training
dipping
dash
out.
DB.
When it's
How to
getting
design
hot, I'm dipping
mastering
out.
database
You know
design
how it
colon.
is.
An ultimate guide dash geeks for geeks page tab. List with 48. How to design database for recommendation systems link.
Español, ¿verdad?
Loading. Please wait.
¿Sabes
Finished
hablar
loading. How to
español,
design
verdad?
database for recommendation systems
Sí.
dash geeks for geeks.
Sí, señor.
Page has 6 landmarks, 15 headings,
Sí,
1
señor.
visited link, 146
Right,
unvisited
so
links.
we're going to say
Navigation.
W
Loading. Please wait.
header,
Finished loading mastering database design colon. An ultimate guide
set
dash geeks for geeks. Page has
content,
6 landmarks,
type,
22 headings, 4 visited links,
application,
208 unvisited
JSON.
links. Navigation. Skip to content. Link. Logo. Link.
Yeah, that's going
List
to be
with
that's gonna
5
be it. And then
items.
I'm gonna say,
Courses.
right header. This is so
Expanded.
confusing, right?
Tutorials.
Right header, right?
Expanded. DSA.
There's going to be the
Expanded.
codes, and then
Data
we're gonna
science.
return,
Expanded.
JSON,
Web tech.
new
Expanded.
encoder,
Leaving list.
W,
List with 4
encodes,
items. Search. Push button.
and we are
Toggle
done,
theme.
right?
Push
Just
button.
like that.
Sign in.
So we have this
Visited
make API
link.
func handle
Leaving
user. It's
list.
going to be just
Leaving
placeholder
navigation.
function, and we
List with
return
11 items.
hello,
Databases.
some
Link.
user, just like
SQL.
that, and
Link.
then
MySQL. Link.
I have another music on,
PostgreSQL.
man. I have like
Link.
this techno
PL
bunker on.
slash SQL.
It's
Link.
pumping like crazy.
MongoDB.
It's,
Link.
I cannot do it
SQL
on,
cheat sheet. Link. SQL interview questions. Link.
Bluetooth.
MySQL interview questions. Link. PL slash SQL interview questions.
Go.
Link. Learn SQL
Main,
and
go.
database. Link. Next article colon. Link. How to design a database for. Link. Online learning menu. We use cookies to ensure you have the best browsing experience on our website.
Localhost
By using our
2000.
site, you acknowledge that you have read and
Yeah.
understood our cookie policy
It's not
link
found.
and privacy policy link.
API usage. Wow. Hello, some user. Okay, is this good actually to be honest? Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. For the blind homies. Hop, 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 hop. Look at this. Inspect. Network. All. Refresh. User. Application. Rasson. That's perfect, right? That's what we need, right? Okay, that's fine. So that's already been taken care of, right? The next thing we're gonna do is basically this returns an error, right? This event here is basically this handler user here, right? So we could say if r is going to be this guy and the r is not nil, we're gonna say right JSON w HTTP internal server error, and then we're gonna do a map string. We're gonna say error, boom, buts, and then error, just like that, boom. Right, that's fine because if you have an error, for example here, let's
Menu,
say return
inspect.
FTP error f failed to lag to do something, boom, buts, and then we're gonna do this, restart it. That's the only downside, right? You need to restart it. You could do some child forking processes and everything, but that's not for today. right? So there's an error, right? Failed to do something. You see, inspect, it's going to be 500 here. Man, this is so confusing. What's going on here? Man. Expression not available. It should suck to be a web dev these days, man. It's crazy. Here, 500, perfectly fine, right? That's that. The next thing we're gonna do, of course, this is a working thing, is basically open up this guy, and we're gonna say no file name. We're gonna say D, and we're gonna make a www folder. We're going into that folder, and then we're gonna make a D again. No, that's not true. We're gonna make a file. And we're gonna call this index.html. Boom. How do you write HTML? HTML / this guy. Then we're gonna have a head, I guess, and then /head. And then we're gonna have a body. Man, this is a little bit weird. In VS Code it automatically completes, but it is what it is, right? We cannot have it. We cannot have everything in life. That's impossible. So we're gonna say h1 hello. We're gonna make a template here. We're gonna say username, and then we're gonna close this guy just like that. And later on, we're gonna implement Tailwind stuff. And we're gonna say something like class, because we can, right? We're gonna say class some stuff, right? That's the thing. All right, back to main. So how are we gonna do this? How is the font? It's fine. Handler is going to be HTTP file server, HTTP dir www. Is that true? Not quite sure. And then we're gonna say HTTP handler func. Actually, copy this guy. Boom, boom. And we're gonna call this slash. Index home or user home slash. Hey, make API func, and we're gonna say handle home. That's so bad. This is so bad, but it is what it is. What is this? Handler declared but not used. We don't need this handler. Fuck this handler. Fuck him. Handle home. Look at this. Request error, of course. And now we're gonna render this thing, right? First of all, we're gonna make a user. So we're gonna say type. Actually, let's do some nice convenience. Let's do it here. Type user struct, right? I'm gonna say, to be honest, yeah. What's going on here? Username is gonna be a string, just like that, right? Let me quickly see this, the chat, because we're going at the speed of light, right? You're using Vim in Windows. No, I'm using Vim in Linux. That's actually on Windows. It's complicated, I know. I'm basically use everything. I have a MacBook. I do game development in Windows, and then I do, because this is my streaming PC, I do this stuff. Wait, I get some frame drops real quick. Yes, it's back normal. Wait, it's my cable. Just a second. It's my fucking cable, man. I was on Wi-Fi because I was cleaning the house. I was fucking cleaning the house, and I pull off the cable. Wait, can I disable my Wi-Fi real quick here? It should be fine, right? It should prioritize the cable, isn't it? Yeah, this is what it is. It's fine. So this is basically WSL2, right? This WSL2. It's look at this, right? Right, create this thing. You see, it's this whole shenanigans, right? Then boom, you see? It's not Windows, it's basically Linux with WSL virtual shenanigans on Windows, right? It doesn't matter, right? It's all the same. You know what I mean? There's no difference. Sazi Praven. Hey, it's my favorite Go programmer. What up, man? What is going on? Tailwind, hell yeah. Xavi Moya. Terry. Alright, let's continue. Wait, mission return. Yes, I know. Okay, so what we're gonna do actually is first of all, let's return here. Return null. And then we're gonna say type template struct templates. Is it this? I think you could do something like this, right? T template. We're gonna basically precompile those guys, right? We're gonna say render. A writer, right? What's going on here, man? Data any. Is it must? I remember it's gonna be T. I don't know. I need to look this up real quick, to be honest. Hey, I cannot know everything. What's going on here? This thing. I don't need this. Close all. It's execute template. That's what we need. Execute template. Let me speak again. Templates. Execute templates. Okay, let's do that then. Templates. W name data. IO, what's going on with? Oh yeah. Alright, that's that. Now we're gonna do something like, I think I need a global variable here because we don't have some well, we can refactor that var t pointer to a template, just like that. And then we're gonna say here, because otherwise we need to basically have another thing. We could do our templates in here actually, to be honest. The question is, we could also make a context, by the way. Let's do that first. Let's make it work here and then make a context, right? And then you basically almost have your own framework. T is going to be as global, T and template n like this, right? Templates. And that's going to be var global. It needs to be this. I see in the documentation. Template must. Help! And that's going to be in the www/everything.html. Something like that. What is this, man? Look, this is the font size. Look at this. Scuffed version. It's a bad terminal from Windows, to be honest. Okay, it's gonna work fine. And then in handle home, the only thing we need to do basically is return t render w index.html and some data, which could be null, right? Yeah, I know. It's gonna be small render. Alright, that should be here. Hello. Okay, cool. So we have hello here, that's fine, but we don't have a user, right? That's perfectly fine because we're going to make one. We're going to say that the user is going to be a user here, and we're going to say that the username is going to be. I'm going to pick one from chat real quick here. From chat. Hassan. Hassan is the winner. Hassan, just like that. Boom. Hop. Save this. User declared not used. I know. There's going to be user. Actually, to be honest, username. Actually, can we do something like I said, I never did this template parsing, right? Never, ever. So we're going to do some experimentation. Template index, executing index HTML. What's going on? Hassan, username, yeah. It should be the index shenanigans, right? Wait, is it like... Ha! Cannot type clear, haha! Oh yeah. It's just like that, it's fine, it's cool, right? Hello Hassan, what's up, man? Merhaba, nasılsın? I speak every language, guys. You have no clue. I speak legit every language. Maybe it requires a map. Terry, you're already too late, my friend. The game's already busy. So this is the user, and then we're gonna do some stuff, right? So you could see where it's going, right? You could do, for example, I don't know, role. H. Right, something like that. So we're gonna say the role is going to be admin. Yeah, no, it should be something else, but it is what it is. I mean, an enum or something. But Go doesn't have enums. Ooh. Shut up. Stop crying. Wipe your tears. Move on with your life. Right, so we're going to say username, role, and then age, and that's going to be Hassan. What's your age, man? And you're an admin also. I'm going to guess your age. You're going to be 24 today. It is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it, right? I'm going to open up this HTML, and then we're going to say hello, Hassan. He is you see, wait, I need to fix this. I cannot actually see where my cursor is right now. It's something is weird here in this thing, H. Right, and then we could do something like, how can we do if statements? Is that a thing? H1. Only admins can see this. Right? So we could do... Is that a thing? If... I don't know. We need to look that up, right? We need to look that up. I have no clue what's going on here. Golang template render stuff. How to render templates on Stack Overflow. We're not going to do Stack Overflow because it's full of toxic people. So we're going to the template package from Golang itself. It's already too complex for me. If pipeline, oh yeah, I can see what's going on. If pipeline end. All right, can we do this? So it's going to be something like this. Boom. Help. If and if admin. Actually, to be honest, what are we doing actually? This is so bad. Nobody. Let's do this. Is admin. And we're going to say it's going to be true. Of course. Is admin. And that's going to be boo, right? Easy. It's for now. It's pretty clear, right? Not big of a deal. Let's do this. Let's do go run main.go. Boom. let's do a local host here again, right? Boom. Error. Okay. Can't evaluate field admin and yes. We made a mistake, right? We made a mistake. No mistake. We made a little happy accident. It's not the same. It's not the same. We don't complain on this stream, right? There are a lot of other streams where we complain. Not on this stream. What are we doing here? Is admin, is it right? Is admin. That's true. We're going back to the HTML here. Is admin. Of course, we need to restart. Yada yada yada. I know. Clear. Mistype. Yes. Boom. At least I can. Only admins can see this. That's fine. So basically, what we're gonna do is let's try Hassan. No admin anymore. False. I restart again. Can I have a shortcut here? Boom, boom. Yes, I have. Yes, look at this. Beautiful. Woo! Here. Ancient artifact still. What's going on here? Three thingies. That's not true, right? So you can see we can already do that. So the next thing we're gonna do is basically get a list of users or something, right? Maybe we could do that. Wait, first of all, let's make things beautiful. Tailwind CSS. I don't have anything. I just have Go. It's super fast. No bullshit. We don't need it. No. It's too complex already. All this other stuff. We're gonna make it simple, like back in the days. We need a Tailwind CDN. Tailwind CDN. How long has it been you used a CDN in your applications? A very long time. Well, today is gonna be the day. Look at this. Copy. Look at this. Copy this one. The next thing we're gonna do is open up this HTML once again. In our head, we're gonna make. Let's paste it in. I cannot paste. Boom. Something is going on here. God damn it! Now I have this bullshit open again. Close all. Copy. Why is it not working? Why can I not paste here? Can I do this? Paste. Look at this. Script. We have a Tailwind CDN. So what we could do here is probably something like text XL. Is that a thing? I don't know. I forgot. Wait, let's do text for Excel. Big font. Big font. Problem, of course, is again that because it's pre-compiled, right? Pre-compiled templates. It's going to be pretty fast, but the only thing that's going to be a problem is that you need to restart everything. That's. Look at this. Hello, Hassan. We already have Tailwind installed. Look at this. Easy. Let's give it text. How do you do that? Green. Text cyan. Let's do text purple. 800. No, in the middle. 600. Is that a thing? We need to fix this. We need to fix this restarting all the time. Look at this. Hello, Hassan. He is 24. He's also a virgin. I don't know. Probably he doesn't. Lewis Lane. You guys' nicknames are so funny. Alright, that's what we have, right? This is pretty good. What can we do? We're already done, actually, to be honest. I'm thinking. Yep, I'm a virgin. You're lucky. You're so lucky. Is it your real name? Lewis Lane. That's crazy, man. Let me see your avatar real quick. And a costume and everything. Ooh la la. Okay, I'm thinking because this is actually too easy, right? So what can we do here? Let's. Why can I not scroll down? What's going on here? It is what it is. Wait, it's fine. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna say func handle cats facts. Actually, you could do something like show cat facts, maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to improvise, right? Writer, and let's. What's going on here? Am I getting robbed live on stream? All right, so we're gonna do this. Then we're gonna say return t render. No. I know what we're gonna do. First, we're gonna make something clean, and then we're gonna add some cat facts and drop them into the thing and everything. That's into the index, into a file. That's what we're gonna do. So what we're gonna do is we could actually make this, right? Because I don't like this global template, so we could make a type context. It's gonna be a structure, and we're gonna have a W. It's gonna be an IO, no, an HTTP response writer. Actually, we could. That could be. That could be a writer, actually. Is that true? Maybe it is. Then we're gonna have a request, and it's gonna be a pointer to an HTTP requests. And then we're gonna have a T, which is gonna be a pointer to a template, a parsed template shenanigans. That's what we're gonna do. This we're gonna delete this shit. Everybody, is everybody using this cat fact? It's just easy API, man. Give me something else. Give me something else to fetch. I don't care. Give me some other API. To be honest, I'm a little bit tired of these cat facts, to be honest. It's just something I know at the top of my head. Yeah. I'm actually in trouble here because wait. First of all, I'm gonna change this API func here to a C context, pointer to a context, right? Template. Too many arguments. Shut up. We're gonna make a new context here. We're gonna put this. Do we have a T, or what is it called? T. Damn, I need to be so fucking hard once again. It's always the same shenanigans. T is gonna be the T, and then we're gonna have W. W. R. Rec. R. Yeah. And then we're gonna change this to the CTX here, just like that. Cool, we have our templates here, parsed and ready. Ready to rumble. TT, just like that, boom. And then the only thing we need in this handle home is actually a C, our own context. Yeah. Wait, but there's actually CT render, right? That's bad. Wait. Let's look at this. This is programming. You know what I mean? This is what they call programming, right? All the rest is simple. It's like coming up with ideas. We're gonna say context here. Render. What do we need? A name, string, data, any. Any. Error. Right, so where is our render function? We had a render function. Look at this. Render! Boom! We are here. No, other render function. See. Where's my render function? This one. Oh, it's just below. Then we're gonna paste this in. Return CT. ct templates, execute templates, w, and that's going to be w undeclared name w. We know that. That's because we're going to say cw. Boom. Solved. We're going to delete this. We're going to copy this at the top here. Right? The user also. Structs at the top. Main here. Context render. That's fine. We're also going to do this. JSON, copy this, go back at the top, and then we're gonna say func. Actually, to be honest, let's paste it in, and let's say c context write JSON. We don't need this writer anymore, right? Because we're gonna say w is gonna be cw. Shit, it's a writer, but that's no problem because we're gonna do this. We're gonna cast this bitch, and then, to be honest, we could actually embed a response writer there, to be honest, but hey, it is what it is. We're gonna write code that's gonna be cw. Write header undefined IO writer. God damn it, we're gonna change this. We're gonna change this. It's gonna be HTTP response writer, by the way. It is what it is. I changed my mind. Header, set, write header, JSON, encodes, W, it's gonna be CW, encode V, perfectly fine. Cannot use handler. What's going on here, motherfuckers? Man, so many errors here. Woohoo! Shitx. Fine. C render, right? We're gonna make it cleaner. C render, index, fine, boom. Look at this, beautiful. The same thing here, handle user. We're gonna change this to, what's going on here? C, context, error, and then we're gonna return C, write JSON. Write JSON. Status okay, fine, 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 right. We see all the errors are done. Right, now you have a cool, a nice little clean custom framework for yourself, right? In only how many lines? I have no clue. 71 lines. Question about it is, cannot type clear. Go run may not go. It's gonna be a meme of the year because Anthony GG cannot type clear. It's fine. It's all working fine. All Gucci. All right. So, do we already have some other API we need to fetch? Because I want to arrange over some stuff. So I want to fetch an API. Do we have some? Does somebody know an API with random people? Does somebody know that? A simple API that we can query and it's gonna give us some random users. That would be nice. Maybe an image, but with an image and with a profile picture, something like that. Doesn't that exist? Can somebody figure that out real quick? What's going on here with all these windows, man? So then we're gonna fetch that API and we're gonna return that in our beautiful thing. In the meantime, what I'm gonna do, while somebody from the chat is figuring out if we can do that, some API like that, we're gonna make something cool, right? So let's do something like a div here. Class, is this a thing like a container? Does that exist actually? Is it not actually? What the fuck is going on? There's gonna be... the meantime, I'm gonna do some front-end stuff, right? That's what I'm gonna do. Slash diff. Look how this is so nasty. Look what I'm doing. It's crazy. Let's indent this real quick like that. So we're gonna have diff class container. This is gonna be nothing. Let's do bg color. Does that exist? It's gonna be bg pink 200, right? Clear, man. It's still a problem. It's still a problem, and I don't give a shit. Look at this. I'm even better than your fucking front-end team at the same time. Can you imagine that? I'm a one-hand. Look at this. What am I? I'm insane, right? I'm insane. What's going on here? How many? Kill him. Look at this front-end from a distributed master. It's easy, right? The next thing we're gonna do is this is gonna be a flex. And we're gonna call this flex row. Is that a thing? Wait. Justify content. How do you do that? Evenly? Space. Man, look at this. At the top of my head. Space X 8. It's not gonna work, right? This is insane. Now I need to restart all that stuff. It's gonna be so nasty. Look at this guy. Look at him. He's making navigations. Perfect. Perfect. Look at this. Of course, it's a little bit garbage. What we're gonna do actually is we need to do another diff here. Another diff, right? We're gonna copy this diff, paste that in, like scuffed way of programming. Because this is gonna be the navigation stuff, right? This is going to be, I have no clue. Brand. So I need to copy this here. Copy this diff here. Brand. To be honest. Company name. I'm gonna make it brand actually. Actually, to be honest, fuck it. We're gonna name this brand. It's gonna be a P. Or how do you guys do this? Div or something? Again, another div here. I cannot even do this. What's going on? Div. And then we're gonna say class font bold. Bold here. Text. For Excel is fine. Then we're gonna say text red 800. Of course, it's not gonna. We'll see what's going on. I don't know. Sometimes that's the problem with Go. In this case, that you need to go run may not go all the time, right? That's problematic. Whew, this brand is very huge. But it's because we also scaled our website too much, right? So let's something like that, right? Brand. Man, I need to go to the bottom so quick. My liver is exploding. My kidneys, I mean. I think what we also need to do is this, right? We need to also make a flex here. And we're gonna say justify evenly also, something like that. Maybe some space also. Space X, I don't know, maybe 10. I have no clue. Let's kill this. Go to may not go once again. Damn! Okay, cool. That's gonna be... I don't know what this flex poll. I have no clue. You get the point, right? I mean, you get the point how you need to do this. What's this? You get the point, right? Let's delete this brand, by the way. It's so fucking bad. Actually, let's delete... No, I'm confused what I did. Shit, it doesn't format anymore. It is. Alright, cool. You get the point, right? That's just a little helping hand you got, right? Okay, let's see if we can already fetch some API stuff. FlexCall is the right one. Yeah, I thought so. I think Twitch is where the main chat is taking place. Yeah, that's true. But we are here to study and to learn, right? Twitch is for the fucking. Twitch is for no brain. It's no content there, right? You know what I mean? It's all cheap dopamine. That's Twitch. Cheap dopamine is what it is. Complaining about everything. High distributed CSS HTML parsers. Lipos Electus, always watch your videos, never was able to catch your lives. Keep up the good work, amazing videos. Yes, thank you very much, right? And you could ask yourself, new people, why are you doing this simple stuff? Yeah, I'm doing more complicated stuff, but there's only 10 people watching. You know what I mean? Stuff you never understand in your whole life. That's normally my content on YouTube, because on Twitch it's basically a complete waste of time to do it there. There's only a couple of people in the same space that do it, right? TS Coding, Primeagen, I don't think so. I think TS Coding and a couple others are bringing high-value content. All the rest is complete cheap dopamine, right? Let us be honest. That's what it is. Check my YouTube. You're gonna see nobody's doing that. But right now I have 40 viewers with simple stuff. Complicated stuff, 10 viewers. Simple stuff, 40 viewers. You know what I mean? That's the thing. So let's open up main. I'm gonna do the cat facts because what's going on, Ish? What's going on? Yes, fine. Let's do cat facts. Let's gonna get some cat facts and print them out, right? That's what we're gonna do. So if you follow this little stream, and then I'm gonna take some time to do some Q&A, right? This is to give you an idea how to build these things, right? Simple things, but how for people, especially for the people that don't know how to do it, for example, beginner Go developers, this will give you a head start on doing things manually. You could also install a package, right? And install a package again and a package again, and then you're not a programmer anymore, then you're a configurator, right? You're just configuring packages, right? And copy paste readmes. That's no programming, right? Because if you go into a job and they're gonna give you a task, you're gonna choke, right? So this is a way to think and a way to implement this simple stuff, and it will give you a head start, right? And now what we're gonna do is let's do it here, right? Func handle show cat facts, just like that. And we're gonna the same C context, right? We make our own framework, no problem, right? We no need for all this bullshit. Show cat facts. C render W. That's not true. HTML maybe. Cats. We don't have cats, right? Let's make a cat. Wait. Yeah. Oh man. Actually, to be honest, let's do it clean. Clean and mean. Let's make some space here. Hop. Func. Fetch. Cats. Facts. Fetch cat facts. Just like that. We're gonna return a slice with something. I'm gonna fill it in later on and an error. That's what we're gonna do. Look like that. We're gonna say a response. R is going to be HTTP get. That's gonna be HTTPS double semicolon / cat facts.ninja /fact, right? That's what it is. If R is not nil, right? Tedious, right? Return R. Oh no, look at this. Error propagation in Golang, so bad. To be honest, we could return null here. Come on, what's going on? B. Actually, we could do this. Type fact struct. To be honest, let's call this cat fact. But this is so annoying. Cat fact fact. This is a little bit annoying, right? And we're gonna do a JSON string here. JSON is gonna be fact, just like that. Man, I cannot see. I'm actually not blind type. It's because 60% keyboard and this weird thingy, right? I'm still getting used to it. What is up, Squeaky? Squeaky! Sorting is the end boss of all nerds, but his content is superb. Guy's a freaking genius. Ted Davis. Sorting is, this guy is amazing, right? He's also he's good. He has a personality. His content is way better than mine, right? Watch him. Go watch him. He's much better, right? He's maybe not as entertaining. He is entertaining, but he's not as, I don't know, I'm a little bit more verbal and a little bit more in some kind of a character, and he is more down to earth, but he's fucking smart. He's much smarter than me. Yeah, he's amazing. It is what it is. Shout out to that guy. I watch him, right? I watch him. I watch him myself. It is what it is. Hey. Kidneys exploding. Almost. Man, Randy is motivating me to quit Node and use Go for making APIs. Yeah, it is what... look, we're not done yet, right? We're gonna make a simple cat fact here. Fact. String. That's fine. That's all fine. So we're gonna say... Yeah, it's all good. Actually, we need to do defer, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna say for facts. There's gonna be a slice of... Actually, to be honest, no pointers, right? Fuck pointers. For cat facts like this, then we're gonna say if r is JSON new decoder response body decodes and facts r non-null return null r. You could also return facts, to be honest, because we're gonna return here a slice of cat fact. Cat fact. It can be null, it can be facts, can also be null, doesn't really matter, because you're not gonna check it, because you're gonna check your error first. Right, that's that. We could also do something like this: defer response body close, just like that, just for this, for the housekeeping. And in this case, we're gonna return the facts, right? Return facts null. Boom. Okay, now we're gonna test this real quick. Missing return here. Why is that? Because we don't do it. First thing we're gonna check is our cat facts thingy. So we're gonna say facts. To be honest, what am I doing? Can we fetch more than one fact? Is that true? HTTPS opened. What is this? Cat yeah. Ah! Fact. Alright, that's one fact. Can we do facts? Yes! Yes. This is an amazing API. Facts, response, and then this, and then fine. Cool. Let's test this real quick in main here. Facts r is gonna be fetch cat facts if r is not null. Log fail r. Like this, and then return here just for the sake of. Are we printing it? No, we don't print it. We are legit. FMT println facts. Undefined cats. Where? 69. 69! This happens. This happens once a year. Change my mind. Maybe it happens once in a lifetime. It's crazy. You need to screenshot this, but it's on stream, so it's fine. Undefined cat 69, right? So it's actually, I cannot. Boom, here. Yeah, of course. It's fine. I'm gonna return null here. Main cat fact. okay, we have some problem. Ah, okay, cool. I see what it is. God damn it. It's gonna be this fucking thing. JSON. Come on, man. Type this thing. Yes, it's gonna be data. Is it gonna work? CF resp. Who is doing this thing? God damn it, I have 2 responses. This is even... Look at this, I cannot do the simple things. Cannot do the simple things. Alright, this is gonna work, right? Yes! Unlike dogs, cats do not have a sweet tooth. Scientists believe this is due to a mutation in key taste receptor. Hey! I didn't know that. You see? Handy. If you can't type fast blindly, don't use Vim.
Open in reading mode.
No, you need to learn it. You need to learn it. You need to learn. Learn. Do a lot. Yeah, so that's that. So the cat fax is working, that's fine. Hop. And then we're gonna delete these guys here. Back to where we came from. And then we're gonna say that the cats, or the facts, the error, is going to be fetch cat facts, just like that. If there is an error, of course, we're going to return this error, right? Easy, return error, right? No big of a deal. Golang error handling, it's already done, you see? Hey, doesn't matter. But it's not aesthetic. You're not also aesthetic. Hey, and people need to live with you also, and they are not complaining. Is what it is. So facts is this one. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna return render facts HTML, and we're gonna put this facts into this thing. So it basically means that if we GD into this thing, we should return a slice of cat facts, which is a fact. The question is in HTML. Going on here, save this here. HTML here. I need to check the Golang documentation actually here. For loops, right? Continue, break, range pipeline. Must be an array range pipeline. Is that a thing? So we could do range.
New page source reload control mastering database design colon. Analyze basic SQL select
cats,
distinct
right?
usage bar QA. New registration bar database design.
Still basically a little bit scuffed with. I have one
Dialog.
change key.
Navigation chat history.
So that's why
Database design study plan dash do.
What we're gonna do is instead of making let's do it good.
Database design study plan dash do. Database design study. Dialog. Navigation chat history.
So big,
Close sidebar push / right brace.
Ubuntu thing from WSL2 of Windows is dog shit.
Explorer left
So
paren control plus shift.
File. That's gonna be cats.
File Explorer tree. Main content. Main.go editor.
Oh, man, let me open
Database design study plan dash do main content. As leaving main content. Navigation chat address and search bar auto. How can I help you today?
Wait.
I-double-A-N-D space O space I-T space E-E space F-O-R M backspace backspace L I-T space E-V space O O space space O-U-T space E-R Miss I-C-E space I-S space
Get facts. We're gonna do some Q&A and then we need to go to the toilet real quick. Not real quick, we're gonna end the stream then, but we're gonna do some Q&A, some little questions, alright? And then we're gonna stop. Um, wait, fact, it's not, it's cats, it's cats. Cats. Clear, still problematic. Still problematic. Localhost. Can't be reached. Missing value format. What the hell going on? A panic even. In HTML16. Oh yeah, of course. It's rendering the scats. But we
Push button.
it's rendering cats.
Browse mode. GraphQL construct mapping RQN Google Chrome Nerfarven. GraphQL construct mapping RQN document web.
Oh, it's our index. Our index is borked. You see, I'm mistyping myself a lot with this new command. It's spacebar. It's spacebar. My fuzzy finder. It's probably here something. Actually, to be honest, fuck this shit. Let's delete this. Actually, to be honest, yeah, get it out of here. All right. Okay, this is test. That's right. So what is actually cats HTML? Do we have a render already? Show cats. We don't have. So we're gonna copy this. Cats. Make API func handle. Show cat facts. Just like that. Go run. We're gonna go. Okay, cool. Cats. Cats HTML is undefined. Is that true? HTML. Alright, that should be it. Yes, cats, that's fine. So now, I'm gonna open this up and then we're gonna say range. This is gonna be a little bit tricky. It's gonna be a little bit tricky because is it ent? Yeah. Man, this is actually not that clear, to be honest.
How can I help you? Chat GPT memory usage 100 to upload files and more blank.
Maybe we could do this
Browse mode.
just for the
Main
sake.
content.
Maybe if
Collapsed
everything
push
is empty,
Opens
but
menu.
it's still ranging, then we're
Focus
gonna
mode.
see some ace. You know what I mean?
Open files dialog. Line open push button. Collapsed push
Everything is set up,
button.
right?
Opens dialog. Leaving main content.
Everything is set up, I
Browse
think.
main content. Push button. Window overview main dot
Wow!
panel. Main panel.
Wow! Cats!
Main dot go dash the
Amazing.
panel. Main dot go dash
how do we do
blank.
this? A
Blank.
UL thingy, actually, to be honest, an LE.
Blank. A screenshot from 2025 dash disk. Open live main content. Space. C space.
We have this
Wow.
thing,
U
right?
S E space O N E space T U R
P4.
R U C T T backspace U R E space space A R E space A space I back S O N E backspace E space O N E R S space A E space C O U T space C H A L H space G space N E
New
space
page
O F
inspect.
E
Inspect
R
feed console
D
network
R
all.
space
Hop,
return
refresh.
space
Boom.
O space I space W A T space
Cats.
T O
What's this?
space A V space O N E space
But still,
E
here,
R
cats.
V backspace E R C E
Time.
E S
143
space
MS.
space space C L I E T space
It's fine, right?
E
It's fine.
R
It's all good. It's all
V
good.
R
It's
space
because of cat fact, right?
space
Cat fact.
space W I T A space
See?
space
Easy.
G
Easy peasy.
R A P
Kill it,
G
everything.
H
Hop,
Q
in
L
Golang.
space
No framework at all. I have
U
nothing,
space
right? Easy.
I space
Right, no
G
dependencies, no ticking time bombs, no
double
nothing.
Y space right return N O E
All good.
meta
And
space
that's what
T
we're
E
gonna do
L space
also in the full-time
E
Go dev,
space
right?
double J A T
Look it up,
G
.com, yeah,
H
fulltimegodef.com.
A T
Look it up.
space
I'm gonna
E
reopen the course.
space
I'm gonna take
E
all the
space
money
double
from all the
T space
people
I space A F E
that
O
basically
space O right
wanted to join
return
that
I
course. Yeah, that's
space
what it
E
is.
space
But it's gonna be the best
A
course. That's
D
also
E space A
right?
E space
Be
B I
honest.
space J T double Y right return N O E meta space I space double A N
Everybody's
T
what the
T O
fuck's going
space
on?
double I
We just
T
have a list of
space A E
cat
space
facts. Whoa,
C L
this is
back space L
a
I
new
E N T
evolution.
space E R
It is what it is.
R C E
It's
return
actually, to be honest, it's super easy, right? And you could do a lot of stuff, and you could, if you spent a little bit time, you could make things a little bit better and more framework stylish for your own, and you don't need something else. You know what I mean? And then you could actually, in these things, you could use, I don't know, jQuery or something, right? Or some other library. Don't use React. This is old school. React is dumb. It's slow. It's bad. It's confusing. Redux. Stop. It's bad. Use Existent. That's what it is. I'm like I said, I have a lot of experience with. I'm gonna show you something. Normally I can't. You can, but I can because it's still. Wait. It's gonna be trading revenue. What's going on here? It's just too complex. It's too complex. It's so many things in here, and sources and folders and hooks and scripts and subscribers and use this. Use hooks. Look at this. Use sign up verify. Use sign up user. Use sign up flow. All hooks. Hooks. In my day, the only thing you need to know was JavaScript, right? You need to know JavaScript, and if you know JavaScript, you could do. You were a god, right? If you PHP and JavaScript, if you knew do those two things, you were legit a god, right? You were full stack. You were. It was insane. You were the Conor McGregor of coding. But right now, you need to know JavaScript. Then you're a fucking noob. You're a loser. You need to know TypeScript. You need to know React. Right? You need to know React hooks. Hey, no. You need to know Redux. This is crazy, man. I can swear to God. Redux is complicated than C++. But yeah. Oh my God, I forgot to basically announce myself on Discord. Look at this.
package client browse mode.
Alright, are there any questions here? Any questions, any concerns, any feelings, any frustrations you need to share with me? This is basically a very simple stream. For me, very relaxing. I was testing my new NeoVim setup. I can talk to you guys. Be in touch with the community. Do some simple Golang stuff. Simple,
Go gRPC main content.
Right?
Navigation file tree navigation.
Of course, for new
File
people, it's not
tree.
really simple,
Account.
but it's
Account.
beginner friendly.
Collapsed.
It's the
Tree level
basics of
1.
HTTP
Focus
or
mode.
making
Leaving
applications.
navigation.
Don't make it too
Folders
complicated,
and
just make it
files.
work, right?
Table
Take
with
the money,
12 rows, 3 columns. Name column
Sit
header.
margaritas
Name
on the
column
beach
header.
and smoke
Row
cigars.
7.
That's what you're gonna do.
Client.go. Left paren. File right paren. Visited
Create
link.
React app, pulls
Leaving
and vanilla.
table.
Stop with React.
Client.go heading
It's-
level 1 clickable.
It's good, of course, if you're a front-end developer and you need to do it for your job, yeah, this is what it is. But if you want to make your own projects, if you want to make
Win over main
startups, keep simple, keep it very
package
simple.
A CC
Very simple.
account replace
So which
blank
language do I
leaving main
need to
content
learn?
expand GraphQL main content
JavaScript.
package account
That's what it is. JavaScript you need to learn because
leaving main
as a new
content
developer, learn JavaScript, right? Very important.
suggest list mark catalog replace leaving
The
main
shifting
expand
going.
main
The
main
shifting is
backspace left space
2 more weeks
loading
and then I'm completely done.
package or return main left can S
Are you using LunarVim? No.
Leaving main.
No lunar vim.
Graph. Expanded.
No lunar vim. This
Graph.go.
is basically
Tree level 3. Main con. Order client star order dot client.
Config and
If error equals nil left brace. Type server struct. Leaving main
I only have
content.
this one.
Files explorer.
It's one
Main
thing.
content. Main.go editor.
Of course, I have the welcome Anthony. How are you doing? Each time I set up my editor, it talks to me. Right? It needs to know my feelings. Map leader. I just have some packer thingy, Groovebox, tree sitter, telescope, Lua line, my Go plugin, LSP0 just because it's all the rest is just too complicated to install. Toggle term is this one. Toggle term. You see toggle term. I have the naysayer. It's basically the color scheme of Jonathan Blow. Look him up. Jonathan Blow. Very good programmer. And then I have nvim comment, right? It's easy, right? You just select this and then you do speed.
Leaving main.
Right?
Mutation line resolve. Main content. Mutation line resolver
And I have
dot go editor
some
blank.
my key bindings, right? All my key bindings. Split screen, all is here. Telescope here. Tree sitter here. Groovebox here. Lua line there. LSP stuff copied from the Primeagen. I don't know, copied from somebody else. This is my thingy because I don't like. This is my custom stuff for my diagnostics. I don't like the gutter lines. Comment, toggle term, color scheme. This is basically for my P menu. For this thing here, right? This. I don't know. It's Vim, man. That's all. And then some small stuff. That's all I need. This is all I need. I don't need more. I legit don't care about anything
Leaving
else.
main content. Files explorer tree. Mutation line resolver dot go. Tree level 3. Account line resolver dot go.
Color theme. How can I do this? Color scheme groove box. Boom. This is groove box. Look at this. Groove box. Groove box. Oh. Actually, what do you guys like Groovebox more? It's amazing, right? Groovebox. Also have my for Groovebox I have a custom green color, right? That's very important. Custom green color. You see comments. Comments are in green, right? See? And normally in Groovebox it's gray. So it's somewhere else in this config. I will make this config available on GitHub, but like I said, it's very minimalistic, and you probably
go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices slash account slash client navigation file tree navigation files tree account
yes, true.
account expanded
yeah, but I don't use
tree level 1
not that much.
focus mode
when I need
leaving
to do a project
navigation
in it, then I
folder
would,
leaving table navigation file tree
but that's it
navigation
actually.
files tree GraphQL panel main.go tree level 2 focus mode leaving panel leaving navigation main.go heading level 1 clickable browse mode.
My terminal was important. Splitting screens was important. Finding is better here because I can. It's just better here, right?
Navigation file tree navigation files tree GraphQL panel graph.go graph.go tree level 2 focus mode leaving panel leaving navigation graph.go heading level 1 clickable browse mode.
I know Dracula the thing. It is CPU usage, battery usage.
Navigation file tree navigation files tree GraphQL panel main.go main.go tree level 2 focus mode leaving panel leaving navigation main.go heading level 1 clickable browse mode.
Will run a lot more shit. I think Golang is also Golang. It will run more shit. For sure.
Left control alert zoom colon 75% notification zoom colon 75%
I don't know.
notification zoom colon 80% left control left
a little bit more
redo left control alert region main.text unselected read only left control C address and list left v return list box loading please wait finished loading Kelsey Hydor / and config colon Golang library for managing configuration data from environment variables Page
Not always.
7 landmarks,
It has,
25
the
headings,
plugin is-
1
is-
table,
it's-
client service with
if you
GraphQL
type
dash memory using
in VS
GraphQL
Code,
dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash
just
mic
type for
text
1 day in
unselected.
VS Code.
Read only if
for
error
1 day.
equals nil left brace.
And at the end of your working day,
Read
go
only
to
catalog
Vim or
text
Vim
unselected.
and
Main
type
content.
there. And
Browse
you're gonna see that it's much
Account line
smoother.
resolver.
It's
Main
a little bit, but
content.
you can feel
Leaving
it's
main
a little bit more
content
lightweight.
GraphQL.
You can typing
File
is easier.
Explorer
It's
tree.
a little bit
Type
more
AIN
responsive. It's
dot.
very
Go.
minimal.
Return. Main content.
But
Main
you're gonna
KV.
notice it. And also the
Backspace.
clipboard in
V,
VS Code, it's
K.
nasty. It is what it is.
Return left S.
Golang uses the GVM, yeah, then of course it's going to use more
Go
memory.
dash
GVM is
gRPC
fast,
dash
right? That's
GraphQL
true.
dash microservices slash
But-
main
And most of
content.
the time your GVM
Draggable
is
pane
probably
slip.
already running or something. I
Pane
don't
width
know. It's probably-
200.
I don't know
Main
how you
content.
guys doing
Browse
that.
mode.
Java
File loading.
will
Selected.
probably install it,
Dialog.
so you need to take
Loading
into
select.
consideration that the VM is also running there, right?
Go dash gRPC dash GraphQL left C.
And it's
Main
generic. It's
left
too,
V.
it's too heavy.
Paste
You
it.
don't need this. You
Return.
don't need all this stuff.
Tooltip.
I mean,
Main dot go editor. Context.
Hollywood, right? You see, I mean, you don't need all this stuff. Even for
Quote
Go or for
github.com slash
something else, you don't
calcified or
need all
slash
this
and
heavy thing. The only
config
thing you need
quote.
is a fuzzy
Error.
finder. For example,
Blank.
I'm gonna prepare. Actually, to be honest, I'm in Hollywood here, right? What's going on here? Serializer. What's going on? Why do I have?
Quote github.com slash lessee. Copied selection to clipboard. Blank.
Because I need to.
GraphQL
The next
construct
thing I'm
to
going to do in
client
Hollywood
serve
is
main
create.
content.
We have these serializers here,
Leaving main
and
separate
right now the only
navigation
thing we
chat
have
what
is
left v return T E
proto
A
serializer, but I also want to make a JSON
space A E
serializer.
space B O U stage T space T I space E backspace
So, I don't know.
E
It's
L
like
E V dot C O
you
N
don't need more.
L
What else do
I
you need?
G
What else do you need?
search toggle
You have a
button
terminal,
prompt
Maybe
push
for
button
debugging and all,
browse
that
mode
stuff. But
ask
still,
anything
if you're
focus
a
mode
debugger with a debugger interface, there are probably some tools for NeoVim as well. Like I said, if VS Code was at the same speed and it doesn't borked out so much and it doesn't lagged out so much for me on streams and everything, then I would use VS Code because it's more modern. But yeah, it is what it is. Are you going to make your own custom editor public? Actually, to be honest, it's a long time that I've been in this thing. Let me find them. Oh, I'm in Hollywood. Where is this? Is it CB? Yeah, it's CB. It's here. It's the Odin language. Main. It's the Odin language, but the thing is, let's run it. Haha, look at them! Hey, who do you think I am? I'm making editors, man. Editors. Look at this. Shit. Yeah, I was doing. Look, it scrolls even. Look at this, guys. It scrolls. Amazing. I wrote this myself in Odin. I think I wrote this in half a day, and I didn't even touch the language once. So I don't know. Maybe I am a god, or maybe I'm just lucky. You decide. Am I gonna make it? Probably not. I'm not gonna make it. It's a way. It's so. It's like it's a lot of time, right? But you see, it opens my main file directly, right? It's instantly open, and it just, I don't know. Oh, index is out of range. You see, a little programming mistake. But it is what it is. So I was testing the Odin language, and that's why I thought, yeah, let's make some graphical thing. I also think I have a Golang version of my editor also somewhere. I also wrote it in Golang. Where am I? CB. Is it Code Beast? Oh, what's going on here? I wrote it in CPP also. I wrote it in 3 languages. Just in a day or something. I wrote it in 3 languages. I first did it in Golang, then I said I'm gonna do it in CPP. And then I decided, fuck CPP, this bullshit. It remembered all my anxiety came up, and I said, let's do it in Odin. But I don't think I'm for a CPP, to be honest. I just have some SDL stuff going, I guess. Let's vim it, let's vim it, let's vim it. Let's vim it, yo! CPP, look at this. Do you want to install this? No, I don't want to install it for CPP, fuck that. I'm using SDL, I have a Surface. I think I'll... Oh yeah, I have this Atlas. Everything was actually working in CPP. You see, I write every single language on the fucking planet. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Looks faster than Vim. I don't think so. Vim is very optimized. It's very optimized, right? Yeah. Hassan, but Hassan, your
Kelsey /env config : Golang library for managing configuration data from environment variables page tab.
on Discord, I think.
Env config go library dash memory use go dash gRPC read only lang.
Because you guys have on Discord you have this nickname, on YouTube you have this nickname, on Patreon you have this nickname. How the fuck can I know who you are?
Read only equals and text unselected. Read only blank. Read only blank.
Do you see Golang but nice package for front end? I hope it it mixes Golang with Svelte for views. Yeah. I don't know it, but could be good. Full-time GoDev guys. I just got another mail. People joining full-time GoDev. I'm gonna reopen it very soon. Actually, I already wanna reopen it for but all the lessons that I'm gonna do are going to be available.
Env config go library dash memory usage dash 105 MB page
April.
tab. Leaving region.
All the rest
Leaving
will
main
be
content.
all content coming up. But
Right shift backspace space return. Ask anything.
Look at this. The problem is you cannot enroll anymore because I closed this thingy. Sorry, this course is closed for enrollment. I'm gonna reopen it especially for you. And like I said before, I really hate courses, people that sell courses. Whoa. But people are I stopped doing it because I don't know, I don't like it. I feel bad by making a course and people paying me, but because of so many people are sending me emails, and it's no lie. People are just sending me emails, when does this thing go back open? So I would be a complete moron to not do it. And of course it's going to be a lot of shit in it, right? Like I said, and you know me, you know my style. If you like it, it's gonna be for you. If you don't like it, hey, it is what it is. Introduction, and already have these videos, by the way. These introduction videos. It's basically, this is for the very beginners, right? Interfaces, deep dive, pointers, enums, quote, quote, all that stuff, special stuff, introduction, concurrency, channels, all that shenanigans, building APIs, simple APIs, JSON APIs, then microservices, blockchain from scratch, and how to land a job. And I can swear to God, you're gonna be a full-time GoDev. It is what it is. I love to answer your questions. It's true. It's true. Damn, I'm actually an idiot, man. I'm doing this publicity, this marketing right now, and it's not even open. What a bad businessman I am. But it is what it is. Okay. Microservice Dockerization. Yeah, it's guys. It's gonna. I don't understand why people are making such a thing about Dockerization. It will be fine. You will see. It's easy. You're gonna see. That made me sick. What made you sick? Oh, Algo. Yeah, you're Algo. Yeah, I know. Algo on the Discord. I know. Damn, I need to pee so fucking. You have no idea. I'm so trained. Blazingly faster. What is up, man? Blazingly, my man. One of the boys from the beginning. Blazingly, still here. A complete unit. Glutes like a grizzly bear. What a glutes like a silverback. This guy's amazing. Still here, by the way. Old soldier. OG. I swear, Falzon. I swear you're a king. Thanks to your vids with your beautiful shiny head. You're like, what the fuck's going on? You like with your beautiful shiny head, you're like the Zinedy
left
Zidane of
C.
Golang, and you make me feel
V.
like
Pasted
the
content
CSM
search
of
toggle
back
button
in the
prompt
Peace.
push button blank
Thank you so much.
focus mode.
Falzon. Thank you. I'm getting a lot of comparisons lately. It's like Johnny Sins, GSP, George St. Pierre, Zinedine Zidane, of course. Maybe Vin Diesel, but I'm a little bit too small for Vin Diesel. Cheers from Spain. What up, Catalucian? Catalucian. Hola, señor. Osama Ibrahim, of course. Osama Ibrahim, also OG here. Let me find you the OGs. Not quite sure. Like, nothing wrong with selling a good product. AFR. Yeah, I know. I know. But still. I swear to God, if people not mailing me... it's true. If people would not mail me, I wouldn't reopen it. Too white for Vin Diesel. Facts. Too white and too short. And too less hormones. But this is fucking light, man. I'm gonna have a new setup in the new place. This slides in my eyes. My I cannot even wear. Normally I wear a hat, right? You know, just a nice hat, a nice cap. But the problem is that if I have this on here, the light will basically reflect, right? And I'm gonna be in the shadow. You know what I mean? You see that? See this unit, man. When it's summer, you're gonna see. You're gonna see what a fucking beast I am. I know I have my pump cover on. This is how I train, right? In the gym. This is actually my gym thingy. I didn't shower yet. So Anna Def Miner had right on the Discord that I smell because I didn't shower, right? And then I have this on, like this thingy.
Config gRPC GraphQL Mircoservices GraphQL read only type text unselected. Read only func main left paren right paren left race.
Biceps. I don't
Main
do biceps.
content. Browse mode.
That's for pussies.
Main content.
Pussies,
Main
don't train your
explorer
biceps,
left
man. Your
paren
biceps
right
don't train
per text unselected.
enough by compound.
Blank. Y suggest E suggest space. A suggest
Like
left
YouTube is my
left
death,
shift.
guys, to be
A
honest. I'm a
suggest
simple
PP
man.
left C O N G I G
My configuration for Vim,
STU suggest
simple.
left shift left
My
blank
programming
blank
approach,
space A
simple.
suggest
My
left A
streaming
suggest
setup,
list box
simple. Is
backspace
my music actually playlist is already gone, probably.
Explorer left files Explorer tree GQL gen dot graph
Like I said,
expand
everything
graph
I
dot
do
go
is
Explorer
simple.
left blank
Simple. So my it's gonna be 2 screens and a keyboard, and that's it.
Go
I don't
dash
have anything
gRPC
else,
dash
no deck,
GraphQL
no,
dash
I don't
Microser
need a
left
simple
C
microphone, a cheap ass microphone, and that's gonna be it.
graph dot go
Keep it
dash
simple.
menu open input editable combo box press enter to confirm main Explorer blank left V account blank.
All right. Any more questions? Anybody but concerns? Somebody is crying. Do I need to wipe some tears? Not even 100% keyboard. No, man, 60%. Because it's simple, you know? Like I said, you need to keep things simple. Programming, simple. Everything needs to be simple in your life. Keyboards, keep it simple. Why do you need a 100% keyboard with keys you never use? Numpad, you have keep it simple. 60%. Can we make it actually 50%? Probably not. No, that would be too bad, right? Look at this beautiful keyboard. Do a video day in the life of a software engineer. It's gonna be super boring because all these day in the life videos you see on the internet are basically not true. They are scamming you. They are noobs. They are all noobs, losers. Here's what it is. Everyone.
Blank.
Every video
Blank.
I saw day in the life
Right
was a
blank.
fucking noob.
Return.
My day in the life is very
space.
simple. I wake up,
Left.
I make
left.
coffee,
Left.
I go to my
Return.
desk,
Blank.
and I open up where I left off, and I start coding. Simple. I don't read mails.
Blank. Explorer left. Control
I don't read
plus
nothing. I don't
file.
care.
Explorer
I
tree.
just code.
Explorer
And then
left.
when I'm
Control plus shift
my 4
plus E
hour of
right
productivity,
brace.
the most productive hours in the day are the four
Blank.
first for me.
Left A.
The 4
Anti-left
first hours in
slash
the morning.
Explorer left.
After
Control
that's done,
plus shift
then I will
file.
open up email.
Explorer funk main left.
junk.
Return. E
Then I
R.
will open up
Left
Discord
colon
messages.
equals.
And do some stuff. I don't do meetings in the morning.
E
I never
N
touch
suggest
my MacBook.
return. Vika dot left
That's
control
the only thing
space.
what I do. And then I go to the gym,
Decoder.
then I
Part
come
process
back
with
home.
left shift. Prefix
shower,
left quotes.
of course.
Right paren error dot backspace. Comma
I
spec
make food
interface. Process
or not, I go to
populates
my-
the
I
specified
take my kids
struct
off from
based on
school.
environment blank
Make
space
food.
space space. Main dot
And
go
I do
editor
another
var.
programming session.
CON suggest
Or I
list
stream,
box. Connect
or I record
doc
a video.
LIG
And then
error
I do this
AR space. LFA
until I go
suggest
to
list
sleep.
bar
Then I
return.
open up my
Main dot
I
go
take my
slash
MacBook,
type app
I go in
config
my
key
bed,
P error
and I
colon
turn off
equals
my
end
brain and I
config
watch
dot
Twitch
process left
streams of
paren
games.
quote
I
quote
watch
right
Twitch League of
paren
Legends.
error colon equals end
I watch
config dot
Twitch,
process left paren
Landmark,
quote right paren
Tarkov, Escape from Tarkov stuff. Just as I put it up, and
error colon
stream is
equals
talking, and I'm
end
watching,
con
and I
comma
fall
spec
asleep.
interface
I either
process
watch
C suggest list
Valor
box
1
config
or
var docs on suggest list
streamers.
return main dot go editor error colon equals end
League of
config
Legends,
R O
or
C
Escape from Tarkov. It
left
depends
shift,
on the mood.
ampersand.
Or Asmongold, then I sleep in the 5 minutes.
blank
Something like that. That's my day. And this is
error
basically
colon
7 days.
equals end
is
config dot process return IF suggest space ER left shift
How many
F
hours
cap
of
equals
coding per day?
left race return
I think my real focused
right
coding, I think 4 hours maximum.
backspace equals left shift left race
4 hours
left
where
race
I basically
NIL
am in deep focus.
caps backspace
And then I
NIL
code
right
more,
race
but
return space LOG
there's a difference between coding.
slash
Sometimes you
dot
need to
suggest
some
list
tests.
box
Sometimes you need
fatal
to
return
write some
left
documentation.
shift
Sometimes you need
quotes
to finish
back
something
ER left
you
main
already
dot
know,
right
something
ray return E
simple.
E and P main
Sometimes,
left
like I said,
left
sometimes you need to do
return
some monkey coding.
Z
right?
Z
Where
Z
you
Z
just
Z
need to
Z
do
undo
simple stuff, right?
return
And sometimes you need to
space
do
main
engineering,
content
where you need to
main
come
dot
up
go
with
editor S comma
solutions, and that's important, right? But I don't think I code longer than 4 to 6 hours a day.
backspace
Real time
space
code,
return
right?
backspace
There's
backspace
also you need
return
to do reading and yeah,
RS error
it is what it is.
backspace
Focus streams of prose is
suggest list
fire,
PRR
but
space let
you know,
colon
I just
equals
wanna, sometimes you think a lot with it, and I just want to turn off brain. Shut down
Explorer
brain.
left paren
Done.
control
So I
plus
need to
shift
do-
plus E right
I need to
paren
watch some
dash what
garbage.
file explorer main content main explorer left paren
Lex,
control
yeah,
plus shift plus ES
Lex, I
error
know,
code page
Lex,
ER
the
suggest
bit
list bar
stupid,
return
yeah.
quote git dot
But still,
suggest list
it's for
box
me,
return new
doesn't turn
GraphQL
on my
server
brain
left
sometimes.
paren right paren right brace S error colon equals
But
graph
the
dot
day in the life of a programmer, trust me, it's not. It's what you see on YouTube is fake, right? It's not true. It's
CO
it's this
error
you just
suggest
open up
list
your
box
editor and you
config
code
return
what the fuck else.
config
What
comma
the fuck
catalog
else you
URL
wanna
C
do.
suggest list box config var
What
dot
else is
catalog
there?
URL docs colon string
How to enroll your
return
course.
Main.go editor, C, suggest
yeah, I
link
know.
config
I'm
bar
gonna
return.
open it.
Mail S,
I'm gonna
S,
reopen it, by the way.
colon equals
But it's-
graph.new GraphQL
I'm
server
gonna
left
reopen
paren
it today or
config
tomorrow, but it's
graph.go
still
editor.
not 100% complete. That's very important.
Server.go
I don't
editor
wanna
blank.
make you
Blank.
the
Slash
illusion
slash
that you're gonna get scammed
backspace.
or something.
Slash
It's
slash
not
left S.
100%
Main.go
complete.
editor S.
So
colon
now I'm in
blank.
the dilemma. Am I going
Blank.
to reopen it with a page fill once
Return
again
blank.
and finish it by the end of this next month? Or I'm just gonna wait and just finish it first and then open it up. So there is no discussion, there is no panic, there is no nothing, because I don't want to scam. Like I said, I actually don't need the money of the course, but it is what it is, right? I would be a complete idiot if people are sending me emails. More than 5-6 people sending me emails. Where do I enroll to this? Your course is closed. How do I enroll? Please. What do I need to do? Of course I'm gonna need to open it. I would be a fucking retarded idiot. I spent roughly 20 minutes actually coding. Yeah, but I mean, in this stream, how long did I code?
Go
1 hour?
gRPC GraphQL Mircoservices GraphQL C. And config
Right
Golang.
I'm gonna
And config Golang ask left
hungry.
conv return T space T space O I
I was
G return T
bald
T
when I
A
was
C
20.
G space
I'm not bald, by the
space
way, right?
E
I'm not bald.
backspace E backspace N max M E return
If I
ask
let my hair
anything.
grow, I will have hair. But just at the top, there is not much, but there is some. It's thin. Thinner. And if you would see me like this in the camera with my hair, you would never notice something. But if you wanna, I'm a small guy, and if you see me from behind, you're gonna notice, right? And I thought it was ugly. I said, what the fuck is this? I'm getting bald. Fuck this shit. And I just shaved everything off since I was 26, 27. It doesn't matter. Bald is fine. Who cares? It's just hair. You know what I mean? As long as your bank account is not bald, then it's fine. It doesn't matter, man. For girls, it's the same. There are girls that love bald men. There are girls that doesn't love bald men. Right?
List
You know
with
what I mean?
3 items. Nesting level left C.
It's a
Leaving.
taste.
Reason
It's the
top
same.
vote left V. Return.
Hey,
E X P A I N space M O R E
better a
space
bald
W
man
A T
than a fucking
space
pussy
C O
with hair.
N E.
You know what I mean?
Return.
Hey.
Ask anything.
Yeah, but I'm here. Yeah, but you're skinny bitch. You're a skinny bitch. You know what I mean? There are no skinny bitches in my stream. You know what I mean? For an entry-level CPP Rust engineer, what does it typically pay? I don't know, man. I have no clue. Probably more than normal, because Johnny Sins is bald, but this guy is Johnny is on another level, right? Johnny is on another level. Johnny is on another level. He's bald everywhere. Oh, yeah. Too many players per day. C++, what's going on? I'm missing some chat here. I spent roughly yada because of emotions. I love Tarkov, yeah, man. Escape from Tarkov. It's a scam. Yeah, it's a scam. Yeah, it's fine. That's why I say it's a scam. That's why I turned it down. That's why I first want to complete it, right? Why Vim? I'm using Vim in every editor, you know what I mean? I started Vim and I use Vim in every editor. In every editor I have a plugin. You're done coding. Yes, man. I'm quitting the stream, by the way. Okay, cool. Thanks for everyone for watching. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to like, comment, jump into the Discord community and all that stuff. DayZ is better than EFT. Well, DayZ is better than EFT. I don't know, but I see a lot of clips coming out with Summit and Shroud and everything. So I maybe check. Maybe gonna check it. Bus time. Do you consider yourself as an expert at Go? No. I'm a god. Why be an expert if you can be a god, right? So, John Doe. Hi, Anthony. Good to see you live as always. What up, man? What up, John Doe? I remember you. I remember your Nicky name. In your daily schedule, are you coding as a freelancer? Yes. So, while I'm working...
Go dash gRPC text unselected.
I'm
Read
working
only
for
if
Trading
error
Light.
equals nil left brace. Read only log dot fatal left paren left control C. With overview circle main dot lang. IF suggest asterisk left shift
as my
space ER suggested left X dash backdash backspace dash AL left return ER backspace FATQ backspace left paren ER.
That's what I do for the majority of my time.
Fatal left paren right O suggest G dot suggest list main dot lang.
Right? There's no difference between me and you. You go to your job.
Log
you do
dot
remote,
fatal
I do the
backspace
same
F suggest list dot main dot right brace. Left
Bro,
left
how can I
V
send a post request
HTTP
in
dot
less than
handle
100
left paren
milliseconds?
quote slash GraphQL quote blank
post.
left quote HTTP error left S HTTP quote log quote git quote log quote.
No, I cannot
Quote
show
HTTP
internals, right? Of course not.
ET slash FS log quote quote blank.
It's a public. Go and subscribe. You know.
Go dash gRPC dash graph left can see. With over main dot go dash complete dash Golang dash micro dash service dash project dash Visual Studio Code frame. Main content.
Non-linear sound.
Main dot go editor. Focus mode.
That as well.
Right brace text unselected. HTTP dot handle dot.
Trading Light uses Salty. How do you fucking see that it's using
docs colon AAN. Return. Dealer. Error. HTTP dot backspace.
How do you fucking know
error
that?
left control.
Which is the worst Exchange API you used?
Backspace, backspace. Copy L, suggest left control, error. Main dot go editor HTTP dot handle left paren quote slash playground quote playground dot handler left paren quote hill quote log dot fatal text unselected log dot fatal left banner navit address and search Google or P L A Y until G O U until text until D A R space G T
see some more for this soon again. Yeah, maybe
return collapse.
It's hard, guys.
Loading.
It's very hard to.
Please wait. Browse mode. Main content. GraphQL playground GitHub https://github.com GraphQL playground link. Loading. Please wait. Finished loading GraphQL playground : video game GraphQL IDE for better development workflows left paren GraphQL subscriptions interactive docs and collaboration right paren dot page has 7 landmarks 53 headings 1 table 5 visited links finished loading playground handler GraphQL Google search page has 7 landmarks 17 headings 52 unvisited links accessibility links heading level 1 skip window circle main dot go dash complete dash Golang dash micro navigation and config Golang left V pasted contents from clipboard right return PAYGROUD right query return.
You know what I mean? I can show you.
Quote GitHub left control C. Win overview panel grade. Circle main dot go dash complete dash Golang dash micro dash service dash project dash Visual Studio Code frame. And config go library dash Google Chrome dash nerf frame. And config go library dash memory usage package main. P select left control C. Win over circle main dot go dash complete dash Golang HTTP dot handle left V capital AS blank.
All these things, man. Look at this. All Golang Golang,
HTTP
Coinbase,
left
boom.
C, copied, may left V,
BTC,
return, ask anything.
Easy, no risk. Golang, my
HTTP
friend.
dot handle F left C, with
Fast as
main
the
dot
speed
go
of
dash
light.
complete and config go library dash Google Chrome dash and frame.
What
And
does this tool
config go
do?
library dash
It
memory
basically gives
usage
you
dash 105
an
MB
X-ray
page
vision
tab.
of the crypto
Main
markets.
content. List with 2 items. Bullet. Handler dot playground. From the old package is deprecated.
Go back to content for humans. How long does it take to add new exchanges to the product? 1 hour. No, 1 hour. Probably, I don't know, 2-3 hours or something, 4 hours maybe. But that's adding. I need to test it and everything. So, are you make this with Golang? Yes, man. Everything is Golang. The whole shebang.
Leaving list. Import left per left C. Over main dot go dash complete dash Golang dash micro dash service. Left V. Pasted contents from clipboard. Left control Z. Z undo. Text to executable schema left V. Paste blank. Right brace. Blank. SRV colon equals backspace S. Suggest list box. S main dot go editor SRV colon equals handler dot new dot S dot backspace S error. GR suggest return. Main dot go editor SRV colon equals
I cannot
dot
tell
error.
anything. I'm under fucking NDA, guys. I cannot tell you
Left A
anything.
entire dot text unselected.
Of course, we're using
Blank.
website. What the hell
Left
do
A
you
entire
think we're doing
Z.
API
We
request for this
oversert
thing?
and conf push left
I cannot
V
tell you anything,
return.
man. I cannot do
Ask
it. I'm under
anything.
a heavy NDA, man. Big ball NDA. Golang, super nice syntax and all those lips back together. Productivity, that's it. Non-linear sound. You are right. It is what it is. It's fine. It's easy. It's all about simplicity, no magic, and readability. Right? Big projects. Benefit. I need to pee, guys. Thanks everyone for watching. And I love to see you in the Discord channel. Don't forget to subscribe. Yada yada yada. Check full-time GoDev, the biggest scam in the universe. And
We over circle make / register the / GraphQL and
Hey
point
guys, welcome to the live
S
by
new S text
IntelliPath.
unsprite
I
left
am
A
Ram
entire
and
dot
I'll be the
C
one covering
copied
the
select
live
text
So
unselected.
guys, today we'll be learning
We
how
over
to
circle
start
and
coding.
con push left
So if
V
you're a fresher
wind
or if
over
you're
and
someone
over
who's just
circle
interested
and
into getting
config
into
o dash
coding,
gRPC
then
dash
this live is
GraphQL
for
dash
you.
microservices
Alright,
HTTP
so
left C
in this
with over
session,
circle go dash
we'll basically
gRPC
be
dash and
discussing a lot
config
of
go
different
left
topics
right
that will
return left
pertain to
V
how you
pasted
can
right
start
shift
with
return
coding.
I
Alright
3
guys,
A
now we always do this for our YouTube regulars, but if you're new here, please stick till the end because there is a surprise for you. Alright, so now let's take a quick look at our agenda. So in our session today, we'll be discussing different topics, and these are the different topics. First, why learn coding? Then we'll move on to how you can start coding for yourself. How will you start? Then third, we'll discuss which languages should you start with, which language should you choose. Then we'll discuss how you can choose a project. We'll discuss what this particular topic is. And then we'll discuss the learning path. What is the learning path you should take? And finally, we will conclude by discussing what are the different kinds of jobs you can get in this particular field. So guys, let's go ahead and start the session. So our first question here is, our first discussion topic, why learn coding? So this is a question for you as well as me. Why should you learn coding? And do you really want to learn it? So let's actually discuss a story. So we have a person, and this person wants to earn a very high salary. They don't know what they want to do in life, but they just know they want to learn, they want to earn a very high salary. So they decide to become a software engineer or software developer because they heard that it pays a lot. Then there is a person who's just interested in coding and in developing, in programming. So they take up this particular field of coding, programming, just because they're interested in this field. And then there's this third person. He has already been working in a particular field. Suppose he's a business analyst. Now he's been working since the 90s or the 80s. And during that time, they didn't use any such, special algorithms to think about the data and make powerful decisions. But these days, the market has to change, and he has to adapt with the market to incorporate coding into his own, working culture, so that he can make better decisions based on the data that's being collected. You know how data science works. So all these three people have the same goal in mind. They want to become better at coding. They want to become coders or programmers. They want to become programmers. At least they want to learn what coding is or how to work with coding. So these can be few of the reasons why you would want to become a coder. Maybe you want to get a really high-paying job. Maybe you're just interested in coding. Maybe you're just, learning coding to adapt with the change, with the market, adapt to the market, adapt to the change that's happening to the market. So you should ask yourself, why do you want to learn coding? Now, this is important. You should ask this question to yourself because, if you don't have the motive of your learning in mind properly, then you will, fall off the horse. Once you start learning coding, if you see, come across an error, then if you're not able to solve that error, then you'll stop doing it because you don't have any proper motivation. So make sure that you have a proper motivation in your mind when you start by learning what coding is. So ask yourself this question. Why do you want to learn coding?
Config Go library dash Google Chrome navigation chat history. Close side
by yourself. Okay? So you can start coding off, basically by figuring out what you want to do. Alright, so let's discuss this. So now you've asked yourself that, what is your motive to become a coder? Why do you want to program? Now you have to go ahead with the next step, that is to learn how to start coding. So coding, this is a very generic term, how to start coding. It's a very vast field.
Complete
Computer science is a very vast
generated
field. There are so many different
Explorer
fields you can
left
get into.
control plus
So
shift
you have
plus
to
E right
narrow it
dash
down.
one
So,
unsaved file.
this is like
Explorer
problem
left
solving. You have a very
control
big
plus
problem.
shift plus
You
E right
divide into smaller
dash
parts
one unsaved
and then
file
solve
page
it. So
tab.
similarly with
Main
this question of
content
how to start
generated
coding, you need to divide
preview
it
editor
into a smaller
code
component.
generated by github.com
So
slash
with the question
99
how to start
GQL
coding, you
do
should
not edit
first go ahead and narrow it down to where do you want to code or how do you want to code. So first you need to figure out what do you want to do with coding. Do you want to develop an application? Do you want to make a bot?
Go library
do you
dash
want
Google
to
Chrome dash
develop a website?
frame.
What kind of thing do you
Go
want to do?
library dash memory
So once
usage
you
dash
figure that out,
105 MB
you
page
should
tab.
go ahead and learn what are the languages
Main
and the tools that
content.
are required
List
for the particular
left
thing. Let me give you an example. Like of the person who is just interested in coding, but he's never gotten into coding. He's just heard about how hacking is so cool and he wants to get into coding.
Selected.
So
Left
he
control
starts off
pasted
by
cast.
first
Slash test
deciding
server
what
slash
kind of
illegal
project he wants to
directives.
do. So
Quote
he wants to do a project where he's
GitHub
going to be making a recommendation system on a website.
Catalog
But the thing
client
is,
star
this recommendation
catalog
system does not
client
use any
error.
powerful algorithms or something. It's just for him to share
Quote
a few details with his family
left
because the family lives
text
far
unselect
apart.
quote
So he just
left
wants to share a few details with them.
github.com slash
So
backspace
to
left
do that, he just made this application.
quote
So see, it has a practical use, this particular project.
quote error
And while
quote
doing this project, he's learning a lot of things. He's learning how to code a website. He's learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript,
error
database technology,
error
a lot of different things.
slash
Now,
error
this is
error
how I recommend you should go ahead with it.
error
You should first figure out what you want to do, then figure out what language and tool you need for it. Then learn the basics of that language.
left
Like,
control
all the different basics of a particular language, you should learn that and then move ahead and make the application.
right brace
Now,
Explorer left control plus graph.go
make sure that the application you're making is a very simple one. Because when you start off, always start with baby steps. Because if you start with something gigantic, if you want to make like the whole Facebook website, then you'll obviously fall off the first step itself because you don't know where to start from. So rather making such a huge website, what you can do is you can just start by creating a small website where you basically can create accounts
Main
and
content.
post
Menu.
texts. That's
Copy control funk new GraphQL
so this is
quote
how I
github.com
suggest
left
you
con
guys to
s
start off,
GraphQL
like
slash graph slash generated
just start coding.
github.com slash Valdemir dash Makarov slash go dash backend dash engineering slash complete dash Golang dash
All right.
micro dash service dash
So
project slash
first, let
order.
us figure out what you want to do. So let me give you an
Tooltip.
example. So
Quick
you can
graph
do a
dot
lot of
go
things. You
editor
can make a
quote
small game. So if you're
github.com
into
slash
gaming and
99
you want to
design
make
slash
a
GQLGen
particular,
slash graphical
you want to get
catalog
into the gaming
client star
industry,
catalog
you want
dot
to
client.
become a game
Error.
developer, then you
Progress.
should start off by making a very small game, app. Not an apps per se, like a particular, like a snake ladders, snake game, the one we had on our Nokia
Progress.
mobiles, like that sort of a game, or very simple one, like
Quote
um,
github.com slash Valdemir dash Makarov
the
slash go
defender
dash backend dash
the
slash
defender game where
slash
you're
connect
basically
to
shooting
account
aliens from
service. Leaving main dot
and
go.
if you're not that, then you can go ahead and make a web
Win
application
over
or a
and
mobile
config
application, a
go
very simple
library
one
dash
per
Google
se,
Chrome dash and frame
very small
and
thing. In
config
mobile
go
apps, if you're
library
going to make
dash
a mobile
memory
app,
usage dash
I would recommend not
105
going for a
MB
mobile app
page
right now.
tab.
But if you're really interested in making a mobile app, then you can go ahead and make a very simple app
Leaving
that just
list.
opens up
SRV
and tells
colon
you what the
equals
time
handler
is.
dot new
So
default
that way.
server left paren.
So
Generated
this
dot
way,
new
first figure
executable
out
schema
what you
left
really
paren.
want to do
Generated dot config left brace
as a project.
resolvers
Then
colon
figure out
and
what are
graph
the
dot
languages
resolver
and
left
tools you
brace
can
right
use. So
brace
there are
right
a lot of
brace right
languages
paren.
out there that you can
RV
use.
colon equals
Like
handler
let me
dot
give you
new
an, you have
default server
Python, C++,
left paren.
JavaScript, and you
Selected.
have similarly
SRV
tools
colon
with
equals
them that
handler dot
that you
new
have to
default
use with them.
server left
You can use
paren.
your
S
IDEs that are
selected.
integrated development
SRV colon
environments.
equals handler
Basically
dot
where you
new
write the
default
code,
server left paren.
and you need compilers and all those tools. So figure out what do you need with all of this. So to give you a better idea, let's take an example of, you want to make a web application. So you've decided that you're going to be making that web application where you're basically going to be displaying time of all the family members that are living across the globe. And then you decide to choose a particular language. You go ahead using
Menu.
JavaScript because
Create
that is
QR
what's
code
used
for
to
this
create the
page.
front end. You use JavaScript, HTML, CSS to make the front end, and then you decide to use a particular tool. Maybe you're using Visual Studio Code as the place where you write the JavaScript code. So that is the tool you're using. Then you learn the basics of that language. Now, JavaScript will have a lot of different basics, but it has some coding basics also. Like, you have your loops, like for loops, while loops, then you have if statements, then you have variables, then you have functions and arrays. So these are like a kind of the basics of the particular language. Not just the language, these are fundamentals of any language. When you're working with any language, you'll have loops, if statements, variables, and functions and arrays. And similarly, that example of, making that website, you're learning JavaScript, so you'll have to learn these, and then you have to learn the basics of the language itself. You'll have to learn a little bit of HTML, a little bit of CSS, a little bit of JavaScript. And once you learn all of those, the fundamentals of all of those things, then you can go ahead and create the application that you want to. Now, and then create a basic application. So now, he knows what he wants to create and he's creating it then. So the process of creation, when he's creating the web application, he'll be learning a lot of things. He'll be learning how to create functions in JavaScript. He'll be learning how to place certain things using CSS, how to color them, how to make it more fancy looking, and how to divide the content using HTML. So a lot of different things you'll be learning when you're creating this application. Now remember, a very important factor here is that you should not go for something that is complicated. You should go for something that is very simple. If you go for very simple, then in the starting it feels like, oh, I'm not doing anything, but you're actually learning. So if you complete this application right, then you should give yourself a pat on the back because you've done something amazing. You started from not knowing anything in coding to create a basic application. Yeah, that's a good step. Once you've learned this, then you should go ahead for different other applications. Like once you completed your first project, do a second project. This time when you're doing a second project, make sure that it's a little bit more complicated.
And config go library dash Google Chrome dash frame.
Make it a little bit more complicated so that you can work with it and learn new things with it. So, the whole cycle repeats. You define an aim again. You choose the particular language. Well, you already chosen the language. You choose what are the libraries you're going to use, all the different tools you're going to use, and you're going to learn how to use them. So this way, slowly doing projects, you'll learn how to become a coder. So guys, that is how you're going to start coding. All right. So let me just briefly tell you like how you should choose what kind of language, what kind of tools you need to use. So all those things. Let me just brief you on that. So when it comes to which language should you choose? not just for working with your project. Maybe you're thinking, okay, so I've understood this guy's way, but I just want to start with a language. I've heard of all these different languages: C++, Java, Python. So which language should I choose? So that really depends, because there are a lot of different factors here. So you have a lot of languages out there. You have Python, Kotlin, C++, C Sharp, JavaScript, Swift, Java, Ruby, PHP, Node.js, R. There are so many different languages for so many different use cases. So again, you would have to define an aim for yourself, define a particular project for yourself, so that you can learn all these tools and languages on the journey there. Because if you have an aim, you won't falter. You won't, if you have an error, you will try to solve it. You will try to solve it because you have an aim and you want to accomplish that aim. So that's why. So choosing a language, well, I would actually recommend you guys start off with Python itself. Well, Python and JavaScript are pretty easy to start off with. But personally, I would recommend Python, because Python is one of the most easiest languages out there. Now, it's very easy to learn. Like, the learning
Circle
curve
main
is
dot
not
go
very
dash
steep.
complete dash
It's very
Golang dash
gradual
micro
curve,
dash
so you can
service dash
learn
project
easily with
dash
Python.
Visual Studio
It's
Code
got very
frame.
simple
Main content.
syntax.
Main dot go
You
editor
don't have to type
srv colon
complicated
equals
syntax for
handler
it.
dot new default
You
server
have a
left
lot of
paren
different
graph dot
tutorials
new
and guides out
executable
there.
schema
We
left paren
ourselves in Telpart
generated
have
dot
very
config
long
left brace
lecture
resolvers
that gives
colon
you
and graph
everything
dot
you need to
resolver
know
left
about
brace right
Python.
brace right
So right
brace
now
right
you can
paren
open
right
up
paren
another tab and
focus
type in
mode.
Python in Telepath, and you'll find a very good video that will explain to you how you can start coding with Python. And if you're especially a fresher who doesn't know what he wants to do, then you should definitely check this out, because it will give you an idea about coding itself, and you'll be getting Python. Now, remember I said that Python is simple. Now, it's simple doesn't mean it's bad. Python has so many different use cases. I can't even list them down right now. A few of them might be software development, data science, and creating bots, writing scripts. There are so many things you can do with Python. And Python is very powerful. A lot of different enterprises make use of Python for their particular applications and whatever they're working with, the projects. They use Python. Python is a very important language. So I suggest you guys to start off with Python. If you want to learn Python, you can start off by, looking at the different tutorials, different guides. And if you think you need a, certification in Python, because maybe you don't have a CS degree, you did not pass out with, CS, or you don't have a degree yet, then you should definitely get certified as a Python developer. And we provide the same also. Again, there's minus asterisks over here. If you have other languages that you've already worked on, suppose this is a different use case. Like, this is for the case of a person who has done some work in C++, but he stopped coding for some time because he thought that this is not what he wanted to get into. But later he realized his passion again when he started playing games again. So he wants to get back into coding the whole game. Then in that way, then you should not start off with Python. Maybe you should start off with C++ itself, or whatever language you've worked with, because then you already have a basic understanding, and you've already had the basic understanding. Then you can go ahead with the advanced topics also. Again, choosing a language can be difficult in another way also, because you have a lot of different things like to take in factor, like what kind of project you're building. So I told you guys, if you want to start off with just a language, you start with Python. But if you want to start off with a particular project, suppose you're making an iOS app, then you should definitely use Swift. Swift is as you can see, this is Swift. Instead of using JavaScript, you can't use it, so you need to use Swift. Or if you're working with Android, then you need to work with Java and Kotlin. Or if you're working with any websites, then you need to know again JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, PHP, Django, all these different kinds of languages. Or if you want to become a data scientist, then you have to work with Python again, and then either R or MATLAB also. You can work with any three of these. And then software development, if you want to get into software development, C Sharp,
library
Java,
dash
good
Google
choice.
Chrome
And then game development, if you're really into creating games, then you can start off by learning C++ and C Sharp. So again, guys, there are a lot of factors here deciding what kind of language you want to choose. I suggest Python because the Python is really easy to use, and it has a lot of use cases. It has really powerful algorithms that you can use, and a lot of powerful libraries that you can make use of.
Overview
Alright
circle
guys,
main
so other
dot
than
go
languages,
main
what kind of
content
tools can you use?
graph dot go editor slash
Debugging. So what is debugging? So
Graph.Golang.
if once you start coding, right, you will find a lot of
Right
errors
brace.
in your code. Like maybe you made a
With
a page of code
and
and it
config go
basically
library
tells
dash
you
Google
the
Chrome dash
time.
frame.
And
Copy
right now
push
it's not
button.
working. In the compiler you're
With
getting a particular error. You're getting an error
overview
that
panel
this
grade.
particular
And
thing is
main
missing.
go
So
page
how do
tab.
you check that out?
Editor blank.
Because in starting you'll be
HTTP
working by
handle
yourself because you're
left
learning
v
basics.
sris.
So you can make
SRV
use of
colon
Google.
equals handler dot new
Google is one
default
of the
server
best
left
tools out
log
there.
dot table
Search
left
that error.
HTTP dot
Whatever
listen
error you
and
get,
serve left
search it.
quote
If you
colon
search it, you will find
8080
that there are other
quote
people
nil
out there who made similar
right
mistakes,
right
like
brace.
you've made. That's
Overview
why I
main
wouldn't
and
recommend ever
config go
starting with a
library
book,
dash Google
because with
Chrome
a
dash
book you are
frame
narrowed
and
down
config go
and you can't
library
ask
dash
anyone
memory
for help.
usage
So
dash
learning online
105
is like
MB
a
page
really
tab.
good opportunity. So use Google in your debugging. So debugging would be basically removing that bug, that is the error, and you Google it and you'll find a lot of different sources that will tell you how you can solve your error. And this is where Stack Overflow comes in. Now, Stack Overflow is something you're going to be hearing a lot of times. Like, Stack Overflow is very important if you're getting into coding. So remember, Stack Overflow is basically a place. It's like Quora, but it's for like technical stuff. You ask questions and people will try to answer back with, people who are, suppose you're answering a question in Python, then a person who is really, good at Python will try to answer a question. Now, Stack Overflow has a really good community, but we in Telepath also have a really good community. If you go ahead and ask a question, then there'll be people in our community that will try to answer these questions also. So this is how you can, solve your debugging and try debugging. And these are your debugging tools. And then you have version control systems. Now, remember, guys, if you're working on software development, right, then you'll definitely be writing code. You'll be
With
coding.
over
So wherever
main
you
dot
write,
go dash
store
complete
this
dash
code.
Golang dash
So
micro
if I
dash
wanted
service
to
dash
give you a
project dash
brief
Visual Studio
explanation of
code
what Git is,
frame.
Git is
Main
basically a
content.
place where you store your code.
Quote
And
github.com slash
why
L
I wrote
return
version
left
control system
control
here is because,
V
so
pasted
when you're
contents
writing
left
your, like,
S
let's take an example. If
V
you have a
undo
project,
error
right,
colon
your
equals and
project might have
config dot
different,
process
like
left
your
paren
first
quote
iteration of a
quote
project. You
and
made your project and it works really fine. But now you want to add more features to it. So once you start adding more features to it, you create a new version of your project. It's like having different versions of an app. You'll have application version 1, application version 2,
tooltip
application version 3.
main dot
Now,
go
for
editor error
codes
colon
of
equals
all
and
of those
config
fields
dot
will be
process
stored
left paren
separately.
quote
And that's how
srv
you,
colon
that's how,
equals
like, that's a
handler
basic, is an
clear
explanation of what Git will be doing for you. So if you're confused right now, don't worry, just
generated
learn
return
how to use
fs
Git. Git is very important for any coder out there, and know that it basically is used for storing your code. Then you have your
leaving
integrated
main
development
content
environments. So
file
you have
explorer tree
IntelliJ, Visual
main
Studio, and
content
Android Studio. All of these
graph.go
different
editor right
studios
brace right
are
paren
basically
low
places where you write
and
the code.
config go
Now you're
library
writing
dash
the
Google
code
Chrome
in
dash
them,
frame
and you're
and
making
config
use
go
of the
library dash
functionality
memory
they give you.
usage dash
Now, suppose you're
105
writing your
MB
code
page tab.
in one of these IDEs, integrated development environments, and you want to use a piece of code that is very long, and you don't want to write it from the scratch.
Over
So you can
graph.go
just
dash
use the
blank
libraries it provides you,
selected
or any
left
plugins
control C
separately. So
with
just
over
remember that
OBS
IDE is a place
and
where you're going to be
config
writing
main
your code and
left
using a
V
lot of its
pasted
functionalities
contents
from here
from
and there.
clipboard
So guys,
alert
these are the
opener
different tools
new
you
tab
need
dash
to know,
search Google
and
cat search
choose,
from history
basically
main
choose the tool
content
based on the
chat
language,
GPT
like,
ask
or
anything
choose
what
any
left
integrated,
V
like,
paste
there are
graph
different integrated development
graph.go
environments
dash
out there.
complete dash
You have your
Golang
Visual Studio
main
Code
dot
that can
go
be used
editor
for different
srv code
languages
left
also,
a
but
and
it's
type
mainly used
C
for C
with O
Sharp, C++,
main dot cat
Visual
cat
Basic, and etc.
right
And if you
left
want to work with
V right
Python, you have
return
your integrated development
IS space
environment like IDLE or
IUDPX
PyCharm, etc. Alright guys, now how do you
PISTHIS space
go
to
ahead and
space
choose a
E
project?
return
Now, choosing a project is as important as completing the project itself, because you're going to be, using this as your main objective, your main goal. It's like, suppose you're going to be making a bot. You're going to be making a bot that posts questions on Facebook for you. So that is your project, that is your main goal. And make sure that you keep it a very simple one. Again, a disclaimer, guys. So if you're going to be starting to code, make sure that the project you're choosing is a very simple project. Even though it's simple, it still sets a goal for you, right? And now you know that you're going to be starting off simple and you're going to be choosing a project. So how do you choose a project? So guys, choosing of a project, the first thing you should do is make sure that it's simple, okay? And the next thing, ask yourself a question.
list with 3
Ask
items
yourself, what are
left
you interested in? Suppose you sitting there viewing right now are very interested in cricket. and you want to get into
main.go
coding.
dash
So what you can do is you
http
can
dot
basically
and
create a
srv
website,
left v pasted
or you can
contents
create
from
a website
clipboard.
that basically lists down all the
Tool quick
famous
fix
cricketers out there, such
main.go editor
Adam
http dot
Gilchrist,
handle
Sir Viv
left
Richards. You
quote
can basically
github.com
list. You can create
Valdemir
this can be
slash
your project where you are
error
writing, listing down all the different greatest
GRAPHQL
players out there on
error
your
s
website. So
type app
that can be a project. So
construct
ask
left
yourself,
race
what are you interested in? It can't just be cricket. It can be a
tooltip
lot of different things, and
main.go
make
editor
a
type
project
app
based on that.
construct
Or if you
progress
want,
error
you can do this
command
also. You
go
can
get package
basically check
failed
out,
error
ask,
clear
see if your family is having issues. Ask them,
blank
and make sure that it's a little bit simple. Or ask them what issues they're facing. Suppose they're not able to contact you properly. I know we have WhatsApp these days, but just imagine we didn't have WhatsApp, and they want to contact you with you. They want to maintain contact with you.
overview pan
So you
and
can make a
config
very
go
simple
with
messaging or
GraphQL
very
server
basic
fix dash
email
Google Chrome
application
dash far
where
and
you're
left sending
main
main
email to them,
content
they're receiving
search
it, they're sending it back to
with
you.
craft
A simple use case.
main
Try
dot
to
go
think of
dash
an
complete
idea
log
that
dot
you
text
like,
left
or do
control
you want to do it
SRV colon
passionately,
equals
and
data
choose that as your
selected
project.
left
Now
C
again,
with overview
once you've
GraphQL
decided
dot
what you want to
left
do,
V
that
return
particular thing will fall into a domain.
space
Now I said that you would be
space
creating a website. Now website will fall into a domain of web
return
development.
ask
So there are
anything
multiple different web domains. So let's discuss them. So you have web development. Web development, you can see all the different languages you'll be choosing, like your JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, PHP, Django, etc. And you guys see, if you notice, Django is basically used for writing the backend, and it again is based on Python. So you see how important Python is. Then you
search
have a different
lang
domain like
ask
Android, they're
edit
using
leaving
Java and
main
Kotlin, then you're
GraphQL
using
server fix
iOS,
dash
Swift,
Google Chrome
and
dash
for
far and
data
left
science and
work
data
right
engineering, you have Python or
GraphQL server
MATLAB.
fix
Software
document web
development, Java,
browse
C Sharp,
mode edit
Python
message
again.
push button
Game
send push
development, C++,
button
C Sharp.
browse
So
mode
you have so many
GraphQL server
different
fix
domains you can
dash
choose
Google
from.
Chrome dash
Choose the
far
one
and
that you're
left
interested in,
work right
and
GraphQL server
try to
fix
find that
document web
and try to find
main
something that
content
has a use.
blank SRV
Alright,
colon
guys.
equals handler dot
So I've
copy
told
push
you
button
how you can start
GraphQL
coding.
server fix dash Google
Now
Chrome
let's
dash
see the
far and
learning
left
path for a
work
coder.
right
So
GraphQL server
as a
fix
in
document web
learning path, you'll
with
be
main dot
so
go
first of all, what
SRV
you should do is you
V
should
left
make sure
S
that you're learning online, because you can learn
HTTP
in
dot
classes
handle
also, but
left
online is just much more
backspace
easier.
right
You
left
have
S
your own self pace and you can do it by yourself.
funk main left
So I
right
recommend trying and
left
going
if
on
error equals nil
those
left
websites
raise
out there
left
like Free
contract
Code Camp
terminal left
that provide help you in coding. They
File
basically
Explorer tree. Main
give you
content.
small tutorials where
Graph.go.
you learn the
Fun
basics
right
of
left
coding.
back prime. Leaving main
Or
content.
if you
Files
want,
Explorer tree.
if you want to
Graph.go.
be instructed by
Terminal
someone,
1.
if you
Bash
want
used
to be
Files Explorer tree.
taught by someone who has
Graph.go.
had years of
Main.go.
experience in a
Main
particular
content.
language, then
Left
you
back
can
prime.
get
Terminal left
online
control
courses.
plus draw
Now
right
we here at
page tab.
Internpath provide a
Termin CD
lot
space.
of different courses. And
Backspace
if you're
H
choosing a
L
language,
return.
like suppose you're
Command
choosing Python,
CI.
you have a lot of things
Backspace
you can do.
RUN
You
space
have the Python
AIN
certification and
dot
training.
Go.
So
Return.
basically, you
Go
will
run
be
main dot
taught
go.
by
Command failed.
different
Main go
by
colon 10
people
colon 2.
who
No
are well
required
versed
module.
in Python, who've been working with Python for years in the industry. They have
Quote
a
git
lot of
left
experience. So if you have
z
any doubt, they
undo
will be able to answer it
slash
without any
ls
hesitation,
colon slash
or
test
at least they
lang.
will try to. So guys, get certified. Certification can help you a lot, especially if you don't have a CS degree, or if you don't have a degree. If you don't have a
Tooltip.
degree at all, it's
Quick
okay.
fix dot
Doesn't matter.
left
Just try to
control
get a
main
certification
dot go
and
editor.
build your skills. Build your skills, add projects to your resumes.
Executable
Do
left
all of those
control
things.
Z
They will
undo.
greatly help you out. And if
Main
you're a
dot
person who does
http
not
dot
have
handle left quote slash
any
playground
degree
quote
that is
playground
relevant,
dot
like you
handler
don't have a
left
CS degree or an
quote
ECE degree,
leaving
then
main
again that is
content.
also fine.
Query line
Coding is
resolver
something
dot
that
go.
is easy to
Tree
start
level
with.
3.
You can easily start it off and get into it really easily also. Alright guys, so let's move back. Alright guys, so in your learning path, you should start up with learning the basics of the coding. You've chosen a field already, your domain, the project, the tools, the language you'll be working with. Then go ahead and learn all the basics. Learning the basics should take you about a month. I mean, if you're starting from beginning, you know nothing about coding, you're starting off from scratch, even then it will just take you a month to learn all the basics, all the fundamentals of coding out there, especially if you're working with Python. From there on, learning the advanced topics may take up to a few months, and mastering them even may take up to a year. Now, have you heard of any skill that you can complete and learn so easily, so fast? Well, coding is that particular field. You
Main.go.
can learn the
Tree level
basics
2.
very fast. You can master the advanced elements also pretty
Mutation
fast,
line
etc.
resolver.go. Generated account
So,
line resolve.
for learning
Tweet
part, what you
resolve.
can do is you can either get certified
Schema.resolvers.go.
from any of the companies out
Query
there like
line
Intellibot. We
resolver.go.
provide you certification where
Graph.go.
people help you out. You have your online instructors. Or what you can do is you can basically check out our blogs, our channels. If
Main
you
content.
look up
Left
our
C.
YouTube channel,
Copied
we have a
selection to
very good
clipboard.
courses that we give out for free. Like they don't have projects with them, and nobody teaches you, like no trainer will be able to
Text
answer your doubts,
unselected.
but
Back
they're
prime.
still really
Terminal
good
left
and
paren.
professional in it, and
Control
they'll
plus
help you
draw right
start off.
paren.
They'll
Page
give you
tab.
a
Terminal
platform
1.
to start
Dash
off.
use shift
So
plus
you guys
alt
can go
plus
and check them,
F1 for
or if you
terminal
want, you can check out our
accessibility
blogs
help
also.
entry.
And remember, guys, if you have any doubts that you're not able to answer, then you can go ahead and type them in our community. So if you can just type in telepath/community.
Return nil. Error.
And as you can see, you can easily just log in and
Tooltip.
register and then go
Main
ahead and ask a
content.
question if you're having any
Graph.go editor return.
doubts.
Quote GitHub left
So guys,
slash
that was
s.
for learning
Code
part.
slash test
You
server slash
basically
label
got to
text
know how you can
unselected.
start coding.
If error equals
So
nil
use
left
the
brace.
knowledge I've given you. Okay. All right. So the last thing we're going to discuss is what kind of jobs can you expect. Now you've gotten into coding, you've at least gotten an idea, and let's just give you the juicy part now. What kind of jobs can you expect? So there are different fields out there. You have your cloud computing, software development, game development, machine learning, data science,
Leaving
big
main
data, web
content.
development.
File
There's so
Explorer
many
tree.
different domains out there
Graph.go.
for you to choose.
Tree level 3.
Because you can use coding
Generated.go.
in all of these different fields. Obviously, coding is not going to be the only thing. You'll start off by coding,
Main
you'll master the
content.
elements of coding, then you will go ahead and specialize in few areas. If you suppose, let me give you an example. If you're going to cloud computing, you'll learn the architecture of the cloud. So that is again a knowledge you're getting. If you're going to
Generated.go.
software development,
Schema.
you'll have to
Resolver.go.
utilize all the different
Main content.
DevOps things and
Resolver.go.
cloud.
Preview
Lot of
editor
different
type.
things you'll use in
Leaving
software
main
development. And game
content.
development
File
is a
Explorer
very
tree.
new field also.
Resolver.go.
Started
Tree
off
level 3.
recently. And it also has
Schema.resolvers.go.
a lot of opportunities. It's going to be a little bit more different than all the other fields, but it utilizes a lot of elements from the other fields as well as coding. And then you have machine learning. This is a very good, like a very big buzzword, because machine learning is like a very sought after job. A lot of people go ahead and learn, get very good at machine learning, get paid really high salaries because machine learning is the future. Then you have data science, where you're basically studying the data. So you'll be making use of a lot of other elements like mathematics and statistics, but you'll be using coding also. And again, for data science, you guys know Python is very important. Python is important
New
for so many things.
executables
Then you have big data,
preview editor
where you'll be
directives
analyzing
CFG
a lot of
directives.
data coming in. So, and then you have web development. So guys, these are just a few domains that I've listed. There are a lot more domains out there. You can look for them yourselves, because if your interest lies in a particular field, then you can go and look at that particular field. Suppose let me give you the cricket example again. So data analysis happens in cricket also, because you have to figure out how long the player will last on the field, how many runs will he make, and how's the weather going to be. So in even that kind of field, you'll be using coding. So look at the field you are interested in. Find a particular topic that you want to do, like a project you want to do. Figure out what are the different what is the language you need to learn, what are the different tools you'll need, and then go ahead and make that application, a simple one. All right, guys, as the quote says here, an investment in knowledge always pays best interest. That basically is saying, you invest a little money or in little time in learning a particular thing, like coding, and it'll pay off in the future. It'll help you out a lot. Alright, guys who are new here, or even those regulars here, we have a flat 30% off on all our courses. You can use the coupon code YouTube30 and get flat 30% off on all of our courses. So guys, go ahead, get this limited YouTube coupon code, and get your 30% off. Alright, guys, thank you for watching. Here are numbers listed and our contact details. So if you want to talk to us, if you want to decide your career and you're
Leaving
still
main
kind of
content.
confused, then
File
go ahead and call us.
Explorer
We
tree.
give you free sessions
Generated.go.
on career counseling.
Tree
We
level
basically
3.
do career counseling also.
Graph.go.
So guys, thank you for watching, and I'll leave you be
Generated.go.
until the next time.
Graph.go. Account line resolver. Generated.go. Main content. Generated.go. Preview editor. Right text unselected. Schema start right brace. Left C. Left alt. Leaving win overview panel. Generated.go dash complete dash Golang dash right directives directive root left control C. Cop. Overview and config go library dash Google Chrome. With overview GraphQL main left control V. Paste. Over generated.go dash complete dash Golang dash micro dash service dash project dash Visual Studio Code frame. Main content. Generated.go. Preview editor right brace. Focus mode.
Hello and welcome back. In today's session, we are diving into the crucial role that SQL plays in managing and analyzing data. To your surprise, nearly all major companies like Netflix, Meta, Uber, Google, Microsoft, and many more rely on SQL in some capacity. SQL has become essential for many roles, whether you are a Python developer, tester, web developer, or software developer, as it helps you to connect databases to products. If you're in data-focused role like a data analyst, data engineer, or data scientist, SQL is an absolute must-have skill for
File Explorer
interacting with
tree.
databases effectively.
Generated.go.
With the increasing demand for
Graph.go.
skilled professionals who can
Main
manage
right
and analyze
resolvers
data,
go left
understanding
C.
SQL is
With
more
overview
important than ever.
GraphQL right
A
brace.
solid
Right
understanding
left
of
V.
SQL
Right
will prepare
return.
you to navigate interviews and make a strong impression. In this
Return.
video, I'll be
Ask
walking you
anything.
through 15 SQL interview questions that will help you get a better understanding of what to expect. With that being said, let's get started with the very first question. So starting off with the very first question, which is what is the difference between DBMS and RDBMS? Firstly, talking about DBMS, which is Database Management System, as the name only suggests, it is the basic way to store data in files. Data here is stored in the form of individual files with no connection between them. For example, consider you are in a class and teacher is storing your information like roll number, name, address, phone number into separate files, and there is no linkage. And to search about specific student, you have to look through each file one by one, which becomes very tedious and time consuming. On the other hand, RDBMS or Relational Database Management System have some sort of relation between the data. For example, MySQL, you must have used for creating tables and storing values. Taking the same example of student, here you can create a table which will have column of roll number, name and address, which will be interconnected. So when you want to search, you can easily perform a query and data related to that particular student will come. Overall, making it easy to create a relationship between different pieces of data. This allows faster data retrieval, especially when you're dealing with large data set. RDBMS also reduces redundancy because there is only one record corresponding to a particular student, and it is designed to support multiple users with high security. Plus, it is optimized for larger amount of data. Moving on with our next question, which is what is a primary key and a foreign key? So each of us have been to colleges or schools, right? There we all used to have our roll numbers or registration IDs, which was unique for all the individuals, and no two individual used to have same roll number. So we can say that roll number used to serve as a primary key to uniquely identify rows in a table. It's used to make sure that each row is distinct and can't be duplicated, and it also doesn't allow any empty or null values. So have you ever seen anyone without a roll number in your class? No, right? Which is again helpful for you to easily identify each student's detail without any confusion. Now in class you study more than one subject. For example, you study physics, maths, science, etc. So to connect a table of students' detail like name, address, etc. and the course table which will cover the course he is studying, you will need something called as foreign key. In our case, we will use your roll number to link between the two tables and will serve as the foreign key. This foreign key points back to the primary key in the student table, creating the link between two tables. So in simple terms, the foreign key helps you connect data across table, ensuring that records in one table can reference the related information to another. Moving on with question number 3, which is what are constraints and their types? You all must have at least once filled a Google form. So have you seen that there are certain fields which is mandatory field, or some fields are optional which you can leave blank, or certain field which only takes input in a given range? So what are these? These are called as constraint, which in SQL is like rules you set up for data in your tables. They help keep data accurate and reliable. Talking about constraint in SQL, the first is not null. As the name only suggests, a column can't be empty. For example, if you're making a schema with a column named as roll number, not null, and if you're trying to add a student without any roll number, the database won't allow it, meaning it is must to add that certain field. Talking about the second constraint, which is unique. This makes sure that no two values in a column are same. Suppose you have an email column in your same student table. Each email has to be unique. It's like saying that students should have distinct email IDs. Coming to our third constraint, which is primary key. It combines non-null and unique constraint, meaning there should be only one field which should uniquely identify records. As I discussed in the previous question, your roll number serves as the primary key. Let's see our fourth constraint, which is foreign key. This one links table together. Let's say you have another table listing courses. A foreign key could connect the student table to the course table, linking each student to their courses. Fifth, check. Do you want to set a condition? This one is for you. For instance, if in your table you have voting age column accepting ages over 18 only, check can enforce that rule in age column, and if you try to add someone younger, the database will stop you. Last, default. This constraint plays an important role when you want to have your record take a default value when no value is mentioned. Say you add default value as India for a country column in your table, and if you don't specify a country, it will automatically fill in India. Moving on with our next question, which is explain DDL and DML commands in SQL. Okay, so when we are working with database or creating table like an employee table, what we are actually doing? We are usually either setting up the database, changing the employee's data, or updating the records of employee. And that is where DDL or data definition language and DML or data manipulation language comes into play. First, DDL commands. Talking about DDL, which is like the foundational tool of the database, these commands help us define the structure of the database by creating, altering, or deleting tables and other objects. For example, with create, we can make new table. Like create table employee will help us create a new table employee. With alter, we can modify it later if we need to add a new column in our employee table. Even deleting a whole table is possible with drop. So we can say that DDL command don't deal with the actual data but just with the database's structure. And what I mean by database structure is the overall table structure. Now moving to DML commands, DML is all about working with the actual data. Once we have the table, we use DML to insert, update or delete data. For example, if you want to add a new row of data, you would use insert. To change data, you would use update, and to remove specific data, delete is the way to go. These commands help keep the data into the table up to date and manageable. For example, to add a new employee record, you would write something like insert into employee, then in bracket name and position, then value like say example Joe, and what position he is holding, say manager. So in short, DDL commands are like setting up and organizing the house, which in this case is structure, and DML commands are like how we are going to manage everything inside the table, the data itself. Moving ahead with our question number 5, which is what is the difference between delete, drop and truncate statements. So all of us used to have a bookshelf in our home to keep our academic books, novels or even comics books. Now consider your bookshelf as your database table and each book represents a row of data. Now if you want to clear out or delete data from this bookshelf, you have three options: delete, drop and truncate. Here's how they are different. First, delete. This is like removing a specific book from the shelf based on certain condition. Like I want to remove all the red covered books or remove books from the top shelf. So delete lets you choose what exactly you want to remove. Plus if you change your mind, you can roll back or you can keep your red books again or undo the deletion in most cases. Second, truncate. This one quickly clears out the book from the shelf, leaving the shelf empty but intact, meaning it will remove the book from that particular shelf but it will not delete the shelf. It's fast and it doesn't allow you to roll back, meaning once it is done, it's done. Truncate is perfect when you don't need any of the data but you want to keep the structure. For example, in our case, the shelf for the future use. Third, drop. Drop is like taking down the entire shelf and removing it from the room. All the books and the shelf itself are gone and you're left with nothing but just the empty space. Drop is permanent and can't be undone. So you would only use it if you know you won't need the table or data again for the future use. Moving on with question number 6, which is differentiate between group by and order by clause. Imagine you have a table, for example on the screen, that is full of employee data, like a list of employees in a company, each with details like their department and salary. Now you have two tasks in your hand. You want to group employees by department to see how many people work in each department or what is the average salary in each department. Second, you want to sort the employee list by salary, either from the highest to lowest or vice versa. These tasks require different tools in SQL. First, group by, and second is order by. So group by is like putting your data into buckets. For example, you are grouping all the employees of the same department into one bucket. So you can easily see total or averages. So group by is typically used with aggregate functions like sum,
Menu,
average,
main
count
content,
to calculate
copy
things
push
like
button,
total salary
good
of
response
department,
push
average
button,
salary in
bad
each
response
department, or
push
count the
button,
total
read
numbers of
aloud push
employees
button,
working in each
edit in
department.
canvas
This
push
way,
button,
instead of looking
for row
at
collapse
individual
push
row, you
button,
get a
opens
summarized
menu,
view for each
focus
department.
mode.
For example, when I say select department average salary from table employee and then group by department, this will group all the departments like HR, sales and IT and then will display the average salary respectively. Secondly, talking about order by, which is like sorting rows in a particular order. It's like alphabetizing names in a list or ranking employees by salary. So when you use order by, you are sorting the entire table based on one or more columns, such as salary from highest to lowest. You can sort in ascending or descending order. When I say select star from employees, order by salary desk from an employee table containing names, department and salary. This way you get a neat, grouped and sorted view of department salary. In short, group by is like grouping your data into meaningful summaries, while order by arranges data in an order you want to view. Moving ahead with question number 7, which is explain the difference between where and having clause. Where clause is like filtering before grouping. Think of the where clause like a watchman at the society gate. So before anyone gets inside, in our case SQL, before any data is grouped, the watchman checks the ID or the condition and only lets in those who belongs to that society. So when to use this where clause? You use where clause to filter individual rows based on specific condition like age or name. For example, if you want to find students who are 18 years old or older, what you would do? You would select the student name and age from the student table where age is greater than or equals to 18. What it does, it filters out the student who don't meet the age requirement before any grouping occurs. And having clause. Think of it like filtering after grouping. Now picture the having clause as the judges in a talent show. After the contestants have performed and have been grouped by their score, the judge review the group and decide which one meets the criteria. So when to use? You use having when you want to filter group created by group by clause based on aggregate result like count or sum. For example, if you want to see how many students are in each age group, but also you want to display age groups with more than one student, what you would do? In SQL, you would write select age, so you're selecting the age, and then count roll number as number of students, and from the table student, where you are grouping by age. So group by age and having count roll number greater than 1. Here you will see only details of that records are displayed for which number of students are greater than 1. Moving on with question number 8, which is what are aggregate function in SQL and can you provide example? So imagine you have a big basket of fruit and you want to know something about them, like how many you have, the average weight, the heaviest fruit or the lightest one. SQL aggregate functions are like tools that help you perform these tasks on data in a database, just like you would do with that fruit. Let's talk about this aggregate function by performing certain function on them. You can see the table on the screen, right? Talking about the count, it counts the number of rows or the non-null values in a column. For example, count star gives you the total number of record, which in our case is 6, as we have 6 employees working. Talking about sum, it adds up all the value in numeric column. For example, when you're writing sum and salary in bracket, it gives you total salary, which is 3120. Third, average. It calculates the average of a numeric column. For example, AVG in bracket salary is calculated as sum of the salaries divided by total number of employees. Fourth, min. It finds the minimum value in numeric column. For example, min in bracket salary gives you the lowest salary, which is 403. Fifth, max. It finds the maximum value in numeric column. For example, max salary returns the highest salary, which in our case is 802. That is all for the aggregate functions. Moving on with our question number 9, which is explain indexing in SQL and what do you mean by clustered index. Let's say you have a book, but without page number. Just think of the difficulty you will face while searching for a topic without knowing the index and the page number. Now in that similar manner, think of the database like a huge unsorted stack of paper. Without an index, if you want to find a specific paper, say for example in our case employee ID 1120, you would have to flip through every page one by one, and that is very slow. But with indexing, it's like organizing this paper in specific manner. Alright, think of clustered index as putting these papers in exact order, like arranging them by employee ID from smallest to largest, as you can see on the screen. So instead of just labeling the sections, we are actually organizing the paper themselves in order. In the image you can see on the screen, when we are searching for employee ID 1120, the database uses the clustered index to skip the larger section that don't match. It quickly finds the range 1001 and 1200 and jumps right to that folder. This way, indexing cuts down this larger step, making the data retrieval fast and efficient. Moving ahead with question number 10, which is what is normalization, and explain the different type of normal forms. So normalization in database works similarly by organizing data efficiently, minimizing redundancy, which here is duplicate information, and preventing issues when inserting, deleting or updating records. So why is normalization important? First, it reduces duplication. Just like you will not want to have same copies of a book, similarly in database, normalization helps avoid storing the same information multiple times. Second, it prevents anomalies. It helps prevent error when adding, removing or updating data. Now talking about type of normalization, starting off with the first normal form or 1NF. So each table cell should contain a single value and each column must have a unique name. This ensures that no duplicates, values are present, and it simplifies data retrieval. For example, if you have a table with student information, each one of us have more than one hobbies, right? Then instead of listing hobbies in one row, it should be in separate row rather than listed together like you can see on the screen. Second NF or second normal form. All the non-key attribute must depend on the primary key. In simple term, each piece of data in the table should relate directly to the main identifier, like a student ID, and not to each other. For example, in a student table, if you have a column for the student class and another for their teacher, the teacher's name should depend on the class, not on the student ID. Third normal form or 3NF. Imagine you have organized your toys so that no toy categories overlap. In a similar manner, every non-key attribute must be independent of the other non-key attributes.
Menu.
This means
Inspect.
that no information in the table should rely on another piece of data. If a student class is linked to a specific teacher, that information should not be mixed with the student table but rather organized in a separate table. Lastly, boycott normal form or BCNF. So every determinant and attribute that can determine other attributes must be a candidate key. This ensures that all the dependencies are based solely on unique identifier. For example, if you have both student ID and class as potential identifier, each must uniquely define the data in its column without overlap. So that's all for the normalization form. Moving on with question number 11, which is what do you mean by union and union all operator? Okay, so let's break down the union and union all operator in SQL in a way that is very easy to understand using a simple example. So think of SQL database like your friend list from two places. List A, which consists friends from school, and in this we have Alice, Bob and Charlie. And list B, in which you have friends from work, Bob, David and Eva. Now you are throwing a party and you want to create a single list of the guests who are coming to your party. So what does union do? The union operator combines both the list into one. But here's the catch, it removes any duplicate. So if someone is present in both the lists, they will only appear once in the final list. So final guest list will be Alice, Bob, Charlie, David and Eva. So in SQL, when you use union, it looks something like select name from school friends table, union select name from work friend table. So what does union all do? Now let's say you want to include everyone on both the lists, duplicates and all. This is where union all operator comes into play. It combines the two lists but keeps every name, even if they show up more than once. So your final list will contain the duplicate value also. For example, Alice, Bob, Charlie, then again Bob, David and Eva. So in SQL, it will look something like select name from school friends table, union all, select name from work friend table. So that's all for union and union all. Moving on with question number 12, which is how can you find the second highest salary in a table? So the SQL query to find the second highest salary and the employees who earn it operates through a structured flow involving nested subquery. It starts with the innermost query, which retrieves the highest salary from the employee table using select max salary from the employee. For example, if the highest salary is 1 lakh, this value is used in the next step. The second subquery filters out the salary that are less than the maximum by executing select max salary from employee table, where salary is less than the subquery which we just performed, which is select max salary from the employee, by applying max to the remaining salary. This subquery identifies the second highest salary. In this case, it could be 90,000. Finally, the outer query comes into play, which selects the name and salary of the employee who gave the second highest salary by executing select the name and salary from employee table, where salary equals to select max salary from employee, and where salary is less than select max salary from employee, the subquery which we just discussed. This means that if multiple employees earn the second highest salary, the query will return each one. Overall, this structured approach allows the query to efficiently determine and display the names and the salaries of employees with the second highest earning. So that's all for this question. Moving ahead with question number 13, which is what are views in SQL? So a view in SQL is like a virtual table that doesn't store data on the disk but allows you to see data from one or more table in a specific way. What I mean by this is, suppose you have a student database which stores student ID, name, address, and someone wants to just see the student name and the address without looking their IDs or other information. So in this case, you can create a view. Say the name of the view is detail view. To do this, the query you will perform is create view, then the name of the view, which in our case is detail view, and then select name address from the original table, which is student detail table. And if you want to give certain conditions, say you want only those record where ID is less than 5, so put a condition, say ID less than 5. And from this, our view will be created, and to see our view, you can just perform a simple query. Select star from details view, which is the name of our view. And you can see on the screen the view with the name and address is there. So you yourself can see that view allows you to limit the sensitive data and restrict user permission, which is especially helpful when working with large table or when different users need access to different parts of data. Moving ahead with question number 14, which is how can you convert a text into date format? Consider text as 2011-2024. To convert string to date format, use string to date function. Write a query, select string to date, then in bracket the given date, then mod D for day, mod M for month, and mod Y for year. What it does, SQL now reads 27/10/2024 as the date, October 27, 2024. So moving ahead with question number 15, which is what are triggers in SQL? So imagine you are managing a library, and every time someone borrows or returns book, you want to perform functions like update the available book count in the system. So doing this manually for every transaction would be very tedious and of course will increase the chances of error. Here's where triggers in SQL comes in. So triggers are like the reflex action which allows you to set up an automatic action that will run every time a certain event happens in your database, like adding, updating, or deleting data in a table. So when do trigger runs? Triggers are usually set up to run during one of three events. Insert, when new data is inserted. Second, update, when existing data in table changes. And third, delete, when data is removed from a table. So let's say you have a table in your library database called books. Every time someone borrows a book, you want to decrease the available stock for that book. Second, log the transaction to keep track of the borrowed books. So using a trigger, you can make this happen automatically every time someone checks out for a book. Here's how you could set up the trigger for when a new book record is added to borrowed book table. So what is the query? The query is create table, update book stock. What we are doing here is we are creating a trigger named as update book stock. Here it's named which reflect what the trigger does. So it updates the stock of book. Then second, we have after insert on borrowed books. After insert on borrowed books tells the trigger when to activate. Here it activates after the new record or row is added to the borrowed books table. In other words, every time the book is borrowed, this trigger will run. Then for each row. This is like a looping statement for each row. This means that for every individual borrowed book entry, new rows added to borrowed book, the trigger will apply. Then begin. Update book, set available count equals to available count minus 1, where book ID equals to new.book ID. Then end. And then what we are doing with these queries, we are finally updating the books. Now this is where actual updation happens. The book table is updated by reducing available count by 1 for borrowed book. And the new.book ID here refers to the book ID of the borrowed book. So putting it all together, each time someone borrows a book, this trigger automatically reduces the available count of that book by 1 in the books table. This way our stock count in the books table stays up to date without needing any manual input. So that's all for my side. If you like this video, kindly subscribe to IntelliPath's YouTube channel. Thank you and see you in next video.
SOC or Security Operations Center is often regarded as the heart of any business's cybersecurity strategy. Let me tell you why. The APT 41 targeted several sectors in India, including telecom, transportation, and government organizations, to steal sensitive information. Then there's the Red Echo attack, which focused on India's power plants, electricity distribution centers, and even seaports. And let's not forget the Lazarus Group attack on South Korean financial institutions, which included banks and cryptocurrency exchanges. These incidents highlight just how fragile and sensitive our data is. But why didn't any of these incidents cause widespread damage? Or in other words, why didn't you hear about any of these? Because they were detected and contained in the early stages itself by a group of highly skilled SOC analysts, which prevented significant damage and a widespread exposure. SOC analysts, apart from being the frontline defense during any cybersecurity attack, is also one of the highest in-demand and sought-after careers in India, according to an article by the Times of India. This article further states that the Indian cybersecurity market will cross over 2 trillion by 2025, resulting in the creation of over 1 million job opportunities, which is clearly reflected in both the 19,000 plus job openings available currently and in having an average salary of 5 lakhs per annum for an SOC analyst in India. Now that you have a very clear understanding of the need and importance of an SOC analyst, let's proceed with what you came here for. This video is divided into 4 parts based on the 4 important concepts. Each part contains 5 questions, which add up to a total of 20 questions in the whole video. The 4 important concepts covered are as follows: basic networking and security concepts, tools and monitoring in SOC, incident response and threat management, and finally, advanced cybersecurity concepts to wrap up this session. But before we begin, if you want more such videos, then make sure to give this video a thumbs up and hit the subscribe button to never miss out on any updates from us. So, without any further ado, let's start with the first question, which is very commonly asked in an SOC analyst interview. What is the purpose of a Security Operations Center, or SOC? At this point, you must have a vague idea about what an SOC does, but let's look at the proper definition. In very simple terms, an SOC is like a control room where a team of experts constantly watch over an organization's digital systems to prevent any kind of cyber attacks and take action to stop them before they can cause any damage. Or in technical terms, an SOC is responsible for monitoring and defending an organization's IT infrastructure from cyber threats by focusing on real-time detection, analysis, and response to the security incidents. That settles it. Moving on to our next question. That is our second question, which is, explain the TCP three-way handshake. Now, what is a TCP three-way handshake? Say you have the client which sends a message to the server, or maybe say your laptop which is connected to the server. So your laptop sends a message to the server saying that, hey, I want to connect with you. And this message is sequenced. The sequence of this message is 100. And this is called as the sync message, which you're just trying to sync in with the server. So you're sending the first message, hey, I want to connect with you. And then the server returns back a message, which would be the sync acknowledgement message that, sure, I'm ready, let's connect. And this particular message has a sequence, which is the sequence 100. And this is also called as the acknowledgement, which is acknowledgement 101. Next, your laptop or the client responds to the acknowledgement saying, great, we're connected. And this again has a sequence, say sequence 101, and there's an acknowledgement as well, acknowledgement 301. Now you can see that there was a three-way connection happening. First, your laptop talked to the server responded back with an acknowledgement, then you acknowledged that acknowledgement and sent another acknowledgement. So there is a three-way communication happening between your computer and the server. So that is called as a three-way handshake. Now, why is this important? Now, this is an important concept when it comes to networking and SOC analysts in general, because this ensures that whatever packets you're sending from your laptop to the server, that the communication is reliable between both the parties involved. So, if you look at the table over here, you can see the sequence numbers with the proper communication table. This is how the routing table is prepared for all the servers or all the devices involved in the communication. First, we had the client which sent the sync package with the sequence number 100, which was, hey, I want to connect. There was no acknowledgement. Second, the server responded to this first with sync acknowledgement with the sequence number 300 that, yes, I'm ready to connect, and it was an acknowledgement. Next, your client responded to that acknowledgement with the 101, and the acknowledgement number was 301. Or in technical terms, TCP establishes a reliable connection between a client and a server before data transmission in the TCP/IP protocol, which ensures that both parties are synchronized and are ready to exchange data. Moving on to the next question. What is the CIA triad and why is it essential in cybersecurity? Now, the CIA triad is a fundamental model in cybersecurity that outlines three core principles essential for securing information systems and data. Now, it's basically a set of three rules which are like the fundamental or the pillars in making sure that cybersecurity is established. What are these three principles? It's confidentiality, integrity, and availability. What does this mean? Confidentiality is protecting sensitive data from unauthorized access or disclosures, such as locking your files. Such as when a client is sending their sensitive files to your company, such as WhatsApp, storing your private chats, you want to make sure that nobody else is accessing those chats. Nobody who's unauthorized be accessing those sensitive files. So that is why you're protecting those sensitive files, you're encrypting those files, and that is confidentiality, making sure that any unauthorized person is not accessing those files. Next, you have integrity. Integrity is protecting data from unauthorized modification, such as a hacker breaching into your data and changing the pre-existing data. Say you send a text to your friend and somebody, maybe a hacker, they modify that text and send something else to your friend. So that is protecting the integrity so that this situation does not happen. Next, you have availability. Availability is preventing disruptions to services or access to data, such as the DDoS attacks, preventing a DDoS attacks where the authorized people are not able to access their data. So this kind of situation should not be happening. Like you have your messages stored in, you're storing your clients' messages in a place, and now you only are not able to access that data. That should not happen. That kind of scenario should not be happen. That is called as availability. So now, why do we need the CIA triad? It might be obvious enough, but still, maintaining these principles builds trust with users, clients, and stakeholders by ensuring their data is handled responsibly, which is very important when it comes to business. Moving on to our next question. Define and explain the difference between IDS and IPS. IDS and IPS are both very important terms when it comes to cybersecurity. It's a way to protect your service. It are protocols which protect your service, but they do have a very different way of working. Let's see how. Now, say there's a data breach. Say there's a SQL injection happening. SQL injection is when your SQL data, somebody's trying to, like a hacker is trying to modify your SQL databases, that particular query. So there's a hacker who's trying to put a bug into your SQL servers and they're trying to do the SQL injection. Now, in case of IDS, what happens is that it alerts, like you have set up the IDS protocol, so it alerts you, it sends you an alert that possible SQL injection detected at IP 192.168.1.5. That is how IDS works. It just sends you an alert that there's a possible breach, there's a possible SQL injection happening in this particular IP. Now, when it comes to IPS, it not only alerts the user, but it also takes the necessary action, such as blocking that IP address in this particular case. In case of IDS, you can see it was an alert. But in case of IPS, you can see it's a direct blocked. That possible SQL injection was there from this IP at this particular time, so I blocked it. That is IPS, not only alerting, but also blocking, also taking the necessary step. So, in technical terms, IDS or intrusion detection system detects the SQL injection but doesn't block it. So the security team manually have to block the attacker. It's like, oh, I can see a data breach, you do something about it. That's IDS. And when it comes to IPS or intrusion prevention system, it detects and blocks the SQL injection, hence the system automatically is blocking the attacker. You don't have to do anything, it's all automatic when it comes to IPS. Moving on to our next question. What is port scanning and how do attackers use it? Say there's a web server. If you must have worked in full stack, or if you must have launched your own web applications, you must know about these port numbers, right? So say there's a web server running and there are multiple ports which is connected to it. There's port 22, there's port 80, and there is port 3306. Now, this is an interesting concept. The hacker can actually send multiple packets to these ports to figure out or to find out the current status of these ports, such as if these ports are opened or if these ports are closed. Now what happens in port scanning is the hacker sends multiple packets to these ports on a particular web server and gets back these packets, like we saw in TCP handshake, right? A packet is going and then it comes back. So that's happening here. And then these packets give information about the current status of these ports. Now you can see port 22, which is the SSH port, it is open. Port 80, it is closed, so it's fine. 3306 is also open, that is your MySQL, your database server is open. So you can see that both of these 22 and 3306 ports are open. Now what the hacker can do with this? The hacker can try brute force approach. They can try guessing the passwords of whatever your database is. They can, you have seen a SQL service, right? So they can just try to guess the password of it. And if they unfortunately succeed, they can steal all the data that you have stored in your database. So that's what port scanning is, and that's how it works. Or in technical terms, port scanning is a technique used to identify open or closed ports on a network device. Essentially, it helps determine which ports are active and what services are running on them. Moving on to our next question. What are SIEM tools? Explain their role in security monitoring. SIEM or Security Information and Event Management tools aggregate and analyze logs from various sources to identify potential security incidents and facilitate incident responses. What does this mean? Say there are a lot of tools. You have set up, you have your own company now. You're setting up you're preventing any data breaches from happening. So you have set up a lot of things. You have servers, you have firewalls, you have IDS, IPS, and you have endpoints. Everything is safe and secure. Now, what SIEM tools is doing is, all of these, the servers, firewalls, IDS, IPS, and endpoints, they have certain logs that at this time we did this, at this time we did this, right? So these are documented in form of logs. Now all of these logs are transmitted or are sent to a central repository which keeps track of all of these devices. A central system which is connected to all of these. Say there are multiple primary branches which are connected to the main system. That is what SIEM tools are. Now, there are various SIEM tools available in the market, like Sumo Logic, Elastic Security, Splunk, Logarithm, ArcSci, IBM QRadar, SolarWinds, SEM. Splunk is one of the most famous one when it comes to cybersecurity. You can even search for this. This one, Splunk technology, it simplifies the task of collecting and managing massive volumes of machine-generated data and searching for information within it. So basically, Splunk and all of these softwares that you're looking at, they all collect data from different softwares that you have set up and they analyze that data. But why would we need to do this? Why would we need to collect that machine-generated data and then analyze them? That brings us to our next question, which is, what is log correlation and why is it critical for identifying threats? This collecting and analyzing data will help you identify potential threats. But how? Now, what is log correlation? Log correlation is the process of analyzing and linking log entries from multiple sources like a firewall, server, application, endpoints to uncover patterns or relationships that indicate a potential security threat. Why would we need this? Say there's a firewall, there's a port scanning happening. We just looked at what port scanning is. So your firewall detects it, right? That there are multiple packets coming from a single IP address. So there's a data breach, there's a possible data breach happening. So your firewall alerts that there's a port scanning happening. And at the same time, your server also sends another message that there's an unauthorized access, an unauthorized IP address is trying to access your servers. Now, how do you know as a user that this data breach came from here? That first the attacker tried the brute force attack through the port scanning and then they reach your server. How do you know that? For that, you need log correlation, which takes data from both this firewall and application server and sends it to softwares like your Splunk, and it analyzes the data and it figures out, or in technical terms, events occurring across different systems can be pieced together to identify a broader attack pattern or the path that the attacker took to attack your system. You need to be able to understand the path so that you can prevent any more future attacks. So that's exactly why you need log correlation, or you need SIEM tools. So log correlation provides the context needed to uncover sophisticated attacks, reduce false positives, and enable timely responses. Now, what do you mean by false positives? False positives is sometimes you must have seen, if you must use Google, right? So if you try to log into your Google ID from some other IP address which is unrecognized by the Google systems, you immediately get a mail on your email ID that some IP address from this particular location is trying to access your email ID. Is that you? If it's not you, send us a message. So that is a false positive. That is Google checking for a false positive. Sometimes it's possible that a hacker is doing this and you are not aware that somebody accessed your email, you have no idea. Then that's a hacker. So that's an actual cyber attack going to happen. But if it's you yourself who is accessing from the other IP, then there's no need to cause a huge alarm about it. So it's just, you just had an emergency situation and you had to immediately log in. So you don't need to create a huge fuss about it, right? So that's a false positive where there's no need, but still a trigger goes off. So to prevent that, you need log correlation. Moving on to our next question. How do you fine-tune a SIEM system to minimize false positives? False positives are very important. Minimizing false positives is very crucial. So you can use your SIEM tools to minimize that. Let's look at how you do that. So fine-tuning an SIEM tool involves optimizing its configuration, rules, and processes to ensure that alerts are accurate, actionable, and aligned with the organization's security needs. Let's understand this better with the help of an example. So, say a failed login attempt is happening, which is generating a lot of false positives. Now, how to prevent this? How to prevent the false positives from happening? You can have a baseline analysis, as in, determine the typical number of failed logins per user per hour. Next, you can have a rule refinement, which will set a threshold for, say, five failed logins within 10 minutes from the same IP. Next, there is context-aware filtering, which will exclude alerts for known trusted sources, such as internal subnets or whitelisted IP addresses, which you already know that they are safe, so no need to get alerted because of them. Then there is review and update, which is after tuning, periodically review whether the rule misses any real incidents or continues to generate false positives. Moving on to our next question. Name some commonly used tools in network security and their purposes. There are a lot of common tools that are used in network security, such as your firewalls, IDS, IPS, SIEM, MFA tools, and honeypots. We already talked about firewalls, IDS, IPS, SIEM. MFA is multi-factor authentication, and honeypots is also an interesting concept. So let's look at them one by one. Firewall basically acts as a barrier between trusted internal networks and untrusted external networks. IDS, IPS again. IDS detects, IPS prevents unauthorized or malicious activity on the network. SIEM tools again collect data, or they aggregate and analyze log data from multiple sources to detect threats. MFA tools or multi-factor authentication tools add an extra layer of authentication to prevent unauthorized access. Honeypots acts as a decoy to attract attackers and study their methods. Now, out of all of this, I believe honeypot is a newer concept. Now, what honeypot does is, in a website, if a human is scrolling through the website, if you put a particular element, say a div tag, if you render it as invisible, then for the human eyes you will not be able to see that div tag. But if a machine or a robot is scrolling through that same website, the robot will be able to identify that particular element, not to a human eye, but the robot or the particular bug which is in the website, it can sense the div tag, so it will detect and it will interact with the div tag. And that is how the systems will know that, okay, how is the human interacting? A human interaction with that particular div tag is not possible. So it's definitely a bug. So there's definitely a cyber attack going to happen, and they can prevent it from happening. That is setting up honeypots. Moving on to the next question. What do you understand by threat hunting? Now, unlike our traditional cybersecurity methods where you are like, after the cybersecurity attack happens, then you're trying to prevent it. What threat hunting does is, like, as the name suggests, you're hunting for threats. That is, your system automatically assumes that there is a threat inside the system already and then tries to prevent it from causing any further damage, or your systems looks out constantly, assuming that there's a threat. They look out constantly, they check all your servers and all your network security devices, they monitor it continuously to prevent any further damage. Or in technical terms, threat hunting is the proactive process of searching for cyber threats that may be lurking undetected within an organization's network or system. Now, the benefits of threat hunting are that it can give enhanced detection, faster response time, improved security posture, and operational insights. Because even before the attack is happening, you're already, even if, sometimes the attacker just plants the bug there, and it might start affecting maybe on a much later stage. So if you're able to detect that bug at a very early stage itself, then you can eradicate it at the earliest stage and prevent any further damage. So that are basically the benefits of threat hunting. Moving on to the next question. What steps would you take to respond to a DDoS attack? DDoS, or denial of service attack, is a very severe and a very common attack, unfortunately. What happens in this attack is the authorized personnel are not able to access their own data. They're prevented access. Or say you have your own mobile phone, right? So a hacker hacks your phone and you're not only able to access your own mobile phone, you're not able to open your Instagram account, you're not able to open your WhatsApp chats, you're not able to retrieve any of that because the hacker blocked you out. So that is a DDoS attack. Now, how to prevent it? So you can access the impact. Obviously, the first stage is access the impact, such as if your Instagram account got hacked, access the impact. Instagram account got hacked. Anything else? Did WhatsApp get attacked? Did Snapchat get attacked? Check all of that. Then apply rate limiting. Rate limiting is interaction with the particular IP address. Sometimes when an attacker is attacking, they're attacking from a single IP address, right? So you can block it. So you can say that at a given time, say in 5 minutes, only 5 IP addresses are supposed to be interacting with this server. Then geo-blocking. If you know that a particular attack is coming from a particular location, you can block the entire region just to make sure that your device is safe, or until the time your device comes back online. Next, there is reroute traffic. So whatever traffic is coming to your website, and say you have a website which has multiple locations and then you have CDN servers. So say if my server is in Mumbai and it got affected, then whoever my users are, the Mumbai users are, I'll reroute them to say another location. Say I'll reroute them to Bangalore's location, and I'll wait until my Mumbai's server has recovered to bring them back to my server. Then there is leverage CDN caching. That's again the same thing. Rerouting traffic, you need CDN caching. Moving on to the next question. Explain how malware analysis is conducted at a high level. Now, not for your basic viruses that you download on your PC, not for that one, but when a malware attack happens at a huge scale on, say, a large company, then they already have the malware in their system, right? So they try to understand that malware. They try to understand the pattern of that malware. How does that understand? How do you understand a malware is this question. So malware analysis is the process of examining malicious software to understand its behavior, purpose, and potential impact. How? First step is preparation. So there's a malware which is like causing a lot of tantrums in your system. You capture it. You capture it inside a sandbox, inside a safe environment. Say a safe environment like any virtual systems, which is safer, which doesn't have a lot of your important files. So you keep it, or you sandbox it inside a safer environment so that it cannot do any further damage. Next, you bring out your dissemblers, debuggers, and analyzers, and you start dissecting the malware. It's not as bad as it sounds. You use tools like Wireshark, which can monitor. You look at how it's damaging the files. You look at the APIs and the encrypted data and the encrypted part of the particular malware, so that you can understand what all parts of the malware are hidden from plain sights, and you can dissect it further. And then you analyze the data, and then you analyze the metadata of the virus. From the metadata, you can analyze the file headers, metadata, and the hashes. We'll know more about hashes in the upcoming question. So that is the basic step, the first step, that you're analyzing it, trying to understand the basics of it, how it is working and everything. Next, you have the dynamic analysis. Dynamic analysis is where you execute the malware, but not in your system, in a virtual system with a safer environment, in a sandbox environment. You allow the virus to get executed so that you can watch in real time that whatever damage it's causing to your system. So once you start letting the malware to do its thing, you can see what kind of files are getting affected, what changes are being made in those files, how it's how the data is being transferred, what is the network activity. You can monitor the network activity again with Wireshark. So that's dynamic analysis. From this dynamic analysis, you can track the behavior and then analyze network communication, like I said. Then there is advanced analysis. Advanced analysis is doing basically reverse engineering, where you trace back and go to the beginning of how it could have been developed so that you can recognize the same pattern if it comes again. Next, there is behavior correlation. Now that this is which malware family it belongs to. You check it with which malware family it belongs to. That is behavior correlation. Moving on to the next question. What is the difference between signature-based and behavior-based detection techniques? Now, signature-based detection technique, it relies on predefined patterns of known malwares to identify threats. And behavior-based focuses on identifying malicious activities by analyzing the behavior or pattern of a program. Let's see how this works. Now, when it comes to signature-based, say you're downloading a file, you got an email and there was a certain attachment, so you're downloading it, it's a PDF file. Now, you have an antivirus software installed in your system. Now, what your antivirus software does is, it passes the file, this particular file has a particular hash. I told you we'll discuss about hash, this is hash. The file has a hash, and the antivirus software takes that hash and it runs it through its entire database to check if this relates to any already existing malware's hash. If the already existing malware doesn't have anything like this particular hash in the system, then it gives it a green flag that, okay, this is fine, this is not a malware. And then the antivirus software lets you download that particular PDF into your laptop. That is how signature-based works. Now, behavior-based is, say you have a company service and there's an internal breach happening. There's a company employee who's trying to steal the data, who's trying to steal the company's confidential data. Now, the antivirus software here, your behavior-based tools like your Splunk and your SIEM tools in general, they will detect this unusual activity, that unusually there's a huge amount of data files transferring. This is not even happening during business hours, right? So the tool is able to track that during unusual business hours, a huge amount of data is being transferred. And it alerts this authorities, and that's how this internal company employee who is trying to breach the data is caught. So, signature-based is ideal for environments with well-established threats and minimal risk of novel attacks. But behavior-based is critical in high-security environments where zero-day exploits or APTs or advanced persistent threats are likely to happen. We'll look at what zero-day attacks are, which will again come further in the slides. Moving on to our next question. How do you approach a data exfiltration attempt? How do you detect a data exfiltration attempt? First is define the normal behavior. There are a lot of network security system tools that you have set up, right? You need to feed them a lot of data. You need to make them understand what the normal flow of the data should look like, so that if there is an abnormal flow, the systems are able to detect that. Similarly, we even have data flows, again inspecting data flows. Normal traffic is there, an abnormal traffic in network activity or anything, then again it should be able to detect it. Then there is real-time responses, like your IPS systems. So when there's a malware, you immediately need to stop it. You immediately need to quarantine it inside a sandbox environment and immediately need to block it and take the immediate action to prevent further damage. Okay, moving on to our next question. Explain the concept of red team versus blue team exercises in cybersecurity. So the concept of red team and blue team exercise is part of your cybersecurity strategy. Let's see how it works. Say you have an internal server which is connected to multiple employee systems. Now, what the red team does is, they try to breach into these systems. Say, for an example, just for this example, the particular red team people, they're sending a particular email to this one of the internal servers, and one of the employees, without knowing that it's a virus, clicks on that email and downloads that particular virus into their system, which can then move laterally and affect all the systems that are connected to the same network. Now, what the blue team does in this particular case is they use some kind of antivirus software such as CrowdStrike in this example, and they try to isolate or quarantine these viruses to prevent any further damage. And then they eradicate the viruses completely. After eradicating the virus, they also have to document that how the virus was able to breach into the systems and what kind of damages it caused and how it could have been prevented and how it was prevented after realizing that it attacked. So At this point, you must have a clear idea that red team are the attackers. So red team tests an organization's detection and response capabilities. And your blue team is basically the defenders, which protect the organization's assets by detecting, responding to, and mitigating attacks in real time. Moving on to the next question. What is cognitive cybersecurity and how is it implemented? Cognitive cybersecurity is basically when you're training cognitive features such as reasoning, problem solving, and decision making to identify, analyze, and respond to cyber threats more efficiently and real time. But who do you teach all of these human-like responses to? Naturally, you teach them to artificial intelligence models, machine learning models, and natural language processing models. So, using artificial intelligence, machine learning, and NLPs to mimic human functions in real time and block cybersecurity attacks from happening is basically called as cognitive cybersecurity. So, what is the benefits of using cognitive cybersecurity? Behavior analysis. That is, AIs can learn normal behaviors of users and systems and networks over time. We also talked about defining the normal behavior. So you can teach or you can feed in loads of data to your systems, to your machine learning models, so that they come to know that how a normal pattern looks and how an abnormal pattern looks and when to turn on that trigger. Next, there is threat intelligence. Threat intelligence is AI systems analyze vast amounts of data from various sources such as threat feeds, logs, and historical attack patterns in real time so that they can predict the attacks better and reduce the number of false positives. Then there is automated threat hunting. Threat hunting we already talked about, where AI itself assumes that there might be a malware and they scan through every single system to detect and locate and eradicate that particular malware wherever if it is hidden. Next, there is predictive analysis, which is machine learning models can predict future attacks based on the past records. Like during a particular amount of time when there is a lot of traffic on the server, then this particular attack can happen. So AI models and machine learning models can predict that. Then there is real-time responses again, when AI systems can automatically respond to identify threats in real time. So say an attack is happening when you are not in your office and your servers are getting, so by the time you reach in the morning to say check on your servers, all of your systems have been breached. But if you have put instead of ML model there to take care of it, then even when you are not in the office, the AI will take care of securing and keeping your systems and servers safe. So the benefit of using such systems is, say the hacker sends this user email again, which our red team used earlier. So this whole scenario, such as email phishing, can be prevented by cognitive cybersecurity. And not just email phishing. It can prevent fraud detection, it can prevent network security, and much, much more. Moving on to our next question. What is the role of threat intelligence in SOC? We talked about threat intelligence in cognitive cybersecurity. Let's look at what that actually is. So threat intelligence provides actionable insights into the threat landscape, bridging the gap between raw data and decision making by delivering contextualized information about potential adversaries, tactics, and risks. What does this mean? Threat intelligence, say you have a particular log of a lot of hackers. This is CipherVortex, Pipebender, ShadowPulse, and Phantom Cache. You have records of all of these hackers. What threat intelligence does is, they analyze all of this data and then they try to arrive at a conclusion. So say this particular hacker, your CipherVortex, will have a particular hacking style, and then ShadowPulse will have a different hacking style. So depending on the attack pattern that is happening right now, you can trace it back to whichever hacker who had implemented this, and this can open new gates for you. Or in technical terms, without threat intelligence, the SOC would be like a night guard who doesn't know what burglars look like or how they act. So now, what is the role of threat intelligence in SOC? It provides a proactive threat detection. That is, it identifies emerging threats and vulnerabilities before they are exploited. So that even when a minute change happens in your server, your systems will know, your network security systems will know that this particular attack has already been happened in the past and this particular hacker did it. And these are the systems which were affected the last time. So naturally, at a very early stage itself, you can stop that attack from ever happening. Next, there is incident triage and response, which enhances the SOC's ability to prioritize, investigate, and respond to security alerts effectively. Next, there is alert prioritization, which reduces the noise of false positive and focuses on the most critical threats. So if there's a normal behavior already existing in the AI's memory, then obviously when it sees another normal behavior, it will not trigger an alarm. And only when the abnormal behavior comes in, it will trigger the alarm, which will largely reduce the number of false positives. Then there is guiding threat hunting, provides the SOC team with focused intelligence to proactively search for undetected threats in the environment. So, moving on to our next question, describe the stages involved in implementing an SOC. Basically, when you're creating an SOC, what are the steps that you need to be mindful about, is this question. So, implementing an SOC or Security Operations Center is like building a safety control room for your organization's digital environment. So, you have to be very careful about it. How do you build it? First, planning and understanding the need. Depending on what kind of data your company has and what kind of protection it needs, you first need to plan. Okay, this is what I need for my SOC. This is the kind of people I need for my SOC. Next, designing the SOC. So while designing, you need to make sure what kind of network security tools you're going to implement, what kind of firewalls you're going to use. Are you going to use IDS? Are you going to use IPS? Which kind of SIEM tools are you going to use? Which kind of them are both budget friendly and effective for your organization? So you have to design all of that. You have to basically create a blueprint, that is designing the SOC. Next, you have to set up the infrastructure. Once you have the blueprint ready, you said you need 2 firewalls. Okay, now build the 2 firewalls. That is setting up the infrastructure. Next, you have building the team. While setting up the infrastructure, you would realize that you cannot do all of this on your own. And you need SOC people to help you, to give you a hand with it. There are experts in the SOC field that can help you with building your firewalls, setting up your IDP, IPS, and guiding you about which SIEP tools to use, or they themselves can implement in your company. So that's building the team. Next, starting the operations. Once everything is set, you can start with the plan in motion. Lastly, incident response and testing. You need to make sure that you need to actually do the red team, blue team exercise just to make sure that everything that you set is actually working. That is incident response and testing. Testing out that your SOC SIEM is actually beneficial and actually did come out the way you planned it to be. Moving on to the next question, what is a zero-day attack? I said earlier that we'll come back to this. That's a very, very important and a very, very dangerous topic in cybersecurity, zero-day attack. Say you launched a new software. You launched a new software to the market. You ran it through every possible cybersecurity attack there was, and you tested out the system. Everything is set. You launched the software into the market. Unfortunately, a hacker found a particular vulnerability that you did not know existed in the system before. And the hacker sent a bug to this particular vulnerability, and unfortunately, it affected every single system that was connected to your software or that downloaded your software. So now the problem is, developers have no idea how the hacker was able to breach into the system, or what the particular problem was in your software. The developers don't know. So meaning there are 0 days of security for these poor users who unfortunately downloaded the bug with your software. So that is called as a zero-day attack or a zero-day exploit. Or in technical terms, a zero-day vulnerability is a security flaw in software or hardware that is unknown to the vendor or the developer, that is unknown to even you. So the problem, what makes this so dangerous is that you yourself don't know what the problem is. So then how can you solve without knowing the problem? That is why zero-day attack is so dangerous. Moving on to our last question, what are the differences between a firewall deny rule and a drop rule? Now, what is a firewall deny rule? Say, you are a user, you're the employee, and you're connected to the company's internet. Now you're trying to access some particular website which is blocked by your company's server. So naturally, there's a firewall which blocks this particular server from being accessed by this employee who is connected to the company's internet. And naturally, the firewall lets you know that, okay, you've been blocked, this is service unreachable, or some kind of message you will get. So that is called as a firewall deny rule, where a packet is actively rejected and sends a response back to the sender notifying them that their packet has been denied. So in a way, when you were trying to access this website, the firewall blocked it. So it sends you a message as well that you have been blocked, that you cannot access that particular website. But in case of firewall drop rule, say you're again connected to your company's internet, and a particular hacker tries to do the man-in-the-middle attack, where they try to breach the communication between you and the server. Now there's a firewall in the middle. So what the firewall does is, without telling the hacker that you are getting blocked, it just blocks it. Or in technical terms, it silently discards the packet without sending any notification to the sender. So in such a case, the hacker will not know that they're not able to access the website, and they won't even get any message at all, which is another strategy which is used to increase the security of your service. And with that, we reach the end of this particular video. Thank you so much for watching. Hello and welcome to this session on the top AWS interview question and answers by Intellipat. Currently, 94% of enterprises utilize some form of cloud services, with 69% planning to expand their cloud footprint, according to NASSCOM. And referencing to the cloud service revenue from 2014 to 2028, India has the potential to become one of the biggest cloud service markets in the Asia-Pacific region, along with China and Japan. Now, although cloud computing started in the late 1960s, it only started gaining momentum after 2006, which was the same time during which Amazon launched AWS, or Amazon Web Services. Coincidence much? No, not at all. Because AWS currently has the highest compute and storage options available in the market, according to another article by NASSCOM. Now, due to the same reason, the number of jobs for AWS DevOps engineer in India is expected to reach over 15,000 by 2028. But these are all reports about the possible future. What about the present? Well, presently, you can find over 9,000 job opportunities on LinkedIn and even earn an average salary of 6 lakhs per annum, which is undeniably not a bad start at all, because this can skyrocket over 30 lakhs per annum after 7 to 9 years of experience. At this point, if AWS and the cloud industry manage to capture your attention, then you're at the right place. As mentioned earlier, we'll be covering the top 30 AWS interview questions, carefully compiled based on their frequency in real interviews. There are going to be 3 modules, easy, medium and hard, with 10 questions each. So without any further ado, let's get started. Like I mentioned, cloud computing started way back, meaning there must be thousands of other options available in the market. So the most obvious question becomes, what is AWS and what are its primary services? AWS, or Amazon Web Services, is a cloud computing platform that enables users to build, deploy, and manage online infrastructure without the need for on-premise hardware. Additionally, AWS has a pay-as-you-go model, which allows users to only pay for the resources they have used. And some of the famous services offered by AWS include EC2 and Lambda in computing, S3 buckets and EBS in storage, Amazon RDS and DynamoDB when it comes to databases, and much more like Route 53, IAM, SageMaker, etc. Although keep in mind to only mention the services that you are familiar with. We don't want to venture into any unknown territories during the interview, because there's an 80% chance that the next question will be based on one of these services. Which brings us to our next question. Explain the key components of Amazon S3. Amazon S3 is a scalable storage service by AWS. It stores data inside a bucket, and every single bucket has a unique name. Not just within your Amazon account, but globally the name should be unique. Next, we have the data which is stored in these buckets. They are called as objects. These objects consist of data and metadata. Lastly, we have the key, which acts like the unique identifier for the objects in a bucket. It acts as a path to the object. Additionally, S3 bucket also has versioning for object recovery and encryption for both server side and client side for data security. Moving on to our next question. What are the different types of cloud computing models? There are 3 types of cloud computing models: IaaS, or infrastructure as a service, PaaS, or platform as a service, and SaaS, or software as a service. Infrastructure as a service is like renting an empty plot of land. You have to build the house yourself, including laying the foundation, building the walls, installing plumbing, electricity, and so on. Basically, the land is just the starting point and you have to construct everything from scratch, like Amazon's EC2, Google Compute Engine, etc. Platform as a service is like renting an already existing house. Here you focus on designing the inside, like painting the walls and placing the furniture. You don't worry about the infrastructure like plumbing or electricity. just how you use and design the space, like AWS Elastic Beanstalk, Heroku, etc. Finally, software as a service is like moving into a fully furnished house where everything is already taken care of, like the furniture, kitchen, appliances, utilities, and even the decorations. All you need to do is just live in the house. It's ready for use the moment you step in, like Microsoft Office 365 and Zoom. One of the most popular topics on AWS is EC2. And now that you have mentioned it twice, it's only natural that the interviewer gets curious about your understanding of EC2. Which brings us to our next question. What do you understand about Amazon EC2? Amazon EC2, in its most basic terms, is like renting a virtual computer in the cloud. So instead of setting up a physical computer, you can rent one on Amazon whenever you need it. You can even choose the size and the power of the computer and use it for as long as you want. And you'll only have to pay for as long as you use it. Once you're done, you can turn it off or delete it. After this simple explanation, the interviewer might want to check how deeply you have understood the concepts, or if you have ever put your theoretical knowledge into practice. Hence our next question. What is the difference between stopping and terminating an EC2 instance? When you stop an EC2 instance, it shuts down, but it does not get deleted permanently, meaning you're just temporarily shutting down your system. You can reboot it later whenever you want to, but the public IP might get changed. Terminating an EC2 instance, on the other hand, is deleting the instance completely. The compute and the storage are also released, meaning all the data stored in the instance will be lost forever. So in very simple terms, stop equals pause and terminate equals delete. Now after this question, it is quite a common one to inquire about the availability zones and regions within an EC2 instance. You can even see them in your AWS account while creating your EC2 instance. Which brings us to our next question. Explain the concept of availability zones and region in AWS. Now, region is like a geographically isolated area within AWS. Think of it like a large city in a country. So, for example, if you want your application or website to be closer to users in India, you can choose a region within India, like the Asia Pacific Mumbai region. An availability zone, on the other hand, is like an isolated location within a region. You can think of availability zones like the neighborhoods in the city. So if something goes wrong in one neighborhood, the other one can still keep the servers running. In total, AWS has 34 geographic regions worldwide and 108 availability zones. Now, a very common question that might arise in your mind is, how does AWS manage so many servers? One of the answers lies in our next question. Define Elastic Load Balancer in AWS. An Elastic Load Balancer distributes the incoming application traffic across multiple targets, ensuring that the servers are always up and running, meaning highly available. It makes sure that in case one server fails, the traffic is automatically rerouted to other servers or has high fault tolerance. Additionally, ELB even regularly checks the health of servers, ensuring that traffic is routed only to the healthy ones. Alright, that's all you need to know about Elastic Load Balancers. Now moving on to our next question. What are the differences between horizontal scaling and vertical scaling? Both horizontal and vertical scaling are strategies designed to manage and improve the performance and capacity of a system due to the increasing workload. Horizontal scaling is the addition or removal of resources such as these EC2 instances to distribute the workload evenly. Vertical scaling, on the other hand, is increasing or decreasing the capacity of individual resources to boost the power of existing hardware or instances by upgrading configurations. Moving on to our second last question. What is AWS IAM and why is it important? AWS IAM, or Identity and Access Management, is a service in AWS that enables secure control over the access to AWS resources. Or in very simple terms, IAM defines the who, that is the users, groups or roles, and the what resources they can access, such as the specific AWS services and resources. One of the reasons that makes IAM so popular is its ability to provide granular control over applications, such as allowing an EC2 instance to access an S3 bucket but not an RDS. Additionally, IAM also has the ability to provide temporary access to AWS services for users, applications, or even AWS resources. And finally, we have our last question for this module. What are security groups and how do they differ from network ACLs? To understand network ACLs, imagine you're hosting a party in your office at the floor level. Now, the buildings management only allows the employees from your company to enter the building. This means anyone who is not from your company is stopped at the front gate. As for security groups, the room in which you're hosting the party is guarded by a security guard, and only specific departments like IT or marketing are allowed to enter the party room, even if they are on the same floor. Now, this double layer security ensures that even if someone sneaks onto the floor or the subnet, they still need permission to enter your party room or the instance, enabling multi-level protection. Talking about the difference, security groups work at room level, making sure that they protect individual instances like the party room. Network ACLs, on the other hand, apply to the whole subnet. They control all the rooms on the floor by gatekeeping the main entrance. Another major difference lies in the security group being stateful and network ACLs being stateless. That is, security groups keep a log of who they let in, while network ACLs do not remember who they let in, meaning each time someone tries to pass through, the gatekeeper checks all the rules all over again, even while leaving. And with that, we have reached the end of this module. Now let's move on to our next module, the medium module. Now that we've done with the easy module, let's start with the medium module with our 11th question. How does Amazon Route 53 ensure high availability and low latency? Now, Amazon 53 is a DNS or a domain name system. Now, the point of DNS is to convert human-readable names into IP addresses that machines can understand. If that sounded gibberish to you, let me show you with the help of an example what I'm trying to say. So, say this person wants to visit the website Amazon.com. Now, Amazon.com has an IP address associated with it, and there are multiple servers with multiple IP addresses. Now, how would this person know which one of these servers is Amazon.com? That's when Amazon Route 53 comes into their rescue. Amazon Route 53 can translate the human readable name, that is Amazon, into an IP address. And this particular IP address can further be used to locate the server with which that you are trying to connect. That is how Route 53 works. This is one of the primary services provided by Amazon Route 53. That is, Route 53 is a DNS or a domain name system provided by AWS, which is designed to translate human-readable domain names into IP addresses. Like I said, it is just one of the primary services of Route 53. Route 53 also assists in other services, such as there can be multiple servers for a single website. Now, naturally, it's very common to have multiple IP addresses or multiple servers. You must have heard of CDN, Content Delivery Network, that there also you have like multiple IP addresses. Now, all of these IP addresses are pointing towards Amazon.com's website. Now, Route 53 has another one of its features in which it can route you to the server which is closest to you and has the lesser amount of traffic in it. By traffic, I mean that in all of these servers, say hypothetically speaking, in this particular server, say Amazon has like 5 servers. First server there are 6 people, second server there are 10 people, third there's 4, fourth one there's 19, and the last one there are 12 people. You can see that in the server at the center, it only has 4 people. So it naturally becomes easier for Route 53 to connect you to the one with the lowest number of people on its server right now, so that you can have a seamless experience with the website. That's another feature of Amazon 53. That is, Amazon Route 53 uses latency-based routing to direct user requests to the endpoint with the lowest network latency relative to the user's location. Lowest network latency as in the network which has a fewer number of people on it, so that you can have a seamless experience, and the server that is closest to you, so that the fetching of the data happens at a quicker pace. Moving on to our next question. Describe the key features of AWS Lambda. Now, AWS Lambda is another one of AWS's interesting concepts. To understand this, think of it like you are hiring. AWS Lambda is like hiring a freelancer to work for your company. Now, this freelancer only responds to the clients. Say there's a client who is subscribing to your newsletter or your website, and only when the client subscribes to your newsletter is when you send an email, a confirmation or a confirmation email that thank you for subscribing to our website or something like that. So this trigger, the client subscribing to your freelancer or your AWS Lambda is a trigger, and based on that trigger, your AWS Lambda or your freelancer is sending an email to the client. That is basically how AWS Lambda works. So you just have to set up Lambda, and based on certain triggers that will be caused by the user actions, Lambda will automatically respond to it. And another fun fact about Lambda is, because Lambda is a freelancer, it's not just waiting there for the event to happen. It only happens when the trigger is happening. So that means you only have to pay for the services when that trigger happens, or for how much a compute and network storage the Lambda is using. And the Lambda only uses it based on the triggers. So, or in technical terms, AWS Lambda is a serverless compute service that allows you to run code without provisioning or managing servers. AWS Lambda can manage servers on its own. Once you set up the servers, it can manage the servers on its own and respond when it's responding to the triggers. Moving on to our next question. What is AWS CloudFormation and what are its benefits? Now, AWS CloudFormation is like a template in its most simplest form. It is creating a template. Why would we need a template? Look at this example. Say there's a construction crew who had to build a house. So now they just somehow on a whim they constructed a house, and that house turned out to be really good. And now the people of the society, they're all like, wow, that's such a great house. We want the same house for us. Like the exact same house, the exact replica of the house. We want you guys to make the same house for us. But the construction workers had made this house on a whim. So they have no blueprint, no plan, nothing. So hence when they try to make the other houses naturally do not turn out like the first house. Or maybe if they had like immense amount of luck, then maybe they might. But this crew didn't. So hence the other houses didn't turn out like the first house. But if they had a blueprint of the first house, when they're constructing the first house, if they had a blueprint, they could have used the same blueprint for constructing the remaining of the houses as well. And the remaining of the houses will also turn out like this first house. That is exactly why we need a default template. That is where your Amazon CloudFormation also comes in. So if you consider AWS in AWS's terms, say you have this whole template where we have a Lambda, an RDS, an S3 bucket, there are IAM users. Now there can be specific configurations, like we've also already discussed in case of Lambda, that there can be some configurations you must have done within the Lambda, that when the trigger is happening, you're supposed to respond. Within the S3 buckets, you must have done certain configurations. RDS will look into what RDS is. RDS also, you must have done certain configurations. You must have selected certain databases. IAM users, you must have set certain policies for the IAM users. Now, how will you remember all of it? How will you remember that this is the exact configuration I gave? That is where AWS CloudFormation comes in. It can create a template which you can use as many times as you want to create as many replicas as you want to. So in technical terms, AWS CloudFormation is a service that enables you to define and manage AWS infrastructure as a code by letting you create a template in JSON or YAML format that describes the AWS resources and configurations required for your applications. Now, there are multiple ways in which you can create AWS CloudFormation templates. You can just type in as a code, or you can even make the templates using the designing part which AWS themselves provide. You can design the infrastructures, you can design services together, and then you can build templates. So moving on to our next question. Explain the differences between Amazon SQS and SNS. So now Amazon SQS is like when you're chatting with your friend on WhatsApp. So you send your messages, right? You send like a number of messages. Say this friend is like super close to you. So you're sending like hundreds of messages. Hi, how are you doing? Why aren't you responding? What are you doing? Blah, 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 and a lot of messages. Now, all of these messages, they're stored inside a stack, which follows the FIFO rule, or the first in, first out rule. That is, the first message that came in is the first one to go out. Like your hi, which was your first message, is supposed to go out first. Then the next message will go, then the other message will go. Who makes sure that all of these messages are stored in the form of stack and the first message goes the first? That is done by Amazon's SQS. So Amazon SQS is a messaging queuing service designed to ensure the reliable delivery of messages by placing them in a queue where they can be processed asynchronously. So the first message comes in, it's sent to the second person, it's sent to the receiver, and then the next message is coming from the sender, it gets stored in the queue, and then it's given to the receiver. So the service that makes sure that all of this stays in a stack is called as Amazon's SQS. SNS, on the other hand, is like broadcasting. It's one to many. SQS was one to one, and SNS is one to many. So say it's like a radio broadcast is happening. Now the radio broadcast everybody can hear. Whoever has subscribed to their particular FM, or whoever is tuning into the particular FM, they can all listen to that particular radio broadcast happening. So that is how Amazon's SNS works. Or Amazon's simple notification service is a publish subscribe messaging service that enables application systems or microservices to communicate by broadcasting messages to multiple subscribers. So if we were to look at the differences between the two, Amazon SQS is a queue-based service. We looked at the queue, the FIFO queue. SNS is a publish subscribe, which means it's one-to-many. When it comes to Amazon SQS, the messages are retained up to 14 days because Amazon SQS's main motive is to make sure that the messages that is coming from the sender is safely given to the receivers. SNS, on the other hand, it doesn't really bother about retaining. It's just about broadcasting, that everybody who has subscribed to that particular channel, they all get the message. That is all that SNS bothers with. So SQS is usually paired with SNS so that it can make sure that when the broadcast is happening, every single subscriber who's connected to that particular broadcast is getting the message. So that's why mostly SQS and SNS are like paired up together. Moving on to our next question. What is Amazon RDS and when should it be used? We already looked at what RDS is, so let's look at it in a technical form. Amazon RDS, or Relational Database Service, is a fully managed service provided by AWS that simplifies the setup, operation, and scaling of relational databases in the cloud. But why would we need a database in the cloud? We can just use a database on our own computers, right? We can just install MySQL and then continue using it. Why would we need Amazon's cloud? Let me tell you why. RDS also has like a lot of services under it, like MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, Oracle, and SQL Server. So now let's look at why you would need Amazon RDS. Say you are managing your own, you have a website hosted on the internet, a clothing store or an e-commerce website, any large-scale website, and now you have a database to manage. This database is fully managed by you, right? So you have to make sure that every single time some update is coming, you have to manually update it and patch the updates, right? Next time, the backup. You have to make sure that all of your database, whatever data is being stored into your database, you are actively creating a replica of it. You're actively creating backups of it so that if anything happens to your data, the database remains secure because you cannot mess around with users' data. Next, scaling. If your website grows, like your website is getting a really huge, really high traffic, and your website manages to grow, that is your website manages to scale up, then you need to keep on adding more databases. That's up to you. And you never know when the scaling is happening. You might be sleeping at 1 o'clock in the morning, and that's when the database scaling is happening. Then you have to wake up at that time and then scale your database manually. Next, monitor. You have to keep on monitoring for some fishy activities. If somebody is attacking your database, you have to make sure that you are patching up, you are protecting, you're setting up firewalls, you're doing everything manually to protect your database. SQL injection and all, you have to protect your database on your own 24/7. Next, high availability. In case due to overloading, say you were having multiple databases, multiple servers, in case due to overloading or something, one of the databases fails, you have to make sure that you manually reconfigure or manually reroute the traffic to the healthy servers. So all of this, if your website is small, if it's a small scale website, then still it might seem hectic, but not that much. It is like manageable. But if your website is a large scale website, this whole process can become hectic and really stressful after some time. That is where Amazon's RDS comes to your rescue. Because RDS can do all of this work, this patching, updating, scaling, monitoring, high availability. RDS can take care of all of this without you having to worry about any of this. Moving on to our next question. What are the core components of the AWS's well-architected framework? The AWS well-architected framework is a set of best practices, guidelines, and principles designed to help architects and developers build secure, high-performing, resilient, and efficient systems on AWS. What this means, or what the well-architected framework is basically asking you to do, is whenever you're setting up infrastructures or whenever you're setting up services on AWS, it's totally up to you to manage the servers and get the most out of it, to optimize it so that your users and you both can have a seamless experience with Amazon, with AWS in general. So when you're designing the services, there are a lot of factors that you need to consider, mainly the pricing models, then the servers you need based on the website's traffic, and then there are lots of things that you need to make sure are all optimized properly so that you can make the most out of the services with the least losses. So there are some of the things that you can do in order to achieve the AWS well-architected framework, such as operational excellence, security, reliability, performance efficiency, and cost optimization. Operational, I'll explain all the points one by one. Operational excellence is like monitoring, automating, and making continuous improvements. So when it comes to AWS, it's a fully automated cloud-based platform. So you don't have to manage everything manually. That is the main point of using AWS, that it is automatic. So operational excellence is monitoring, automating, and making continuous improvements, right? So you can set up certain services like the Amazon's guard dog, which can make sure, which we will discuss about guard dog more in the PPT. But right now, all you need to understand is that guard dog can do all of this stuff for you, like the name guard dog. It can monitor your services and check out for any fishy or shady activities and make sure that all of your services are under the whatever limit or whatever threshold that you have specified for the application's use cases, the CPU, RAM, and everything. Guard dog can monitor all of that to you and send you notifications if something fishy or something unexpected is happening. Next, you have security. For security, protecting your data systems and assets and follow best security practices. For this, you can set up IAM users. IAM users is like assigning whoever is logging into your AWS system. You can use IAM to configure their whatever resources they are able to access within your system, whatever, how much of that access can they, like if they are able to access your EC2 instance, what all can they modify in the EC2 instance. You can set such granular control with IAM. So you can use that. You can leverage it to your requirements and make the best out of it. Next, you have reliability. Reliability is ensuring your systems can recover quickly from failures. You can use databases like RDS to make sure that even if one of the servers goes down, RDS can automatically connect to another server, or RDS can spin up another database, another healthier database, which will make sure that there is no downtime, or the downtime is like reduced largely. Next, you have performance efficiency. Use cloud resources efficiently to meet your system's needs and requirements. For this, you can, whenever you're configuring EC2 instances and all, make sure that every single configuration that you're making is according to your requirement. The rest, the scalability and all, you can assign different platforms. You can use Beanstalk and all to configure that for you. But whenever you're doing the basic configurations, make sure that everything is within your control. Next, cost optimization. For cost optimization, you can use services like AWS Lambda, which will only get triggered based on the user actions. So that also makes sure that your servers are not using the computing and the networking resources uselessly. Whenever they're gonna, only when the request is there, will your resources respond to it. So that makes sure that a huge part of your budget is like saved. Moving on to our next question. Explain the concept of elastic IP in AWS. Now, elastic IP, to understand elastic IP, say you have a main server and there are like multiple computers, multiple IP addresses connected to your main server. Now, something happens to your server and then you have to restart your whole server, which means that the previous IP address gets changed into a new IP address. Now, the problem is all of these computers now have to connect to another server which has this particular IP address. And this can cause a huge downtime for your website. So to avoid this downtime, you can use elastic IP. Now what elastic IP does is, even if anything were to happen to your server and you were to restart it, the IP address will not change. It will remain connected to the same server with the same IP address. Or in technical terms, elastic IP address is a static public IPv4 address provided by AWS that you can assign to your AWS resources such as an Amazon EC2 instance for consistent communication over the internet. That means that no matter what happens, your IP address remains the same. So moving on to our next question. What is AWS Elastic Beanstalk and how does it simplify application deployment? I already discussed about AWS Beanstalk. So now let's look at exactly what it is, or in technical terms. Say there is a chef. Now this chef is an excellent chef. In our metaphorical example, he is a excellent chef, or in real life, it becomes an excellent coder. Now this excellent chef wants to build a restaurant because he knows that he can handle the food and everything on his own. So he wants to open his own dream restaurant. But the problem is he has to do the construction work. Now, will he do the construction work on his own to build up the restaurant? Will he do it on his own? No, he will not do it on his own, and he'll hire a set of construction workers who will build the restaurant for him. And then he can go on and inaugurate his restaurant and start serving food and continue being an excellent chef. That is basically how AWS Elastic Beanstalk also works. It is a platform as a service which offers the offering that simplifies the deployment, management, and scaling of web applications and services. Basically, if you have a code written in Node.js and everything, you can just upload it to Beanstalk provides a platform, so you can just upload your code the way you upload your code to GitHub. Same way you can upload it to AWS Beanstalk and it will host it. You can host it using Route 53 and other services, give it an IP address. Now, depending on the traffic, it can automatically adjust, scale the websites, servers and the databases and everything. Beanstalk will take care of you. All you need to do is just make sure that your code is not crashing and any bugs no bugs and all are happening. All you need to do is just basically maintain your code. The rest, every single thing that's supposed to happen in the backend, like the management of servers and databases and the availability of the servers, the fact that your website is always up and running at all time of the hours, depending on the traffic, your website is able to handle the traffic. All of that is taken care by Beanstalk. All you need to do is just make sure that your code is perfect. Moving on to our next question. What are the main features of Amazon DynamoDB? Now, we already looked at Amazon DynamoDB is also another database provided by Amazon. We already looked at a database called as RDS. RDS is like your SQL. It's a relational database. And Amazon DynamoDB is like your MongoDB. It's a NoSQL database. But most of the features of this DynamoDB is the same as your RDS as well. The scalability, patching, update, everything DynamoDB can also do. So in technical terms, Amazon DynamoDB is a fully managed NoSQL database service designed to provide fast and predictable performance with seamless scalability. So the features of DynamoDB, it's a fully managed and serverless system, low latency with high performance, seamless scalability, global availability, flexible schema design. Now it's a fully managed and serverless. By that, your AWS automatically handles hardware provisioning, software patching, setup, backup and scaling, the same as your RDS. Low latency with high performance, provides single digit millisecond latency. That is a lot. The speed with which DynamoDB works is just awesome. Seamless scalability, it automatically scales up and down to handle large volumes of data and requests. Global availability, supports global tables for multi-region replication. Flexible schema, schemaless NoSQL database. Now, I believe most of you must already know the difference between a SQL and a NoSQL database. So it's not as strict as RDS is, but still it provides, when you need to store large volumes of data that you can access anytime you want to, you can go for Amazon DynamoDB. But if you have large volumes of data which you need to be arranged in a specific format, in a very strict format with all the foreign keys and primary keys and everything, you can go for RDS, which follows the ACID properties. Moving on, how does Amazon VPC enhance security in AWS environments? Now, Amazon VPC has two subcategories in it, which is the public subnet and the private subnet. I'll tell you why we need two of them. Now, say you have a server, you have a main website running on a server and multiple websites are connected to it. Now, there will be a front end and a back end. The front end is the part, like the front end part of the website that you will display to every single computer or every single IP address that is connecting to your main server, right? And there will be a backend, which will be the database where all this data from all of these users is getting stored. Will you show it to the rest of the world? No, you will hide it because it's private information about all of these users. So you cannot display it in the front. That is your public subnet and your private subnet. Public is where you can show it to everybody. It's accessible. Private is the kind of data that you cannot share with everybody. So that is how Amazon VPC works. Amazon Virtual Private Cloud is a service that enables you to create an isolated, secure section of the AWS cloud where you can define your networking environment. Similarly, if you go back to our AWS Beanstalk, if you were to host your website there, the database and everything that's happening in the background is, you will be offered a default VPC when you're creating your AWS Beanstalk. This default VPC makes sure that all of your database and servers, whatever is happening in the backend, is safe and secure, so that the front end keeps on happening. So there are, like I said before, there are two parts of it, public subnet and private subnet. Moving on to our next question. What is the AWS Transit Gateway? Now, the AWS Transit Gateway is like a service that enables you to connect multiple Amazon VPCs, on-premise networks, and other resources in a hub and spoke model. So it's like it acts like a central hub. So there can be multiple VPCs, like multiple private subnets. Now, all of them, if you group together, there will be a central spot, a central hub for all of these private VPCs. That is your AWS Transit Gateway. Moving on to our next question. Explain the role of AWS Guard Duty in enhancing cloud security. So say you were throwing a party at your house, and now there's a suspicious guest at your party, or aka our Mr. Thief. So now the thief is disguised as one of your friends, so you don't know that this guy is actually a thief, and you're busy enjoying the party. Now this guy comes in and is trying to steal your stuff, steal your valuables. So the guy is going around the house and going into separate rooms to see what all valuables there are so that he can steal it. Now say you had a bodyguard in this house. So the bodyguard notices this guy being suspicious, this guy going into rooms, into different rooms, and he's not really interested in the party, he's much more interested in seeing what's behind the rooms. So your bodyguard notices this suspicious activity and reports it to you. Now this guard is exactly how AWS Guard Duty works in. I said guard dog before, it's not guard dog, it's guard duty. So AWS Guard Duty is a managed threat detection service designed to enhance the security of your AWS environments or your party by continuously monitoring for malicious or unauthorized activity. Now AWS Guard Duty has this quality to monitor all of your services. So once you activate your AWS Guard Duty, it can keep on monitoring all of the resources that you're using in your AWS accounts. And if it knows the habit of every other service, like how much of the compute and network resources your EC2 is using, how your RDS is performing, how many database and servers it's managing. But if it notices something unusual or something which is not a regular activity, it immediately informs you. It sends you a message that this unusual activity is happening in your account. We need to do something about it. What do you want me to do about this? So that is how AWS Guard Duty functions and monitors all your services for you, so that in case some unusual spikes or any other unusual activity is happening, it can report it back to you. Moving on, how do you optimize costs for a high traffic AWS application? There are multiple ways you can do that. You can right size your resources, use saving plans, leverage Amazon CloudFront, optimize database cost, right storage your classes. Right sizing your resources means that you can monitor usage with AWS Cost Explorer and CloudWatch, so that you know how much of the expenses is happening. You can monitor it for maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, or maybe the whole month, and you can see that maybe some of the services are not used as much as the other services. You can reduce the number of resources being allocated to those services, so that you can make sure that your cost is within your budget and you don't spend anywhere where the money is not required to go. Next, you can use savings plan. You can commit to savings plan for predictable workloads, not for unpredictable ones that's like out of your control. Leverage Amazon CloudFront. Now, Amazon CloudFront is again it's a CDN, so you can cache your resources in certain servers so that the cost for your data to go from the main server to the other server is reduced. Like every single time loading the data from your primary server to the secondary server takes a lot of it wastes a lot of resources unnecessarily. So if you use CloudFront, it can cache your resources in the other servers so that this traveling cost is reduced. Next, you can optimize database costs. You can use Aurora Serverless and DynamoDB on-demand capacity to make sure that it is acting according to the demand there is, and it's not using any unnecessary space for storing the data or for storing the non-existent data. It is only taking the space as much as the data is available. Next, write storage classes for frequently accessed data inside Amazon S3. Amazon S3 buckets are also like storage classes where you can store data in it. We have discussed about this already. So for frequently accessed in S3 also there are like certain categories. We'll look into the certain categories in the upcoming questions. But in S3 there are like certain categories. So one of the categories is S3 intelligent tiering, where you know that the data is going to be frequently accessed. So you can just put it in intelligent tiering, which largely reduces your cost. Moving on to our next question. What is AWS Direct Connect and what are its benefits? Say there is a office. There are two, it's one office is located say in Hyderabad, other one is located in say Bangalore. So this office one has to send its resources from these two offices they're from the same branch only. So they have to send, office one has to send some confidential files to office two. Now if they use a public postal service to do so, the message might get sent, or a hacker might interfere in the middle, attack your particular server, send some malicious program in there, and leak all of your confidential data, which is basically putting your whole company in a huge risk. So to avoid this, what you do, you instead of taking a public postal service, you take a private courier service, and then you send your data. And now obviously because it's private, the data safely reaches the second office. So now this private courier service is basically how AWS Direct Connect works. So AWS Direct Connect is a dedicated network service that enables businesses to establish a private, high-speed and low-latency connection between their on-premise data centers, offices or co-location environments and AWS. So the benefits are mentioned here itself. It's private, it's high-speed and it's low latency. Moving on to our next question. How do you monitor and troubleshoot performance issues using Amazon CloudWatch? Amazon CloudWatch is a service in Amazon using which you can monitor every single services that are put into use. So if you were to consider an example, say there's a kitchen and there are two chefs preparing food. So now there's a senior chef who's observing both of them and making sure that the food is delivered on time. Now every single food has a specific timer to be prepared. So maybe say it's like 30 minutes. You're giving the chef half an hour to prepare a certain dish. And if the chef is not able to perform it within half an hour, there's a timer which goes off, that 30 minutes is exceeded. And then the senior chef comes in to check and the dish has not prepared, and the dish has not even been prepared by this point. What went wrong? So there are like log files in which this particular chef has written down every single thing that she was doing, and then she has also mentioned what went wrong and why wasn't the dish finished in the 30 minutes it was given. So after observing these logs, the senior chef came to know what went wrong. Maybe the microwave wasn't turning on, or maybe the electricity wasn't there, or some issues. She couldn't find a particular ingredient. So that particular issue is mentioned in the log. Now because of the log, she came to know what was wrong, and she was able to troubleshoot it and fix it. So Amazon CloudWatch is a powerful monitoring service that allows you to track and manage the performance of AWS resources and applications in real time. Now all of these things that we did in this particular kitchen is basically how Amazon CloudWatch works. That is, it can set up alarms that okay, after this EC2 instance was supposed to use this much of the CPU and this much of the RAM. So if it's exceeding that, it can set an alarm that, oh, this was not supposed to happen. And that alarm will notify you that the EC2 instance is performing abnormally. Something is wrong, check it. And then it even has this CloudWatch logs in which every single resource and every single second or millisecond, whatever your resources were using, all of that is mentioned in the CloudWatch logs. So if something went wrong, you can go through the CloudWatch logs and then you will come to know what is wrong. Another interesting fact is that all of this can be monitored through a screen, which is none other than the CloudWatch dashboard. It gives you the live monitoring feature in which you can see how your EC2 instance is performing, how your RDS is performing, what resources they are using. So that's how basically Amazon CloudWatch works. Moving on to our next question. What are the differences between Amazon Aurora and Amazon RDS? Now, Amazon RDS we've already discussed about. Aurora is another, you can say, a faster version of RDS, or in other words, you can think of Amazon RDS as a normal car, as a simple car, and Amazon Aurora as a sports car. Both of them are cars, but one of them is a sports car and one of them is a simple car, which is pretty self-explanatory. But if you were to consider the differences, RDS performs well when you have a smaller website which doesn't have like spikes sometimes, and which when the spikes are happening, RDS might slow down. But when Aurora is there, Aurora, like even when there's a huge traffic on the website, Aurora continues to excel in retrieving the data and displaying the data. So that's why Aurora is preferred much more as compared to RDS. If you were to look at the services offered or the databases offered by RDS and Aurora, RDS offers MySQL, PostgreSQL, MariaDB, Oracle and SQL Server. Aurora on the other hand offers Aurora MySQL and Aurora PostgreSQL. Moving on to our next question. What is Amazon Kinesis and how does it support real-time data processing? So say you have a
GraphQL server fix Google Chrome -r and left paren work right paren frame,
and their live data is coming in the form of streams. Now, how do you make sure that all of their live data is getting connected and that nobody else is cheating in the game? None of the foul play is happening inside your game. This is done with the help of Amazon Kinesis, because Amazon Kinesis provides tools to manage and analyze continuous streams of data from sources like application logs, IoT devices, or social media feeds. It is mainly used for when you need to process real-time or live data. Then Amazon Kinesis comes into play because it has the capacity and the tools to process the stream of live data that is coming. Not only does it fetch the data, but you can also operate and work with the data with the help of Amazon Kinesis. Moving on to our next question. What are the differences between Amazon S3 storage classes? We already talked about Amazon S3, and I also said in the beginning in one of the questions that there are different type of storage classes within Amazon S3. So let's look at them one by one. There are 7 different categories to start with. First one is S3 standard that we use for frequently accessed data. Next one is S3 intelligent tiering for automatic cost savings for data with unknown or changing access patterns. Now it's possible that during certain times of the day, if you have say a restaurant, or maybe say a juice store, a fruit juice store, then it's not like people will come early in the morning at 4 o'clock, they're like, bhaiya juice. They won't do that, right? So it's like there are certain times when the customers come into your shop. It might be during the breakfast hours, or it might be during the evening when people are casually going for a stroll. So but at that time the problem is when the traffic is coming, it will be huge, right? So it's not throughout the whole day, but when the traffic is there, it's gigantic or it's huge. So for managing that, you can use S3 intelligent tiering. Then you have S3 standard IA for less frequently accessed data. Then S3 one-zone IA, that is also again for less frequently accessed data. Then S3 glacier instant retrievals for rarely accessed long-term data that does not require immediate access. So you know you need this data, but it's not frequently accessed. It might get accessed, but not frequently, like a storehouse or warehouse kind of data. Next, you have S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval, where you monitor resources usage with AWS Cost Explorer and CloudWatch. Lastly, we have S3 Glacier Deep Archive for long-term archive and digital. When you know that you have a lot of data, but you need to preserve this data, you can use S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Moving on to our next question. What is the role of Amazon CloudFront in improving application performance? I already talked about how Amazon CloudFront is a CDN. The basic use case of CDN is, say if your website is located in India and there are customers accessing your website from, say, the European countries like German. Now, naturally, a customer, if your website and server is located in India and there are no servers in Europe, then naturally, if a person is sitting here in Mumbai, then that person is accessing your website. Naturally, that the website's content will be first accessible to that person, and the person sitting in German, it will take a lot of time for your resources to get loaded and then go to their server. So the problem arises if you are maybe launching some kind of merch on your website. So all the people in Mumbai, they can like directly buy it because your server is located right in Mumbai. But the people in German, by the time even the news that the merch is getting launched reaches them, all the merch will be like out of stock, so they won't get anything. So that's where Amazon CloudFront comes to your aid, because with CloudFront, what you can do is the data that is going into the European countries, it is cached in the servers so that the data is accessible in a faster way. So that every single time the data is not directly getting access from your original server, but it is getting access from the CDN servers, which are like located every single where globally, which saves a lot of time. It saves like a lot of time. Or in technical terms, Amazon CloudFront is a content delivery network service that plays a crucial role in improving the performance and reliability of web applications. Moving on to our last question. What strategies can be used to ensure disaster recovery in AWS? Disaster recovery is such an important concept when it comes to any online cloud platform, because when you are uploading your data on cloud, you upload a lot of your data, like huge volumes of data and private data. So disaster recovery becomes a very integral part of keeping all your data safe and accessible. There are certain measures that you can take that you can follow to make sure that disaster recovery happens seamlessly. Let's look at them one by one. First one is backup and restore.
Finished
naturally
loading use
regularly back up
generated dot new
critical data to
executable
Amazon
schema
S3
in
or
Caploy
Amazon
with
S3
examples
Glacier.
bar lambda test.
Next, you
Page
have
has
ID
3
file, which
landmarks,
is
9
maintaining a
headings,
minimal
1
version of
visited
the
link,
application. We don't have to store
321
the whole
unvisited
application as a
links.
backup.
Testing
So
and QA
make
summit.
all the services that
Image.
you're using,
Join free
which you
webinar
can even
colon.
do with the help of
Metrics
your
magic
CloudFormation,
colon.
create
Boost
templates.
software
But
quality with data
whenever
dash
you're
driven
creating these
insights.
templates, make sure to create a
Join test
minimal
MOOC
version of the
conference.
application so that the next time, if in case something happens to the bigger version, you still have the smaller template to work with. So next one is multi-region active. That is running your application simultaneously in multiple AWS regions. We discussed about AWS regions and availability zones, right? So if one of the regions fails, then the other region will be there and it can act as a backup to recover the data in the first region. Backing up the data in multiple regions so that if one region fails, the data is safely backed up in other region. You can fetch the data from the other region. Multi-region active passive, if say something were to something happened and all the active region servers went down, then you have the passive ones, in which the data is kept safe but they were not actively running, so it's like kept there passively, so that if something were to happen to all of the active servers, the data will still be stored in the passive servers. Next, you have data replication. It is the same as your multi-region active and multi-region active passive. You're replicating your data and you're storing it in multiple regions. Continuously replicate data to another region or storage service to ensure availability during disasters. Next, you have infrastructure as a code. This is your CloudFormation. When you're creating templates, write in the form of codes so that you can save, you can't save the services, but you can save the code. You can type it down the code and save it somewhere in your computer. That way, if something were to happen to the main services, you will still have the code to run all of this, and all you need to do is just upload this code to CloudFormation, and CloudFormation will spin up your templates just like this. Next, monitor and automation. You can set up CloudWatch and guard duty to make sure that in case some failures or some unusual activity or spikes is happening, before the disaster happens, all of these services will notify you about it so that you can take the required actions.
Page has 7 landmarks,
And
14 headings, 1 visited link,
Thank you so much
35
for tuning in.
unvisited links. Accessibility link. Heading level 1. Shall content implement multiple files middle dot issue number 1427 middle dot main con left find in page v pasted contents from clipboard. Main content SR finished loading dot new executable schema dash Google search page. Search. Sharp backspace return. Loading. Please wait. Browse mode. Accessibility link. Heading level 1. Shall content page on. Link. Accessibility Keprishohayota. Link. Accessibility Vishmotamoto. Link. Search. Google dash Mulpatai Tolun. Link. Shartotorun. Editable combo box. New executable schema. Opens list box. Muchefelun. Push button. Input tool. Push button. Push baga sharto. Push button. Chobidi shartotorun. Push button. Shartotorun. Use generated new executable schema in Caploy with lambda test https://www.lamdatest.com. Visited link. Loading. Please wait. Finished loading use generated new executable schema in Caploy with examples bar lambda test. Page has 3 landmarks, 8 headings, 1 visited link, 312 win over main dot blank. Log dot overview panel use main dot go dash srv colon equal fx copied selection to z undo With overview and main dot. And config go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices slash GraphQL slash main dot go at master middle dot hill sharma 90 slash go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microserv read only write brace. Left con read only http dot left c. With overview main dot go dash srv co left v pasted contents from clipboard. No result return blank. http dot handle left right all backspace. Main cont http dot backspace blank. http dot backspace capital G h backspace blank. http dot backspace left blank error http dot handle left h backspace h error. Tooltip quick fix left parent main dot go editor http dot handle left executable line schema dot go page tab editor slash go colon gen left con z undo over ob execute go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices slash GraphQL slash main dot go at master middle dot hill sharma 90 slash go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices dash Google Chrome dash and frame go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices slash GraphQL slash left read only left read only http dot hand leaving region results in GraphQL slash graph dot go panel 63 func left paren s star server right paren to executable schema left paren right paren GraphQL dot executable schema left control with over executable line schema dot go leaving main content file explorer with over ob go dash left left region file content read only entry right brace right paren read only right brace focus mode resolvers colon s selected read only right brace right read region graph dot go file content read only entry leaving region x func left paren s star server leaving region result x retext unselected read only func left paren s star server right paren to executable schema left paren right paren GraphQL dot executable schema left brace read only right brace right paren read only right brace left region graph dot go file content menu go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices slash GraphQL slash graph dot go at master middle dot hill sharma 90 slash go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash microservices dash Google Chrome dash and frame main content results in account slash cmd slash region file content read only entry database URL fc text unselected read only func main left paren right left read config selected read only type config struct left brace leaving region results in catalog slash cmd slash catalog slash main dot go panel 17 var cfg config link browse mode leaving panel main dot go heading level 1 clickable region file content read only entry var cfg config focus mode reconfig selected read on leaving region references in GraphQL slash graph dot go references in org references in account slash cmd slash account slash main dot go collapsed put search for this symbol link browse mode loading please wait main content 6 files heading level 2 clickable Finished loading code search results. Page has 3 landmarks, 7 headings, 6 tables, 2 visited links, 78 unvisited links. Left row 5, column 1, 65 link. Main content, read only, return new executable, text region blank. Draw results in this leaving panel. Search for this symbol, table row 7, column 1, 67 link. Right trace leaving table. Skip to content link. Main content. Code navigate left region graph.go. File leaving region. Leaving panel. All symbols. Breadcrumbs graph.go copy path more file actions latest commit Akhil Sharma 90 commits by Akhil Sharma 90 tested. Working code commit 6A 58246 navigation file tree navigation. Files tree. GraphQL panel. Schema.GraphQL. Schema.GraphQL. Navigation file tree navigation. Files tree. GraphQL panel. Generated.go. Generated.go. Tree level 2. Focus mode. Leaving panel. Leaving navigation. Generated.go head. With use graph.go dash comp. Generated.go. Main content. Generated.go. Preview editors. Leaving main content. Files explorer tree. Main content. Resolver.backspace. Left con S. Leaving main content. Files main.go. Tree level 2. Main left con Z. Undo Z Z Z Z. Undo Z. Undo. Z. Z. Undo. Text unselect S. Blank. Log.fadle left paren. http.listen. Answer tooltip. Quick fix left paren. Control plus right paren. Separator. Main.go editor log.fadle left paren. Executable line schema.go editor / go colon generate go run github.com / matrier / mock dash out executable line schema line mock.go executable schema. Panic left paren, quote unimplemented, quote right paren. Left S error. Failed to save executables S error. Failed to save main.go editor log.fadle left paren http.listen and serve left paren quote colon 8080 quote nil right paren. Blank. http.hand right trace. srv colon equals handler dot new left paren win over may use generated panel. Auto use generated dot new Visual Google main dot go dash complete dash explorer left main content main dot go edit blank leaving main content more menu file collapsed opens menu main con use dot 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 2 workspace team user text unselected main dot big left brace resolve left ampersand error and config process config var big left brace resolve r suggest list backspace left shift ampersand res suggest list box generated resolve return quote google dot golang dot or s suggest backspace s error backspace s suggest list box s docs colon win over go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash navigation file tree navigation files tree GraphQL panel main.go region file content left control C overview go dash whoa circle main blank big left brace http dot handle left paren quote slash GraphQL quote left control v http right brace blank overview go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash Mircoservices slash GraphQL slash main overview pan circle main left back prime leaving main content GraphQL dot backslash terminal 1 go use shift alt F1 for terminal accessibility help go run main dot go terminal 1 bash use shift alt F1 window main left S leaving main con back go return go run main dot go terminal 1 go use shift alt F1 for terminal accessibility help explorer left paren control plus shift plus E right paren dash 1 unsave resolve main left control Z undo S leaving main go run main return go run main dot go terminal 1 go use shift alt F1 for terminal accessibility help file mutation line resolver dot go query line resolver dot go schema resolver dot schema dot GraphQL main content leaving main dot go tree level 2 graph dot go tree level 3 tooltip view cannot use s left paren variable of type star server right paren as generated dot resolver root value instruct cannot use s left paren variable of type star server right paren as generated dot resolver root value instruct literal colon star server does not implement generated dot resolver root left paren wrong type for method quick tooltip view cannot use s left paren variable of type left control C copied selection to clipboard With overview panel graph.go dash d use generated dot new x GraphQL server fix dash memory usage dash main con left control v paste return send prompt push button browse mode blank. Overview GraphQL win graph.go dash complete dash Golang dash right brace or left control C. Overview OBS GraphQL main content left V return ASCII menu GraphQL server fix dash Google Chrome dash and left paren work right paren frame. With over graph.go dash complete dash Golang dash micro dash service dash project dash Visual Studio Code frame. Main content. Graph.go editor right brace. Focus mode. Resolvers colon return generated dot new execute backspace G. Return new backspace capital backspace G blank. Left control S. Leaving main content. Files Explorer tree. Graph dot main content. Main dot go left Z undo. SX left control. Z undo undo. Left Z undo right left S. Y. Quote google.golang.org slash gRPC slash resolver quote Y. Right paren O cat S. Left paren error backspace backspace S error backspace dot blank backspace right paren. Tooltip. Quick fix dot left main dot go editor http dot handle left paren quote executable line schema dot go page tab. Editor complexity left paren type name field name string child complexity int args map left bracket string right bracket any right paren left z undo quote github s error failed to save executable schema go file is read only select overwrite to attempt to make it writable left s error failed to save executable schema go file is read or failed to save executable line schema main content blank http dot handle left paren backspace OBS GraphQL dash gRPC playground handler Kelsey Highdoor slash env config go library dash memory usage dash push button browse right brace open in canvas push backspace over circle GraphQL server fix dash main content with overview GraphQL with circle main dot go dash leaving main content 5 graph dot go main Resolvers co left C. Copied text. Win overview and GraphQL dot left con V. Over graph dot go and con graph GraphQL graph dot go dash complete dash Golang leaving left A entire C. Over GraphQL right trace right left V return. Ask anything. With overview panel circle main dot go back blank. Leaving main content. Files Explorer tree. Main dot go. Tree level 2. Schema dot resolvers dot schema resolver dot mutation line resolver dot go. Main content. Leaving main schema dot graph. Main dot go. Tree level 2. With circle main dot go dash complete graph dot new GraphQL blank. Tooltip. Quick main with overview GraphQL server fix dash Google Chrome dash and left paren. Package main. Browse left C. Overview passer circle main dot go back. Left control. Left cont V. Pasted contents from clipboard. If error nil, 1 of 1 found for new executable schema at 25 right trace. Tooltip. No quick fixes available selected. No left C. With over and config go live. With GraphQL ask left cont V. Return. Ask anything. Copy push overview panel circle fund left A leaving V pasted S cut selection to clipboard / standard GraphQL queries / mutations srv dot add transport left paren transport account URL string gram and config : quote account line service tooltip quick main dot go editor account URL string gram and config : quote account line service line URL quote grav context undefined at line 10 and column 2 error. Command doppels go get package failed error text unselect back prime terminal left clear. Leaving main content back prime terminal left go run return go run main dot go command failed go run main go 10:2 no require. Go get github.com / left c copied left v return. Go get github.com / Valdemir Makarov / go backend engineering / complete Golang micro service project / GraphQL / graph / generated blank. Leaving main content. Files Explorer tree. Graph.go. Tree level 3. Main.go. Main content. Main.go editor S.I. Leaving main content. Files Explorer tree. Main.go. Tree level 2. Generated. Main content. generated dot quote sync slash atomic quote. Leaving main content. Files main dot go main content. Main dot go editor. SRV colon equals dot. D dot backslash backspace RAPH. Handler dot new left paren graph dot new SRV dot add transport left paren transport dot handler dot new left backspace G left control Z undo new exit Z undo SRV dot add log dot print and left paren SRV colon equals handler dot backspace R suggest list box graph dot config A suggest list box A suggest list box graph dot config docs colon struct left brace dot right brace return capital step IG left brace backspace dot http dot handle left paren quote slash graph left s quote github.com slash 99 left s left control left control left Z undo select text unselected text unselect quote github.com slash 90 left control C cut left back prime terminal left go space GT left shift V blank return go get github.com slash 99 designs slash GQL gen slash GraphQL slash WS terminal 1 go use shift alt F Erco left back prime go get github go get github go get github dot return go run main dot go terminal 1 snap exec use shift alt F1 for terminal accessibility help terminal 1 bash use shift alt F1 for whoa and config go library whoa GraphQL server fix dash Google Chrome dash and left paren work right paren frame GraphQL server fix dash main content with overs circle left shift V pasted con return go run github.com slash 99 designs slash GQL gen generate go run github.com 99 designs GQL gen generate terminal 1 bash use shift alt F1 for terminal accessibility help command failed go get github.com slash 99 designs slash GQL gen blank term G-O M-O-D space T-I-D-Y return go mod type terminal tab terminal return go run github.com slash 90 go get github left shift C copy left V return terminal 1 go use shift alt F1 for terminal accessibility help go get github.com slash 99 designs slash GQL gen at v0.17.66 Buban go backend engineering complete Golang microservice go run github dot return go run github.com slash 99 designs slash GQL gen files explorer tree main query line resolver dot go left control left Z leaving main content files explorer tree query line resolver dot go query line resolver dot go resolver dot go mutation line generated dot go schema dot resolvers dot go may left control a entire document slash s text unselected error slash backspace s leaving main content graph.go editor return nil error leaving main content left back prime terminal left paren control plus right paren page tab terminal 1 bash use shift plus alt plus F1 for terminal accessibility help and go run github.com return Terminal 1, go use Shift Alt F1 for terminal accessibility help. Go run main.go. Terminal 1, bash use Shift Alt. Leaving main, schema.resolver, main.go. Tree lev, main content, main.go editor blank. srv dot add transport left paren transport dot post left brace right paren left Google Chrome frame loading. Please wait. Finished loading github.com. Whoa, circle main dot go dash complete dash Golang / add supported transport srv colon equal text unselect srv colon equals handler dot new left paren graph dot new at left c copied search colon replace colon left cont v pasted contents from clipboard search returned one result backspace left brace two results into expand / srv colon equals handler dot new left paren graph dot new executable schema left paren graph dot config left brace resolvers main content server dot explorer left paren files explorer tree main content generated dot go right brace type resolver routine leaving main content schema.graph query line resolver.go graph.go main.go main content main.go editor blank srv colon equals handler dot new left paren graph dot new executable schema left paren graph dot config left brace resolvers colon s right brace s air colon equals graph right brace / add supported transports right brace log.fable left paren http.listen and serve left paren quote colon 8080 quote nil right paren Earth colon S right brace right left control slash text unselected blank slash srv colon equals hand left c text on left v srv colon left shi left paren is GraphQL xs suggest list bar dot to executable schema return main left s blank left srv colon blank right brace right paren leaving main content files explorer tree graph.go tree level 3 main.go tree level 2 main content main.backspace left s playground leaving main content files main content graph.go editor blank selected func left paren s star sir left slash octet s right brace right paren func new GraphQL server left paren account URL catalog URL order URL string right paren left paren star serve slash right brace right paren right brace right brace left s war blank right brace warning func new GraphQL server left paren account right brace blank let z undo text unselected account client catalog client return and server right right brace main content graph.go editor right brace selected C left paren S star server right paren query left control slash type s type server struct left brace slash account client left z undo Quote git left control Z undo. Type server S. Tech left A entire document slash S. Text unselected backspace slash S. Leaving main content. Files Explorer tree. Graph.go. Query line resolver.go. Mutation line resolver. Main.go. Tree level 2. Graph left Z undo S. Text unselected. Blank. Left alt. Overview and config docalcify and GraphQL gRPC GraphQL micro leaving region. Navigation file tree navigation. Name column header. Row 7. Client.go. Left paren region. file content leaving with github graph.go dash complete dash dot leaving files explorer clet dot go return left vs right brace nil tooltip quick fix left paren control main content client.go editor right brace nil tooltip client.go editor right brace nil error code action resolve a clear right paren blank over client git go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash Mircoservices slash navigation file tree navigation name column header row 3 account.pb.go left paren file right paren link leaving table account.pb.go heading level 1 clickable navigation leaving path cmd slash account row name column header row 3 main.go left paren file right paren link leaving table main.go heading level 1 clickable navigation file tree navigation files tree account panel client.go client.region client.go file content read only entry id colon r.account.id leaving region results in account slash service.go panel 15 type account struct left brace link browse mode leaving panel service.go heading level 1 clickable with overview panel grade go github go dash gRPC with overview panel client.go dash complete dash Golang dash micro dash service dash project dash visual studio code frame left contain entire .c go github client go dash gRPC dash GraphQL dash overview github.com slash GraphQL server fix dash memory main left v right return COLLEFTA space MTH backspace backspace TA space MTY backspace OD space AOUND space JST space RIT space FAA L right return COLET space IUTE space EXISTING space DELIATION backslash copy push main content left alt over client.go left control V pass quote github.com slash Akhil Sharma 9 backspace right paren left Z undo quote github.com slash Y pasted left control S quote github.left slash pb quote tooltip client.go editor slash quote github.com slash Akhil Sharma 90 slash go dash GraphQL dash microservice slash account slash pb quote context undefined at line 8 and column 2 Progress text unselected. Con star gRPC dot client con. Right brace. NC left paren, C star client right paren, left control. Slash cut selection to clipboard. Overview OBS GraphQL main content backslash MOV space TAE space PV EAT D space S TAING S return. Ask anything. Overview GraphQL.prest MOV space PV space LO return. Ask anything. Copy push button. Browse mode. GraphQL. With overview circle left K entire doc V space S. Leaving main content. File next. Graph.go. Tree level 3. Client.go. Tree level 2. Overview. GraphQL server fix Google main content M-O. Backspace N-O. The space IMILARL. Waspace GERAT space. ORS. Backspace ER space AND space CAAG. OG. Backspace LOG. Return. Ask anything. Copy push. Win overview client.go complete Golang micro service project catalog. Files explorer tree. Type file name LINT slash GO backspace slash x dot GO return. Files explorer tree. Catalog. Expanded. Leaving main content. Client.go. Tree level 2. Order. Files explorer tree. CLIET dot. Go. Return. Left control. Left control VS. Windows gRPC GraphQL server fix Google Chrome and left paren work right paren frame. GraphQL main content. Copy push button. With overview client.go complete Golang micro service project Visual Studio Code frame. Main content. Client.go editor. Focus mode. Leaving main left cont VS. Right brace. Names tree left back prime. Terminal left parent go run main dot return. Go run main dot go. Terminal 1. Go use shift alt F1 for terminal accessibility help. 2025 03 13 459 30 Rocket server. Return nil. blank. Leaving main content. File. Generated. Graph. Query line resolver.go. Resolver.go. Schema.graphql. Generated.go. Mutation. Query line resolver. Schema.resolvers. Schema.graph.go. Main content. Graph.go editor right brace right paren. Right brace. Left control back prime terminal left paren control blank. Buban. Go back end engineering complete ADD dot. Return. Command suc space EOMAT backspace MAT space dash M left quote I space BAEL space RAN space DAE space GRPC space LERVR space I space backspace I A backspace left quotes return command succeed space PH return git push terminal 3 git use shift alt F1 for terminal accessibility help terminal 3 bash use shift alt F1 for terminal accessibility help command succeeded. Right brace. Right brace. Leaving main catalog GraphQL collect order main content Catalog client star catalog dot explorer left paren control plus shift window explorer left paren control main content server colon s left return and mutation resolver left brace mutation line resolver dot go editor type mutation resolver struct left brace server star server right brace GraphQL's main content, address and search Google or type github.com/new tab page expanded. Go. Backspace. IN space. Backspace. MICROO unselected EAVRCE space. Microservice architecture search suggestion. Loading. Please wait. Browse mode. Accessibility link. Heading level 1. Shoda content page on. Link. Accessibility Shohayota. Link. Accessibility Vishmotamoto. Link. Search. Google Mulpataito. Leaving search. Main content. The what, why, and how of a microservices architecture medium https://medium.com. Link. Loading. Please wait. Finished loading. Close push button. The what, why, and how of a microservices architecture bar by hashmap. An entity data company bar hashmap. An entity data company bar medium dash Google Chrome dash nerf left paren work right paren. The what, why, and how of a microservices architecture bar by hashmap. An entity data company bar hashmap. An entity data company bar medium document web. Menu. The what, why, and how of a microservices architecture bar by hashmap. An entity data company bar hashmap. An entity data company bar medium dash Google Chrome dash nerf left paren work right paren frame. Once the business capabilities have been text unselected, each service can be owned by a different team, who becomes an expert in menu.